Look here. Look here. Look, listen.
That is an awesome thing. That's a compliment.
It's not an awesome thing. It hits you all at once, dude. Have you ever? Well, you probably have.
But you gotta look at it glass half full, glass half empty.
I'm not interested in anything, dude. I turned the only interest I had in life into my job.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. All I wanted to do was, like, I was fucking lonely. I wanted to just stream and have a good time, maybe have a good game.
In the vast and chaotic world of online gaming, legends are not born only through skill, but through the personalities behind the screen. Some creators rise to fame through unmatched talent, others through charisma or controversy. And then there are those whose stories go beyond the games they play. Stories that grow into myths, cautionary tales, and internet lore. Among these figures stands WingsOfRedemption, from lashing out at friends for doing exactly what he had asked of them.
Fuck! Why the fuck you stream that shit?
It was your idea.
No, I didn't say stream.
I thought it was your idea.
2. Throwing his own wife over a table. Jordy Jordan was never the kind of person you would expect to find in the spotlight. He did not have a polished image or a carefully managed persona. What he had was a voice and a willingness to use it. At a time when YouTube gaming was still raw and unrefined, Jordy spoke directly to his audience in a way that felt different, unfiltered, almost brutally honest.
And it's the truth. A lot of these guys have fake personalities on their commentaries, and it's like, okay, that's a good business decision, but I can't bring myself to do that.
His earliest videos were simple, just gameplay layered with his thoughts. There were no flashy edits, no gimmicks, no attempt to dress things up. It was a man with a microphone telling it how he saw it. For viewers searching for something authentic, this was enough. Jordy's commentary connected, and in those first years, he rose quickly, joining the ranks of the early pioneers who were shaping the future of gaming content. But the internet has a way of turning strength into weakness. The same honesty that drew people in also revealed sides of Jordy that were harder to ignore. He spoke openly about his struggles, his frustrations, his ambitions, and over time audiences began to notice patterns. Promises of change, glimpses of new beginnings, followed by silence, or by a return to familiar ground. Energy that seemed bright at first, but faded quickly. His story, even in those early years, was never just about gaming. It was about a man trying to find direction in real time while the world was watching. And the world did watch. Every upload, every live stream, every moment of tension or self-doubt became another piece of a larger narrative. Some fans sympathized, others mocked, and soon Jordy Jordan was no longer simply a voice in the gaming community. He had become a character, a figure both celebrated and ridiculed, whose life played out in clips, memes, and debates across the internet. Yet behind all of it, behind the noise and the spectacle, there remains the man himself, caught between what he wanted to be and what the internet decided he was. This is his story, the story of WingsOfRedemption. But stories like Jordy's are not told in a straight line. They are shaped by moments, sudden turns that shift everything. For WingsOfRedemption, the first of those moments arrived early in his career, around 2011, and it would follow him for the rest of his career. In 2011, Wings and his friends invited one of the biggest names in the Call of Duty scene onto their podcast. Their guest was Syndicate, widely regarded at the time as the best Call of Duty Zombies player in the world. Wings grew combative. He insisted that he was the better player, not just in Zombies, but in Call of Duty as a whole.
Compared to, like, the guy we just saw in PKA saying, you know, Tom, trust me, I'm better than you at Zombies.
But see, I really do think.
He pointed to his achievements in other games, boasting about unlocking rare trophies and mastering difficult titles.
I mean, how many games have you seen me play where I wasn't really good at? Like, I just posted Dead Space. I started playing Dead Space 3 days ago, and I did the toughest achievement in the game.
To Wings, these were proof that his skill level could match or surpass anyone's. Syndicate, to his credit, tried to keep the conversation respectful. He told Wings that confidence was important, that every good player should believe in themselves.
Having confidence behind yourself is always a great thing. If you go through life going, I'm not the best, someone else is the best. You know, you're not exactly.
But as the back and forth continued, Syndicate pressed the point. Was Wings really claiming to be the best Call of Duty player? Wings hedged. He said he was the best commentator who played, and that in a normal multiplayer setting he could hang with the very best, leading his team to victory more often than not.
I'm not the best Call of Duty player, but I bet you if you put me in the same room as the best, I could hang with him.
However, when challenged about the kill-to-death ratios, he brushed it off, saying other modes inflated the stats.
I mean, just because you have a high KD, like Marker J has a way better KD than I do, mainly because he plays Ground War. You got to factor in those extra 3 people, and you got to average those into chopper gunners.
And when his past one-on-one losses were brought up, he had an answer ready. Those matches weren't realistic, he claimed. They didn't reflect how Call of Duty was really played.
You have to beat him. You know, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Like
I don't have to beat him. I beat him so many times in a regular room. And Call of Duty is not a one-on-one environment. The situation where Fearcraz and all them won, the thing you and Syndicate were in, that's not a realistic scenario. The fact is, it's 12 people on maps that you have people spawning in front of other people. There was times where I seen like the Game 360 go on a negative 14 kill streak. Like I even commented on it because I was the one doing the color commentary on that shit.
To his critics, it sounded like excuse after excuse, a man protecting his ego. And the live chat noticed. Messages flooded in, mocking him, telling him to stop. Wings lashed out, threatening to ban anyone who repeated it.
I think that's a good policy.
By the way, anybody that told me to shut up, you're getting banned from the stream.
Yeah, guys, knock it off on the shut up thing. Like,
Then came the moment that changed everything. Syndicate didn't insult him, didn't mock him. He simply offered a challenge. He said he'd never played Wings before, and that plenty of people claimed to be the best, but if Wings truly believed it, they could settle it in a match right then and there.
I would go for it.
Use your 10 sensitivity versus my 2 sensitivity.
I'm not the person who's like, if I lose, I'm not going to be like, oh, fuck. You know, I'd do it for the fun of it. I'd go for it.
let's do it.
So what map are we playing?
Wings agreed, but only under one condition. He had to be the host.
He's going to be playing across the
You're not
sea.
hosted?
I'm not going to play unless I have host.
After some back and forth, the group settled on a compromise. Woody, another member of the podcast, would host as a neutral party, but it wasn't truly neutral. Syndicate was connecting from the United Kingdom, while both Woody and Wings were based in the United States. The result was an uneven playing field, with Syndicate fighting against a noticeable disadvantage in connection. Besides that, Wings even played a warm-up match with another host while Syndicite was busy setting up his Xbox. The map was chosen, a map which Wings claimed he had never lost in, the weapon selected by Wings himself. By all accounts, the match was tilted in his favor. This was supposed to be his chance to prove himself, live in front of thousands.
Like I could put up a fight against, you know, in like COD 4, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, but then throw me in against Black Ops.
You would
and
get
I'd
destroyed in World at War. I have never lost.
As the game began, things looked promising for Wings. Early on, he managed to keep pace, trading kills with Syndicate and holding his own. But as the match wore on, Syndicate began to adapt. Slowly but surely, the balance shifted. The gap widened, and before long, Wings found himself falling behind. The final score was clear: 14 kills for Syndicate, 9 for Wings. A decisive loss, especially under conditions that Wings himself had pushed for. At first, the banter was playful, but as the score tilted against him, Wings' tone grew harsher. What had started as light trash talk became frustration, then anger. When the game ended, that frustration boiled over. On stream, Wings muttered a bitter "fuck you" in Woody's direction, then hurled his controller across the room. The crash was sharp and unmistakable, ringing out for everyone watching live. Moments later, his voice cut through again, furious and humiliated. Why did you even stream that?
Fuck! Why the f you stream that shit?
It was your idea.
No, I didn't say stream.
But the irony was impossible to ignore. The stream wasn't Woody's idea. Wings had made sure the match was broadcast. Earlier in the same conversation, amidst his trash talk, he had insisted they play right then and there, and that it be streamed live. Syndicate may have issued the challenge, but it was Wings who demanded it be immediate, public, and definitive.
I'm not going to play unless I have host.
Game Dunzo. Game Dunzo, baby.
Ooh.
We're doing this now. You want to go buy the Game Dunzo server? Be my guest.
No. We can set that up, right? Already up server?
Yeah.
His confidence had been absolute. He had even joked that people would need to pay him $1,000 to play in the future. But for now, he was giving Syndicate the chance for free.
How much money you paying me?
You're getting none of my money.
You can do it for free right now, or you
I
can
don't want
pay me
any
like
of your money.
$1,000 later.
And yet the very moment it all fell apart, Wings wanted it raced. Almost immediately after his outburst, he demanded the stream be ended, even though the others were prepared to continue.
I don't give a please cancel the stream. I do not want to hear these talk.
Alright.
The spectacle he had created, The match he had forced into the spotlight was cut short at his request, leaving behind only the sound of his anger and the memory of a meltdown that could never truly be taken back. For Wings, this wasn't just a loss. It was a collapse of the image he had been building, a moment where the confidence he wore like armor cracked in front of thousands. To the audience, it was unforgettable. To Wings, it was unbearable. The match he demanded, the match broadcast at his own insistence, became the moment that defined him, not as the best Call of Duty player, but as someone who cracked under pressure in front of a community that would never let him forget it. The meltdown would go on to define Wings' reputation for years, but moments like this don't come out of nowhere. The anger, the defensiveness, the need to prove himself, it all had roots that stretched far deeper than a single Call of Duty match. To understand why this moment hit so hard, you have to go back to Wings' early life, to the struggles that shaped him long before YouTube ever knew his name. Born on April 21st, 1986 in South Carolina, Wings' story began under circumstances that would shape much of his future. His arrival into the world came as the result of a teenage pregnancy, and almost immediately, instability marked his life. His father, an alcoholic, chose not to stay. Abandonment came early, and the young boy's family relied heavily on his grandparents for shelter, living together in a small trailer because his parents were too young and too unprepared to support him. In fact, there's information floating around online that suggests Jordy might have actually been the product of an incestuous relationship. While it's hard to verify whether there's any truth to that claim, the rumor has been repeated enough within the community that it became part of his internet lore. And when we tried to look it up, we found this video on Reddit where Wings himself mentioned it. He said that his mom and dad both were Jordans and that they were never married.
Dead.
Cousins, and it's all over it. Like Family Guy makes jokes of it and stuff like that.
Well, it's not rampant like that. It's not. But like I'm the wrong person to ask of that because my parents actually were somewhat related. My daddy was a Jordan and my mother was a Jordan. It was never married.
So yeah, there is that. But even in those earliest years, hardship found its way into Wings' life. While playing with his brother, a baseball bat slipped and struck him in the head, causing severe swelling and leaving him at risk for further complications. The incident didn't impair his thinking, but it was a stark reminder of how quickly circumstances could turn against him. Yet despite the instability, Wings was not without ability. According to him, in those early years he was physically fit, often finishing first in races and games at school. But that streak ended around the age of 6, when a foreign exchange student joined his class. Suddenly, the contests he once dominated slipped away. No matter what he tried, this new presence always outperformed him. The realization stung. For Wings, being outshined wasn't just a loss, it was a blow to his identity. And so, in a child's logic, he decided that the only way to reclaim his spot on top was to grow bigger and stronger. He asked his grandmother for more food, believing that size alone would make him unbeatable. She gave it without question, never knowing that this choice would mark the start of a lifelong struggle. Instead of growing stronger, Wings grew heavier, and the weight he put on quickly became another burden to carry. By the time he was still just a boy, his body had already begun to change in ways that made him stand out. The athletic future he once imagined faded as his weight grew, and with it came social isolation. Making friends was difficult, and fitting in was nearly impossible. And as the doors of sports and popularity closed, another door opened, the world of video games. Games became more than entertainment. For Wings, they became an escape, a place where the ridicule of classmates and the weight of insecurities couldn't reach him. In digital worlds, he could be powerful, respected, even admired. It was the beginning of a bond that would carry him through much of his life. But outside of games, reality continued its steady march of difficulty. Wings, his mother, and his brother eventually moved into Section 8 housing, government-subsidized projects that exposed him to a harsher environment. According to him, the neighborhood was so unsafe that even as a young child he was required to have an ID card made, because missing children were often reported. For a boy only 6 or 7 years old, this wasn't just unusual, it was terrifying. As the years passed, his struggles didn't ease. His weight climbed rapidly, and by high school, Wings was 6 feet tall and 240 pounds, a size that made him stand out for all the wrong reasons. It was during this time that he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and social anxiety, two conditions that made the task of fitting in even harder. Making friends felt impossible. Yet eventually there were some small breakthroughs. He found companionship in a girl named Kelly, and slowly he managed to build a fragile circle of friends, but those connections were fragile and hardship wasn't finished with him yet. Now, for those of you who have been following Wings for a while, you already know exactly who Kelly is, and the role she's going to play as this story unfolds. But for those who aren't as familiar, don't worry. Just keep in mind that Kelly is an important figure in Wings' life, and her name will come up again later as we dive deeper into the story. For now, let's just go back to his early friend circle. One night, while living in the projects, Wings became the victim of his second serious injury. A man attempted to steal his mother's car, In an act of defiance, Wings tried to intervene. His courage was met with violence. A gun went off and the bullet lodged in his leg. The wound would stay with him, both as a scar and as a reminder of how dangerous his environment had been. Despite these challenges, Wings entered the workforce. His first job was at a grocery store, where he was tasked with restocking and cleaning shelves. But monotony weighed on him, and in just 2 weeks, he quit. That decision, though small at the time, foreshadowed a pattern that would echo throughout his life. A struggle with consistency, with sticking to tasks that didn't engage him.
I will never work at a grocery store again. Grocery stores are generally... I think I worked 3 days at the IGA as a whole. And to this day, it's probably the only job I've ever quit. And the reason I quit was it was so mind-numbingly boring. You talk about a boring job working at a grocery store. I mean, you pretty much front shelves all day.
From there, he tried his luck at a video rental store. The job seemed better suited to him, surrounded by games and movies, but even there, danger followed. One day, 3 armed robbers stormed the store. Wings survived, but the trauma of being held up stayed with him. Not long after, he left that job behind, too. Next came a stint as a Domino's delivery driver.
Big Larry used to, when I was a pizza delivery driver, Big Larry was so big, like he had to be 600 plus. But he'd always order. I'd always know him. When I seen the order, I knew it was Larry's order before I knew where I was going. He didn't tip either.
The pay was modest, but the risks were high. On one delivery, he was ambushed, struck on the back of the head with the barrel of a shotgun, and robbed of just $20. It was a humiliating and terrifying experience, and eventually a conflict with a manager ended that job as well. Still searching, Wings found work as a 911 operator. For 2 weeks, he sat at a desk, fielding calls, but the stress and responsibility quickly overwhelmed him. Once again, he was let go. By this point, young Jordy had already cycled through several jobs, each one ending in either resignation or dismissal. Restlessness followed him everywhere. He struggled to find work that engaged him, and more often than not, he left positions behind as quickly as he started them. But his next job, the final one before YouTube, was different. This one he took seriously. Jordy found work at a Chinese-owned company called meltdowns, which specialized in producing a unique type of glass that was in high demand at the time. It wasn't the kind of work most would dream of, but it came with stability, purpose, and pay that was far above anything Jordy had ever earned. As a crane operator, he was making $25 an hour, a wage that, in the mid-2000s, felt like striking gold. For once, the chaos that had defined his youth seemed to quiet down. He had money coming in, a routine he could depend on, and a sense that perhaps finally he had found his place. But the security didn't last. When the 2007 recession swept through the economy, companies like meltdowns were hit hard. Import and export complications strained their operations, and soon the business began letting go of its employees. Jordy, despite his effort and consistency, was one of the many to lose his job. Overnight, the sense of stability he had worked so hard to build disappeared. He found himself unemployed and directionless once again, left to wrestle with the same uncertainty that had haunted so much of his life. Jobless and moneyless, Jordy returned to the one constant that had always been there for him: video games. Outside of a small circle of family and friends, gaming was all he had to lean on. He poured himself into it, spending hours at a time immersed in the virtual worlds that had once been his childhood escape. But this time, those games would become more than just a distraction. A friend of his, known online as Z7 Taylor, had already been experimenting with something new. Taylor recorded clips of himself playing Call of Duty, edited them, and uploaded them to YouTube. The platform was still young, but those videos began to gather views, recognition, and a sense of community that Jordy couldn't ignore. He saw firsthand the attention Taylor was receiving, and it planted an idea in his mind. If Taylor could find an audience simply by sharing the games they already played together, why couldn't he? Jordy was already spending countless hours in Call of Duty lobbies, already developing strategies, already pouring his voice into the microphone during matches. All it would take was the decision to hit record, to upload, and to put himself out there. And so, inspired by his friend and driven by the sudden vacuum left by the recession, Jordy's next chapter began. What started as late nights spent gaming to fill the void of unemployment was about to transform into a career. The boy who had once retreated into video games for comfort was stepping into a space where the entire world could hear his voice. That voice would not be polished nor carefully managed. It would be blunt, unfiltered, and at times abrasive. But in that rawness lay something compelling, something that drew viewers in, even if it also pushed others away. This was the beginning of Wings of Redemption, a new identity born out of hardship, shaped by struggle, and destined to carry all the weight of Jordy's past into the spotlight. Jordy's leap into YouTube was not impulsive, it was calculated, born from observation and timing. After watching his friend Z7 Taylor receive attention for uploading gameplay, Jordy saw potential. If Taylor could build an audience by simply sharing Call of Duty clips, then surely he could too. But unlike Taylor, Jordy wanted to do it right from the beginning. So in the fall of 2009, he made an investment. He purchased an expensive capture device, the Lolcows HD PVR, a piece of equipment that cost nearly $200, a steep price for someone recently laid off and struggling financially. But to Jordy, it was a gamble worth taking. The HD PVR would allow him to record crisp, high-definition footage of his matches, at a time when most of YouTube was still filled with grainy, low-quality uploads. That decision alone set him apart. In January 2008, he launched his channel, Wings of Redemption. The name carried weight, a mix of personal symbolism and gaming identity, a moniker that would soon become infamous. His first 2 uploads were simple enough, but it was on his 3rd video that Jordy did something most players weren't attempting yet. He spoke directly to the audience.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, hi again. This is my first commentary, and here we go.
His voice carried over the gameplay, offering commentary, thoughts, and personality, alongside the footage. It wasn't just about what was happening on screen anymore, it was about the person behind the controller. This style was revolutionary for its time. YouTube was still young, and while commentary videos are common today, back then it was a novelty. Combined with the sharp HD quality of his recordings and occasional glimpses of his face, Wings of Redemption quickly distinguished himself from the sea of anonymous, faceless uploads. He wasn't just showing gameplay, he was building a persona. The formula worked. Jordy uploaded regularly, sometimes multiple times a week, and that consistency became one of his early strengths. His channel grew quickly. Within the first month, he had nearly 2,000 subscribers, a number that in 2009 represented real traction. By all measures, he was off to a strong start. It didn't take long for his network to expand. Z7 Taylor, the friend who had first inspired him, caught the attention of a larger creator at the time, a channel known as Hutch is Your Daddy. Hutch was one of the pioneering names in Call of Duty commentary, and his shout-out to Taylor provided a ripple effect that extended to Jordy as well. With the association, Wings of Redemption's subscriber count surged. From just a few thousand, his audience swelled to nearly 7,000 shortly after. For a small-town gamer from South Carolina, those numbers were staggering. He had gone from obscurity to becoming a recognized name within the growing Call of Duty communities in a matter of weeks. But with exposure came scrutiny, and scrutiny quickly led to Jordy's first brush with controversy. In a now-deleted video, Wings of Redemption publicly criticized Hutch's style of play. Hutch was known for quickscoping, a flashy technique with sniper rifles that involved zooming in and firing with lightning speed. The method was risky but spectacular, producing the kind of clips that excited viewers and kept them entertained. To many, it was an art form, but to Jordy, it was unrealistic. On camera, he dismissed the practice outright, arguing that quickscoping had no basis in real-life military tactics. In his view, Call of Duty was meant to be played as a simulation, and players should treat it with the seriousness of an actual battlefield. To him, snipers were not meant to dart across maps firing from the hip. They were meant to hold positions, to wait patiently, to act with precision. Anything else, he argued, was not how the game was designed to be played. He called Hutch an amateur for this.
I called you an amateur sniper without actual sniper ideals or traits.
Now, what do you think?
The audience, however, didn't take his side. Viewers saw his comments not as a principled stance, but as hypocrisy. They pointed to Jordy's own favorite strategy, camping. Camping in shooter culture is when a player picks a spot on the map, hunkers down, and waits for enemies to come to them instead of engaging actively. It is effective, yes, but it's also one of the most heavily criticized play styles in online gaming. Players hate it because it feels cheap and passive, as though that camper is refusing to truly compete. To many, camping ruins the flow of a match, turning a fast-paced contest into a tedious grind. And while Wings might have considered his approach strategic, viewers called it out as cowardly and boring. The irony was clear. Here was Jordy, dismissing Hutch's entertaining quickscopes as unrealistic, while relying on a strategy that frustrated nearly everyone else. And the backlash came quickly, but rather than escalate into a feud, the situation diffused in an unexpected way. Hutch, instead of retaliating, reached out to Wings. The two eventually sat down for a collaboration, and had a friendly debate about their different approaches to the game.
This is Hutch, bringing you a match of domination on Wasteland, but this is not my match. This is another person's match. Who do I got with me today?
Yo, it's your boy, Wings of Redemption.
Wow. That's quite an intro, buddy.
It was a surprising resolution, one that showcased how small and interconnected the YouTube gaming scene was in its early days. Even disagreements could turn into opportunities for collaboration and growth. For Wings of Redemption, it was both a lesson and a warning. His honesty and bluntness had already drawn attention, but it also highlighted the very traits that would follow him for the rest of his career. A tendency to speak his mind without filter, a belief that his way was the right way, and a willingness to challenge others even if it invited backlash. In some ways, this controversy marked the true beginning of his identity online. From the start, Wings was not going to be the polished, agreeable type. He was not there to entertain with flash or charm. He was there to assert himself, to carve out a space with his voice, and to do things his way. And while that approach brought him early success, it also planted the seeds for the conflicts that would define much of his career. Another example of Wings of Redemption's early controversies was his run-in with a group of gamers that were gaining notoriety at the time, who called themselves the Federation of Asshole Gamers, or FAG. This was a loosely organized collective that thrived on creating chaos, raiding online games, and bullying other players into submission. Their reputation spread quickly in the early Call of Duty community, and it was only a matter of time before Wings ended up in their sights. The conflict began not long after the infamous Hutch is Your Daddy incident, the argument that marked the start of Wings' reputation for being combative and defensive.
I did in that video was not camping in the least. I basically held down over half the map. Alright, I held down half the map and I was moving constantly. You do not have to be moving into new areas of the game, of the map, to not be camping. Seriously, even Seed Anner says that mess, you know. I mean, yeah, people will call me a fat nerd for that, but guess what? You'll just get your ass blocked. Straight up. And about people who tries to threaten me with unsubscribing, I don't give a I don't give a kid. Seriously. I will block you out of spare spite, because I know people that really enjoy my site would be willing to watch my video twice to get rid of your ass. Nobody wants your ass around here.
From then on, he became known as someone who would respond directly to criticism and negative comments, and often his responses were heated. For a group like FAG, who made a sport out of provoking reactions, this was the perfect target. Wings was exactly the type of person they wanted to harass, because they knew he would not ignore them, and instead would lash out publicly. At the center of FAG was Daniel Keem, better known as Keemstar. Even at this early stage of his career, Keemstar had a reputation for stirring up drama and escalating conflict. When another Call of Duty commentator named That Guy Who Camps informed Keem that Wings had been speaking negatively about him, the news spread quickly, and Keemstar decided to act. The group launched a mass harassment campaign against Wings, raiding his lobbies, spamming his content, and most damaging of all, engaging in what became known as false flagging. This meant mass reporting Wings' videos in an attempt to get them removed from YouTube, a devastating tactic at a time when creators relied on a few key uploads to grow their channels. Wings responded the way he usually did, by making videos addressing the situation directly. In one such upload, he asked the FAG members to stop false flagging his channel and pleaded for the harassment to end.
They're going to be trying to flag and thumbs down my videos, which in result will getting my account banned, and I'll have to go through the long, lengthy process of getting it back. To help protect my channel, if you could go and not subscribe to his live stream, but kind of go in the comment section and persuade people not to do this.
At the same time, he also urged his own viewers not to retaliate against them, warning that fighting fire with fire would only make things worse. He even asked his audience to try to convince the FAG members to leave his channel alone, a move that showed how desperate the situation had become.
I'm not telling you to flag his videos or anything, or his channel, because I'm already got footage of his channel threatening my personal space and my personal use, and I'm gonna try to send that to the administration department over at Blog TV and see if that gets done. But I'm not telling you to take any action. Let me get that point clear. But let's work and try to keep my channel live if possible. Thank you.
But the requests had no effect. The attacks continued, and Wings remained under siege.
This request proved ineffectual, and the FAG was able to successfully abuse YouTube's automated systems, racking up over 30 strikes on his channel. Protected by Machinima.
Eventually, in an attempt to settle things, Wings arranged a call with Keemstar. At first, the conversation was surprisingly tame. Wings acted calm, almost innocent, as if he were trying to de-escalate. But as the call went on, the real issues surfaced. Keem accused Wings of weaponizing his fanbase, pointing out that FAG itself had been suffering from false flagging. He claimed that Wings had taken credit for taking them down, and suggested that Wings' audience was being used to retaliate against the group.
A comment that Wings wrote, he said, and I believe this is the correct quote, "Nick, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've already killed FAG. I don't understand why you wrote that comment, because our channel has been under attack. There's false copyright complaints on it to the point that it's suspended until YouTube reviews it. And now we have someone that's taking credit for killing our channel. I don't understand why you wrote that.
Rather than outright deny this, Wings responded by saying, "What did Keem expect? By attacking a much larger channel like his, retaliation was inevitable."
You should have seen that was going to come anyway. You attacked a channel that was 4 times your size.
The two seemed to reach a kind of uneasy truce, and by the end of the call, Wings himself described it as a ceasefire.
Any thoughts on our discussion here, Wings?
Yeah, I'll ceasefire.
But things did not end there. When the call was supposed to be over, Wings continued talking, unaware or perhaps careless of the fact that the recording was still running. He began asking Keemstar questions that revealed something far more concerning. Wings admitted that he had gathered personal information about Keemstar, including his P.O. box, his street address, and even the name of his girlfriend.
I'll run some stuff by you. Is your P.O. Box 148 Holland, New York 1408?
That's correct. That's correct.
Is your street address York 140809702?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
All right.
I don't give my personal where I live at. I don't give that out.
Is your girlfriend named Melissa R. Flack?
Yes, she is.
Is her phone number 7165?
At first, Keemstar seemed taken aback, asking why Wings had been digging into his private information. Wings tried to brush it off, claiming he just wanted to see how much of the information was correct. But then he admitted that he had looked into Keem's personal details intentionally and leaked them.
8263.
Okay, can I ask you why you're trying to get my personal information?
I'm just trying to see how much of this is correct, because I gave some of this information to Fisticuffs.
You gave my personal information to Fisticuffs?
When pressed further, Wings gave a response that shocked many. He joked that if Keem ever succeeded in taking his channel down, he might have to make a trip to New York.
What was the motivation behind this action?
This is, well, basically, I did some digging, and I tried to find everything I could find out about him in case he actually did drop my YouTube channel.
All right. Well, this is a good example, though, Wings. Like, I
was going to take a trip up to New York.
The implication was clear, and Keemstar did not take it lightly. He shot back, saying he was not scared, that if Wings did come to New York, he would end up going back looking like a raccoon.
You might be going back looking like a raccoon.
Keem accused Wings of being a bully, but said that no matter what, he would always stand against him with his middle finger in the air.
That way he won't be
surprised. How many people, do you know how many people threaten me a day? It's like, I know that you're a bully and that you get off on bullying people, but like I'm one person that is just going to constantly have that middle finger in the air. It's never going to go down. It's always going to be you. No one is ever going to talk me into submission or anything. So whatever you're trying to do, just stop now.
The moment ended the conversation, but it set the tone for how their relationship would unfold in the years that followed, one filled with conflict, animosity, and repeated clashes. This entire saga not only damaged Wings' reputation, but also solidified his image as someone who could not ignore his critics. Every time he responded, every time he lashed out, it gave his detractors more ammunition to use against him. The feud with FAG and Keemstar became one of the defining controversies of his early career, a controversy that revealed both his unwillingness to back down and the dangers of his confrontational style. By the start of 2010, Wings of Redemption was no longer just another small creator in a growing sea of Call of Duty channels. His voice and consistency had begun to pay off. Just months into his YouTube career, he was approached by Machinima, a powerful and exclusive network at the time. Partnering with Machinima meant one thing above all else: money. Around this time, Jordy was also offered the chance to return to his old job at Metglass, the crane operator position that had once given him stability and solid pay, but he declined. To him, going back would have been a step backward, a retreat into the very life he was trying to escape. Jordy chose to double down on content creation, determined to make it his future. For the first time, Wings could begin earning revenue from his videos, transforming what had once been a pastime into something that resembled a career. It was validation, not only that his content had value, but that he, a gamer from South Carolina with no college degree and a history of short-lived jobs, could finally make something of himself. The numbers reflected it. Within just 4 months of signing on, Wings' channel had skyrocketed to over 45,000 subscribers. For early YouTube, this was no small achievement. It put him firmly in the conversation with the biggest names in the Call of Duty community. During this time, Wings also began collaborating with other creators, most notably Woody's Gamertag and S. Kyle, who would later rise to fame under the persona S. Russia. The three first connected casually over Skype calls, but their chemistry quickly stood out. After a few collaborations, they made the decision to create something more permanent together, a podcast. The show, titled Painkiller Already, better known simply as PKA, started out as pre-recorded discussions between the trio. Before long, however, they shifted to live streaming the episodes on Justin.tv, the platform that would later become Twitch. And from there, the format found its rhythm. It wasn't just about gaming anymore. They talked about everything: current events, relationships, outrageous hypothetical questions, even deeply personal aspects of their own lives. Each week a different guest would join in, but the real draw was the dynamic between the hosts themselves. For Wings, the podcast was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it massively expanded his reach, introducing him to audiences who might never have found his YouTube channel otherwise. On the other, it opened the door for the world to see him unfiltered, and sometimes that honesty worked against him. Through PKA, we learned things about Wings that would become defining parts of his online identity. He openly talked about his struggles with weight, including his early discussions of weight loss surgery, and even mentioned experimenting with things like B12 shots to try and boost his metabolism.
I have 46 weapons, and some of them are fully automatic.
Well, mine are to shoot the cats that come in the backyard, but I didn't really want to.
Mine are too.
He also admitted to bouts of uncontrolled anger, casually recalling how he had smashed televisions, broken multiple controllers, and even destroyed a handgun during fits of rage.
That was my rage story. But Wings, you're clearly going to win this.
18 PS3 controllers, 3 Xbox controllers, 2 TVs, 1 keyboard, 1 handgun.
And then there was perhaps the most unsettling revelation of all. Wings owned an arsenal of 46 firearms, something that surprised and concerned many of the viewers.
You know that, well, everybody knows that you've been considering, is it laparoscopic surgery? I have that wrong. Lap band surgery. Lap band surgery.
Band.
Thank you. Lap band surgery.
What I'm doing right now is I'm on a low carb diet where I basically eat like a lot of eggs, chicken, and meat. But I'm going to the doctor Saturday. His name's Dr. Norman, and he's here in Myrtle Beach. And I'm basically going to be given what you call a V12 shot. And what it is a shot they put into your stomach. It's a big old long needle. And it increases your metabolism. And there's a set of pills that go on there and just you kind of perks you up and keeps your metabolism going, keeps your heart rate up.
That winning 46 firearms might have sounded impressive on the surface, but to many viewers it painted a far more troubling picture. Who really needs that many weapons? Especially when you are not a collector by trade or a professional marksman. We're all for self-defense, but this many weapons seems like overkill. For Wings, it seemed less about practicality and more about control, a way of compensating for feelings he could never quite shake. The fear of being powerless, of being exposed, had been with him since childhood. Growing up in poverty, bullied for his appearance, shot in the leg as a teenager, all of these experiences left a scar that never faded. The guns, then, were not just tools. They were symbols of security, a reassurance that he would never again be at the mercy of the world around him. But just like his struggles with weight, his tendency to lash out, or his endless comparisons to others, the arsenal revealed something fragile beneath the surface. It was not strength, it was not confidence, it was protection layered over insecurity. Every weapon was another reminder that Jordy was still fighting a battle with himself, one that no amount of firepower could truly win. In time, that same need to defend himself would appear in different forms, from his excuses in competition to the way he clashed with viewers online. The guns were only the beginning, an early glimpse of the insecurities that would haunt Wings of Redemption for the rest of his public life. In many ways, PKA became the stage where Wings' contradictions played out. He could be funny, relatable, and thoughtful one moment, then volatile, bitter, or insecure the next.
On the other hand, like there's a Wings that subs don't get to see all that much. Like that guy that reads poetry in his commentary, that guy that has deeper thoughts and a sensitive side, he's there too, and I get to see him. And sometimes the subs don't. And recently it's been changed, but there was that like phase he had where I guess he and his subs had conflict for like whatever 50 videos, 100 videos in a row, and a lot of guys are stuck on that Wings, but there's more to him.
And while this unpredictability drew attention, it also planted the seeds for the controversies and conflicts that would define much of his career. Looking back, the stories Wings shared on PKA were not just entertaining anecdotes, they were warnings. Each confession, from his struggles with food, to his explosive temper, to the strange comfort he took in owning dozens of firearms, painted a picture of someone constantly at war with himself. At times he seemed self-aware, admitting his flaws openly, but self-awareness is not the same as change. That was the contradiction at the heart of a Wings of Redemption. He could admit his weaknesses, yet when confronted with them in real time, his instinct was always to lash out to protect the fragile image he had built. And nowhere was this clearer than in the infamous Syndicate match. Everything he had revealed on the podcast, his volatility, his defensiveness, his deep need to be seen as great, had all come boiling to the surface during that one-on-one game. The meltdown that followed was not an isolated moment. It was the perfect storm of everything the Wings had already shown the world, captured live, and amplified by the unforgiving lens of the internet. And this wasn't the end of it either. The public outburst might have been embarrassing enough, but what came after, according to Woody, was even more startling. Years later, Woody revealed that once the stream had ended, Wings' anger didn't cool off. It got worse. Behind the scenes, Wings went ballistic, directing his fury not at himself, not even at Woody, but at Syndicate. He allegedly threatened Syndicate's life, saying things along the lines of breaking his teeth in with a magazine and other violent remarks.
I try to change the topic and play 1v1 against a different guy. Let's just put that in the past and move on. He doesn't want that. He wants to end the stream, so we do. After the stream ends, he's continually threatening this guy. He says he's going to break his teeth out with a mag light, that if he was there, he would kill him. And he goes like...
Syndicate, for his part, didn't take the bait. He stayed calm, almost detached, brushing it off with a kind of, yeah, sure, whatever attitude.
Nuts on it. And Tom, on the other hand, is also known as Syndicate, is just being cool about the whole thing. Look, man, you win some, you lose some. Don't make too big a deal out of it.
The contrast was striking. On one side, you had Wings, humiliated and seething, struggling to process the loss he had insisted on making public. On the other, Syndicate, unfazed, unwilling to let the tantrum rattle him. But the story didn't stop there either. Despite the meltdown, despite the threats, a rematch between Wings and Syndicate was arranged, and that second encounter, while less infamous than the first, would prove just as telling in its own way. On August 27, 2011, Wings of Redemption and Syndicate once again crossed paths, this time not in a live match, but in a series of private text messages. The idea of a rematch had been floated, with someone even offering to put up a prize of $5,000 for the winner. Despite all the hostility and disrespect Wings had shown during their last encounter, Syndicate was willing to bury the hatchet and entertain the idea of playing again. But then Wings made a move that shocked everyone. Instead of simply agreeing to the rematch, he asked Syndicate to throw the match. The proposal was straightforward. If Syndicate deliberately lost, they could split the money.
With you guys, we'll put, I forget what it was, like $5,000 on the line, and then winner take all. And Wings came to him and said, "Look, we'll do this. We'll do a 1v1. You throw it. Look, I'm gonna win anyway because I'm Wings of Redemption. But you throw it just to lock that in, and then I'll keep. I think. What did he want the split to be? It was to his.
See, that's the best part. Wings would keep the lion's share and get the victory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not how a bribe works.
That's not how bribes work.
Wings justified the request by saying he would win anyway, framing it as an easy way for both of them to profit while burying the hatchet. He even admitted that he didn't make $2,500 a day and needed to provide for his girlfriend at the time, a woman named Shalene, whom he had met on a dating site called Plenty of Fish, and her 2 children. The reasoning raised obvious questions. If Wings were so confident he would win regardless, why ask Syndicate to lose on purpose? To many, it revealed something deeper. As his friend Woody would later explain, Wings tied almost all of his self-worth to gaming. He had little else in his life he felt proud of. His weight, his financial struggles, and his frequent meltdowns often left him mocked, memed, and dismissed. Gaming and YouTube were the only areas where he could still see himself as successful, and that desperation seeped into moments like this.
Why is he getting so... I guess this would be my mindset. You said this guy's really good, top of the rank, right?
At zombies.
Zombies, yeah.
But I mean, so he just the game in general, then he would be proficient at, I would imagine. So
sure.
Yeah.
If you're going against somebody like that and you lose, you'd be like, okay, well, I lost. Maybe you talk a little bit of shit, but you'd be like, well, the guy's good, right? I got a loss. I got a loss.
Wings thinks he's
You would
great.
think so.
Wings is self-appreciation is out of this world. He legit thought for a while that he was better than all the pro gamers, that he was better at quickscoping than the quickscopers, better at zombies than the zombies guy, better anyone at everything. He plays all his games on hard mode, right? As if that was some sort of qualification to be an outstanding gamer. So he was surprised that the #1 zombie player on the planet was better than him. He didn't see that coming. And you say, why is he making such a big deal out of a loss? You also have to recognize, maybe you do, that it's not just a game to him. This is his living. This is his sense of self-worth. This is like being good at games is not just his finances, but who he is. That's like, as a man, he is a dominant gamer.
Unfortunately for Wings, his attempt to fix the match did not stay private. Syndicate leaked the messages on Twitter, exposing the bribe attempt to the public. What might have been a chance at redemption instead turned into another scandal, further damaging his reputation. Before this, while Wings had already been trolled for his meltdowns, his blaming of teammates, and his defensive style of camping, he still carried a certain level of respect in the Call of Duty community. He had even done good things, like raising $10,000 for a young girl with cerebral palsy, personally donating $2,000 out of his own pocket to make it happen. But after the Syndicate DMs went public, things shifted. The trolls had more reasons, the respect he had earned began to erode, and the image of Wings of Redemption as a sore loser was replaced by something worse. Someone willing to cheat, even bribe, to protect the fragile identity he had built as a dominant gamer. Looking back, the Syndicate saga was more than just an embarrassing episode. It was the first and most pivotal turning point in Wings of Redemption's reputation. Before this, he had been seen as a talented Call of Duty player with a growing channel, a podcaster with opinions, and even someone capable of rallying his audience for good causes. But after this, the perception shifted. The meltdown during the live match, the violent threats behind the scenes, and the leaked attempt to bribe Syndicate all combined to create a new image of Wings, volatile, insecure, and willing to cut corners to protect his pride. But despite the hate and the setbacks, Wings kept making videos. He continued to upload regularly, but by this point, the YouTube space was evolving rapidly. New creators were entering the scene with flashier edits, higher production value, and more entertaining personalities. By comparison, Wings' content, though it had seen some small upgrades, remained largely the same as it had been in 2009. His straightforward commentaries and simple gameplay no longer stood out. As a result, his subscriber count stagnated at around 400,000, and his views began to steadily decline. To make matters worse, his personal life was unraveling as well. Shalane, the woman he had been dating and whose children he had helped take care of, left him. For Wings, who had invested so much of his time and resources into that relationship, the breakup was a heavy blow.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and this is another one of the videos. I'm very hyped, but I got some very important news and channel updates here for you today. For those of you who know, I've been dating a girl named Shalane for about a year now, and today I kind of decided for a huge life change. I actually asked her to move out of the house again.
Still, he managed to bounce back temporarily when he began dating another woman named Brandy, whom he also met through plenty of fish. For a brief moment, things seemed to stabilize. Professionally, Wings attempted to revitalize his channel by putting together a special video to celebrate reaching 100 million total views. He spent days editing and preparing it, hoping it would reignite interest in his content, but the video failed to land. It lacked the spark that audiences had come to expect from the evolving YouTube landscape, and its underwhelming reception devastated him.
Was his 100 million total views celebration video. It would take him 3 days of editing to put this together, but due to its poor editing and failure to portray a clear narrative, it would well underperform.
In a now-deleted tweet, Wings was seen threatening another creator online. This all came shortly after his 100 million views. Special video flopped, failing to draw in more attention than his regular uploads. Wings had poured days of work into the project, and when it didn't perform, the disappointment hit him hard. Feeling dejected, he turned to Twitter, where he posted about suicide. The reaction from the community was swift and unforgiving. Instead of offering sympathy, many accused Wings of using suicide threats as a ploy for attention, claiming he was only doing it because his video hadn't gotten the views he wanted. And this was partly on Wings, because from what we have found, he was blaming it all on the fact that since his views were low, he wouldn't be able to make much money off this video, and he was already in a bad financial situation. Among those who called him out was fellow content creator El Presidor, who openly criticized Wings for his behavior. That's when Wings made things even worse. In another now-deleted tweet, he directly threatened El Presidor's life, writing, "I've got a lot of guns, El Presidor, and if I decide to kill myself, I'm taking you with me." It was an outrageous escalation, a death threat directed at another content creator, stemming from nothing more than frustration over YouTube numbers. El Presidor, understandably, did not take kindly to the message. For Wings, the incident became yet another example of how his insecurities and volatility constantly boiled over in public. During all of this drama, another familiar figure entered the picture, Keemstar. Wings and Keem already had history, and Keem used the moment to his advantage. Drama was, and still is, his bread and butter. By involving himself, he saw an opportunity to capitalize on Wings' latest controversy, while also reviving old tensions. Keem managed to bring all of the key players into one place, his podcast. On the panel was Keemstar himself, fellow commentator Whiteboy 7th Street, and a user known as Extra Ranker. Later, El Presador, the same creator Wings had threatened, would join in as well. Wings appeared too, this time backed by Woody, one of his closest friends, and at that point, one of the few people willing to publicly defend him. What followed wasn't just a discussion, it was a public spectacle. With so many of Wings' rivals in the same space, and with Keem at the helm steering the conversation toward conflict, it quickly became less about resolution and more about exposure, at least at first. As the podcast began, neither Wings of Redemption or El Presador had joined the call yet. Keemstar, acting as the host, brought in other commentators such as Whiteboy 7th Street and Extra Ranker to get the conversation started. Almost immediately the discussion turned toward Wings and his recent meltdown online. Whiteboy was the first to voice his opinion. He said that while he respected Wings as a creator, faking suicide threats because a video did not receive enough views was unacceptable behavior. He compared Wings' actions to those of an emotional teenager, someone acting like an emo 13-year-old, as he put it.
Right. He did it for attention. That's what a 13-year-old emo chick does. I care about Wings. I like Wings, and I'm sure all the viewers do as well. I can relate to him. I have a personal relationship with him. I can feel him. I can understand him. Mm-hmm. And that's why I got away with so much stuff. But faking it, crying wolf, I lost it.
DeRanker built on that criticism, pointing out that all he had ever heard from Wings was constant complaining. In his view, Wings was ungrateful because he had what many would consider a dream job, and yet continued to act like it was not enough. These comments created an atmosphere of tension, even before Wings had the chance to join the call.
I respect what Wings does, don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying all he ever does is complain.
When Wings finally entered, he came in already defensive. He immediately confronted both Whiteboy and DeRanker, asking why they had spoken about him before he could defend himself. His anger quickly zeroed in on DeRanker. Wings belittled his job, claiming it was easy and not something to be proud of.
I told you what it is. You're a production supervisor. You walk around with your hands in your pockets. You probably ain't turned a wrench in 8 years, and you want to sit there and talk about gall of working hard. So you have a cake job. Your job is cake. What you do is you hold your hands in your pocket. You wait till the safety meeting in the morning so you can suck up to some big wigs. Then you go home and you drink your Miller Lite, what it sounds like you're doing.
He attacked DeRanker's income, boasting that he made more money in a single day than DeRanker made in an entire week.
No, actually, I'm on my phone. I'm actually at work because I have a job. Anyway.
Actually at work because you have a job. You know what? I did your job for 5 years. And you know what? I make more money now than I did at that job in one day of the week than I did.
Wings, and that's what I'm saying. You make a lot of money, but all you do is
But the fact is...
To Wings, hard labor or low-paying work was not a sign of resilience or dedication, but of failure. He accused people who did such jobs of having made mistakes in their lives rather than being hard-working individuals.
Manual labor.
No. You're making it seem like I've never worked a real job before. The reason that I have worked a real job is the reason I don't want to work a real job again. It doesn't matter if it's labor or back-breaking work. If I see a person digging a ditch, you know what I don't think? That's a hard worker. I think that's somebody that f***ed up in his life.
After shutting down DeRanker with that tirade, Wings turned his attention toward Whiteboy. His temper continued to flare as he hurled insult after insult, trying to undermine Whiteboy's credibility and status. At one point, Wings threatened to expose Whiteboy's earnings, claiming that he could reveal exactly how much money Whiteboy was making on YouTube.
You're real close to me just telling you what you actually make.
That's not anybody's business what people make, though, Wings.
I know what he makes. His contract can't be much different from mine.
Woody, who was in the call as both a co-host and a friend of Wings, tried to calm him down, but Wings refused to let the matter go. Wings insisted that Whiteboy's accusations were absurd. If he had truly wanted to profit from a suicide story, he argued, then he would have made a YouTube video about it where the ad revenue and clicks would have paid off.
He is. He's calling me a view whore when he said himself I'd get like 1,000 views. You're a dumbass, dude. I don't do that for views. If I did that for views, I would do it on my YouTube channel. Why don't you take your one-eyed ass?
Instead, his tweet had been an emotional response, not a calculated grab for money. His tone, however, was not measured. It was aggressive, harsh, and cutting. He mocked Whiteboy as a dropout who wasted time with drugs and told him to start thinking like an adult rather than a careless teenager.
Why don't you take your one-eyed ass and learn something? Quit smoking pot. Quit being a high school dropout.
Whiteboy defended himself, unwilling to back down in the face of the Wings' rage. He argued that faking suicide, even if only for attention or out of frustration, had real consequences. It was not something that could be dismissed as a bad day or a mistake. He reminded Wings that his platform carried influence, and that actions like his could have ramifications on fans and the wider community.
Suicide, do you not understand the gravity of the situation? You faked the suicide for views. Your raw instinct.
The heated exchange escalated to the point that Wings could no longer contain himself. In a fit of anger, he left his computer and stormed out of the room, leaving the rest of the call to continue without him. It was an embarrassing moment for him and for Woody, who found himself trying to pick up the pieces in the aftermath.
You faked the suicide for views. Your raw instinct.
After Jordy returned,
once Woody joined the call fully, he attempted to reframe the situation. As one of Wings' closest friends at the time, he felt an obligation to defend him, or at least to provide context that might soften the blow. Woody explained that Wings was not trying to fake suicide for attention. Instead, he painted Wings as someone who thought in the short term and often reacted emotionally when things did not go his way. The failed video had left him hurt and disappointed, and rather than processing it quietly, Wings had turned to Twitter in a moment of weakness. Woody argued that this was not a ploy or manipulation, but simply a man letting his emotions spill into the public eye.
Wings, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right, so when I was watching the Twitter feed unfold, like this is how it played in my own head. I saw, you upset, and I know you, right? You're a guy who thinks a little bit short term. When cash comes in the bank, you feel wealthy. When the bills roll in, you feel broke. When the views are high, you feel, if you have a good day view-wise, you feel like things are awesome. If you have a single bad day view-wise, you worry that the world is crashing. So I watched you on YouTube and I thought, you know what? He's not joking or putting on a suicide hoax. He's just a guy who has extreme feelings and expresses, like, there's no sort of long-term, moderation filter on there. Now, if I get 700,000 views today and 30,000 views tomorrow, I feel like I got 730,000 views over 2 days. You feel like, oh my gosh, my channel crashed today. The world is ending.
For some listeners, Woody's explanation was sympathetic and humanizing, a reminder that creators are people who sometimes falter under pressure. For others, it sounded like excuse-making, for someone who repeatedly refused to take responsibility for his behavior. What could not be ignored, however, was that the incident had added yet another layer of controversy to Wings' already fragile reputation. Wings would later rejoin the call, but the tone shifted noticeably. Instead of lashing out, he opened up to Keemstar in a moment of raw honesty. He admitted that he wasn't happy with his life, that he felt stuck, going nowhere, and that the constant barrage of trolling from people like El Presador left him feeling genuinely depressed.
Because El Presador is one of the main instigators of my frustration. Like, generally, when I'm feeling bad, he's the person there to try to kick you when you're down.
Why don't you get that he's just a troll?
White Boy, who had been critical earlier, showed a bit of empathy. He told Wings not to let the trolls get to him, because every time he reacted, he was giving them exactly what they wanted. Wings agreed that he understood this in theory, but in practice he couldn't help himself. He said he knew he was feeding the trolls, but when the insults piled up, he always crashed out.
And he says he's trolling you while he's doing it, and you still bite into it. You're feeding him, Wings. You're feeding the troll.
I understand that.
Then why don't you just stop?
Because it's not built into me to stop.
Keemstar, in an unexpected twist, actually tried to motivate him. He told Wings to focus on what he had rather than what he lacked. The fact that people like El Presador were trying to use his name for clout, Keem argued, only proved that Wings was a big deal. He reminded him that he was respected as one of the pioneers of the Call of Duty commentary scene, and that people still valued him for helping build the community.
What do I have?
Wings, think about what you just said. You said that you have El Presador trying to get big off of you. Now, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that?
El Presador's a leech.
No. But what I'm saying is, if El Presador is really just trying to get big off you, that is an awesome thing. That's a compliment.
It's not an awesome thing. It hits you all at once, dude. Have you ever? Well, you probably have.
You gotta look at it glass half full, glass half empty. You have so much, and people in this community, look up to you. All right, they do. People in the community actually look up to Wings. Wings has been around for forever, and as much as people battle with you, people do respect you. And admire you. Look at how many people tune into PKA. No offense to Woody, but if you were out of it, it'd be probably like half the people there.
El Presador joined the call soon after. He was still furious over the death threat and immediately clapped back at Wings' earlier comments about him leeching for views.
Still intent on calling the FBI.
Yeah, but you're too lazy, and I also know that.
Their back and forth was heated, but eventually they agreed to let it go publicly, sweeping the conflict under the rug.
In the end, however, the drama was resolved.
So, Wings, El Presador, this is a breakthrough moment. El Presador said, let's sweep it under the rug. What do you think, Wings?
But it was what Wings said afterward that painted the clearest picture of his mental state. He admitted that YouTube itself was the root of his depression. Whenever he was offline, he felt miserable, weighed down by the constant harassment, the hate, and the endless stream of out-of-context clips that trolls used against him. Yet he couldn't quit, not just because it paid more than a normal job, but because it had become his entire identity. To him, leaving YouTube would mean going back to being a nobody in real life, and he couldn't bear that thought. Gaming and YouTube had defined his self-worth since the beginning of his career, and now, with his channel stagnating and views dropping, he felt trapped in a cycle of misery.
Depression? Can we say that?
I'm not really depressed, though. I mean, as soon as I leave this room, I'm happy. As soon as I forget all of this, I'm happy. That's why I said beforehand when I was a little more upset that I know what I need to do. What I need to do is quit YouTube and move on with my life. But at the same time, this is the high point so far in my life. I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to be the only high point in my life. It's hard to walk away from having access to 50,000 people. It's hard to walk away from, basically being able to get advice at any time of the day, any day of the week. It's hard to walk away from, being somebody of importance to going back into a world where you're nobody.
Keemstar even offered him advice on how to revive his content. He pointed out that Wings had been making essentially the same style of videos since he started, while many other commentary YouTubers had evolved, experimented, and worn different hats to keep things fresh. If Wings wanted to feel better about himself and have success again, Keem said, he needed to adapt, change things up, diversify, and break out of the rut that was dragging him down.
I've had so many different hats that I put on, where you, Wings, you've kind of just been the same guy for like 5 years. You know what I mean? Maybe it's time to reinvent yourself, and the reason why I say this,
don't change, but reinvent yourself.
Yeah, because you uploaded the video and you were like, I don't know what to do with my channel anymore. Like if I get into drama, I get views, but if I just upload a gameplay, I only get 10,000. So maybe there needs to be a Wings talk show. Maybe there needs to be a Wings in real life thing. Maybe there needs to be something different, like reinvent yourself,
But here's the tragedy. While the advice was solid, adapting wasn't something Wings was good at. He was stubborn, set in his ways, and afraid of failure. The same insecurity that pushed him to lash out at trolls also kept him from evolving as a creator. In his mind, change was a risk, and risks were terrifying when your entire sense of self depended on holding on to the little success you had left. This moment on Keemstar's podcast exposed everything. Wings' depression, his fragile self-worth, his unwillingness to adapt, and his toxic relationship with the very platform that gave him purpose. It wasn't just a moment of drama, it was a glimpse into the cycle that would follow him for years. Bursts of hope, crashes of anger, attempts to rebuild, and the inevitable spiral back down. It showed that for Wings of Redemption, the real battle wasn't against trolls or fellow creators, it was against himself. After the podcast, Wings tried to settle back into his routine. He continued uploading his usual Call of Duty commentaries, but began mixing in a few more vlogs. For a short while, these vlogs helped bring some life back to his channel. They gave fans a glimpse into his personal world, something a little different from the endless gameplay. But the momentum didn't last long. By January of 2013, disaster struck again, this time hitting him where it hurt most. His income. Machinima, the network that had been Wings' lifeline, suddenly dropped him. For years, Machinima was one of the biggest names in the YouTube gaming scene, providing partnerships and revenue to thousands of creators. But Wings had been in their red zone for quite some time. His views weren't performing the way they once did, and promises he made to Machinima, whether about output, growth, or consistency, had gone unfulfilled. Eventually, they cut ties.
I made a few decisions in my life that really crippled me when they dropped me, because I had like a 3-year contract with Machinima. I signed one, and under the premise of me signing a 3-year contract, I bought things and made obligations that I normally otherwise would not have. So basically my channel's not doing very well. I've been going into the red for February, March, April, May, June, 5 months now. And when I got that week off, it kind of like kick-started a lazy bug in me. And when you start getting lazy, you start laying down, you start sleeping more, you start getting depressed, you start realizing how fat you are, and end up being fat depresses you, and that makes you want to eat. When you eat, you feel depressed. It's just the constant cycle of being a failure.
For Wings, this was catastrophic. YouTube was his only real source of income, and without Machinima, he was left scrambling. Rather than partner with YouTube directly, Wings signed with another network, Fullscreen TV, but the deal was far less lucrative. He went from making solid money with Machinima to scraping by with a contract that offered significantly lower pay. Overnight, his financial stability was gutted, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Adding to the pressure, Wings suffered yet another breakup. In a now-deleted video, he admitted that his relationship had ended, and he was left not only alone, but in financial ruin. He confessed that he was broke, unable to afford even something as simple as taking someone out for dinner.
And I can't afford to go get another girlfriend because I can't afford to take people out right now because I'm pretty much making no money. Every month's the red.
For a man who had already tied so much of his self-worth to his channel, this was another blow to his confidence and his sense of direction. His uploads began to slow. Where he had once been consistent, pushing out content to keep the algorithm on his side, now he barely uploaded. His channel had stagnated, sitting stubbornly at around 400,000 subscribers, and the view counts were a shadow of what they once were. His audience was moving on, but Wings wasn't. He also became more vocal about his growing disillusionment with content creation. On multiple occasions, he vented that he didn't even feel like making Call of Duty videos anymore, but continued anyway because he needed the money. It was no longer about passion, no longer about proving himself, it was survival. And in many ways, that lack of motivation bled into the videos themselves. The gameplay and commentary felt tired, recycled, and uninspired, a reflection of how Wings himself was feeling. This was the state WingsOfRedemption found himself in during 2013. Financially strained, emotionally drained, stuck in a creative rut, and unsure of how to move forward. What had once been his escape had become his prison. Seeing the downward spiral Wings was on, his longtime friend and co-host of the Painkiller Already podcast, Kyle, decided to step in. Kyle came up with an idea that could potentially save both Wings' health and his career. A weight loss challenge. The proposal was simple but ambitious. Wings would move in with Kyle for a month, lose 50 pounds under his guidance, and turn the entire process into a YouTube series. Kyle promised to handle the editing and production, leaving Wings to focus entirely on working out and changing his lifestyle.
One episode, I threw this at Wings because, you know, he was bemoaning his
station in life.
Sure. And I said, look, man, come to my house. We'll do a month-long boot camp. We'll get the fans behind it. We'll do a Kickstarter to get you like fitness gear, supplies. We'll film the entire thing. We'll make posters. We'll make coffee mugs. We'll get like a big viewership. Not only will this revive your body, it'll revive your YouTube channel. This will be amazing. Come to my house. I'll take a month out of my schedule. I will devote it to you. We'll do this thing together. It'll be fun. I sort of half-heartedly meant it. I didn't really expect him to ever say yes because of all the things that we told you so far. You know, he doesn't get out of his bubble too much. And then the man said yes.
For Wings, the idea was intimidating. He openly admitted that he was a homebody, uncomfortable with change, and nervous about putting himself in such a vulnerable position.
It's a really big change in life, and it's a change that kind of makes you feel better about yourself.
But at the same time, he knew something had to give. His weight had been a point of mockery, insecurity, and struggle for years. His YouTube channel was dying, his personal life was collapsing, and his mental health was deteriorating. So, on October 13th, 2013, Wings took the leap and traveled to Kyle's house to begin what would become one of the most pivotal experiments of his career. As that, Kyle even went as far as remodeling parts of his house to accommodate Wings' size, including adjustments to the bathroom.
And so that night I was taking a shower in my shower after the show, and I was washing my hair, and I bumped my elbow on the shower wall, and I was like, God, this shower is a little narrow. And then it occurred to me, Wings of Redemption could not fit into my shower. And if he was going to live with me, we would have to put in a new shower. So construction began the next day on a $5,000 shower. we tore.
This gesture showed just how invested Kyle was in giving them Wings every possible chance at success. Soon the workout vlogs began rolling out on Wings' channel, and to everyone's surprise, they performed exceptionally well. For the first time in a long while, Wings' audience was engaged and excited. The series also forced Wings to open up more about his struggles with weight and self-perception. In one of his vlogs, he reflected on how he used to think he was overweight when he was around 300 pounds, a number that seems small compared to where he was now.
I was kind of disappointed in myself how I wasn't as strong as I remember myself being. But I guess that's the way most things happen, is you always feel like you were better at a certain point. Like I find myself remembering, thinking back to when I used to be like 330 pounds, and back then I thought I was really, really heavy, and like now I'd kill to be 330. Like, good Lord, that's 110 pounds, you know, and that's exactly what it is at this point. It's 110 pounds, and there's really nothing you can, really nothing that you can do about it, but...
These raw, personal insights gave viewers a glimpse into his insecurities and vulnerabilities, and the overwhelming support he received online became one of his driving motivators. Even better, the physical results were real. In the very first week of the challenge, Wings lost an impressive 25 pounds. He credited his audience's encouragement as the reason he was able to push through the initial discomfort and fatigue. For once, both the numbers on the scale and the numbers on YouTube were moving in the right direction. But in classic Wings fashion, the momentum didn't last. Despite the progress, he soon began to feel like he had hit a plateau. Frustration set in, and he started voicing doubts about continuing. This baffled not only his viewers, but also his friends, who had invested time, effort, and energy into helping him succeed. Kyle had gone out of his way to make this possible, and the community was rallying behind him. Yet Wings was already talking about giving up. It all came to a head during an episode of Painkiller Already, where his co-host staged a kind of intervention. They reminded him that his channel was finally doing well again, that he had more support than ever, and that this was a rare opportunity to turn his life around.
We've got all these people here trying to help you, Wings. We're smashing our heads.
We're working on hour 2 of you telling me the same thing.
Well, when are you going to get
it's sad.
your dumbass skull that we are trying to help you? There are tens of thousands of people out there that are rooting for you, and all you can do is sit there and say, can't be bothered.
To their credit, they weren't wrong. Wings had a genuinely solid support system at this time. After some convincing, Wings agreed to stick with the challenge, and by the end of the month, he managed to lose a respectable amount of weight, even if he fell short of the original 50-pound goal. After the fact, Kyle spoke candidly about what it was like living with Wings during this experiment, and his recollections weren't flattering. He described the month as one of the worst periods of his life, painting Wings as a reclusive and socially awkward house guest. Kyle claimed that Wings often isolated himself, staying in his own bubble, and seemed to lack awareness of basic social etiquette. In one infamous story, Kyle revealed that Wings would leave the bathroom door open even while using it, despite Kyle's roommate and girlfriend being present in the house.
Living with him outside of the workout was one of the most horrible ordeals of my life. That month was one of the worst months of my life because Wings lives within his own bubble. He doesn't socialize, and so he doesn't curtail himself to social norms. Right away, myself, my roommate Kitty, and my girlfriend were in my kitchen, and the bathroom is visible from the kitchen. And we hear this noise of water flowing into more water. And we all look up ponderously, and the bathroom door is agape, and Wings is pissing. And we can see most of him. I couldn't see the penis, nor could he. But he was pissing. And we all just, and we were all just in shock. And finally my roommate Kitty yelled, "Close the goddamn door! You're pissing with the door open!" She's British, if you can't tell. And we all just bust out laughing. Like, can you believe that? He's like, what? What's the big deal? You know, just taking a piss. And they're like,
It was moments like these that highlighted just how out of touch Wings could be when it came to living with others, further fueling the reputation that he was difficult to be around. The weight loss challenge was a bittersweet chapter in Wings of Redemption's history. On one hand, it showed that with structure, support, and accountability, he could make progress, both physically and creatively. His fans were re-engaged, his channel got a much-needed boost, and for once, people were rooting for him instead of trolling him. On the other hand, it also revealed the deeper patterns that plagued him. His tendency to quit when things got tough, his inability to fully appreciate the help being offered, and the awkward personal habits that strained his relationships. After returning home from Kyle's, Wings actually surprised a lot of people by continuing some of the progress he had made. He went on regular walks to maintain his weight and even hired a personal trainer named Drew.
You put up some decent weight, considering we just got started, you haven't done this in a while. But the endurance there.
He doesn't want to embarrass me. I did 12 reps of 100, and then I went straight to 15 pounds, and I struggled.
Drew occasionally appeared on Wings' channel, and the two quickly became close. Unlike Kyle, Drew had real training knowledge and discipline, and he was able to give Wings the structure and expertise that he desperately needed. For a time, Drew acted as both a trainer and a friend, someone who kept Wings accountable while still encouraging him through the struggles. It worked, at least temporarily. Wings kept up with the routines and showed genuine improvement, not just physically, but mentally as well. Viewers began to notice the difference. While he was still mocked and trolled by many in the broader YouTube community, a surprising number of fans started to come back around, acknowledging that he was at least trying. He was making some attempts to change his content, to address his health, and to take his life in a new direction. For once, the narrative around Wings seemed to be shifting toward positivity. Even if other creators were still critical, he had one major advantage: the support of his PKA friends. Woody and Kyle defended him publicly and encouraged him to keep going. The podcast remained a safe space where he could vent, joke, and be part of something bigger. In many ways, PKA was the glue that kept him afloat during this stage of his career. But with Wings of Redemption, stability never lasts long. In 2014, during a regular PKA episode, the group stumbled into a conversation about survival shows and survival video games. This casual talk sparked a bold idea. Why not plan their own real-life survival trip? A full 5 days in the wilderness, bringing only the essentials, living off the land as best they could. It would be a fun challenge, something new for the podcast, and great content to share with the community.
It's into April or something. And Factions Fire, if you guys are interested, if you're watching this weekend, next weekend it resets. So, and then I was like, I'm just going to make this happen. And I decided about my own rules, right? We were like going all over, and I was like, let's bring lots of ammo and tools and stuff like that. And then Kyle was like, let's bring a match and a banana hammock, a Speedo, and we'll see what goes on. And I was like, I'm just going to go. I'm going to define this thing. I'm going to invite you guys. And if you come, you come. If you don't, I run solo.
Initially, the plan included all 4 co-hosts: Kyle, Woody, Wings, and Lefty. But Lefty quickly opted out, saying he wouldn't be available for the trip.
At the wrong opportunity, but I am going to have to remove my hat from this. I don't even remember tossing my hat in the ring. I think it was just forcibly put there by everybody else.
Instead of just letting it go, Wings took the opportunity to clown him. He mocked Lefty relentlessly, joking that if he didn't want to come along, maybe he could just stay back and clean the guns, playing into the idea that Lefty wasn't tough enough for the outdoors anyway.
I don't have outdoors experience, and on top of that, I don't understand survival. And on top of that, I've never shot a gun before, and I don't know what I'm doing.
You don't have to shoot guns. You can clean it.
That left the survival roster down to 3, Woody, Kyle, and Wings. From the beginning, Woody and Kyle were all in. They started buying gear, planning strategies, and building hype for the trip. Both of them uploaded videos showing off their survival kits, walking viewers through the food, tools, and supplies they were bringing.
The attendants would begin making videos to hype up the survival trip and bring more exposure to it. They would present the gear they were going to bring and explain its uses, as well as showcasing the talents and techniques they had picked up in preparation for the trip. But when it came to Wings,
the energy was contagious. Fans were excited to see how these internet personalities would handle a real-world challenge. Wings, however, didn't match that enthusiasm. When he finally uploaded his own video, the difference was glaring.
He had purchased very little compared to the other two, and preparation videos had very little in terms of information or how he had been preparing for the trip.
Where Woody and Kyle looked prepared, motivated, and ready for adventure, Wings' gear looked sparse and uninspired. He didn't seem to have put much thought into it, and his tone was less about excitement and more about obligation. It was as if he were being dragged into something he didn't really want to do. That hesitation carried over into the podcast too. Every time the trip came up, Wings sounded reluctant, making excuse after excuse for why it couldn't happen yet. He suggested pushing it back to May instead of April. He even claimed that because the trip was scheduled so close to his birthday on April 21st, he wouldn't be able to go until after. To Kyle and Woody, it came across less like scheduling conflicts and more like stalling.
My birthday's April 21st, and I am not going any time before that.
Wait, why? I've never heard of anyone celebrating a birth month before.
Yeah.
Whoever heard of a birth month?
Women.
My birthday is May 9th.
First off, I still need to practice.
22nd.
I don't have all my stuff. My boots are in the mail. I don't even have pants.
Look, we're talking about doing this in 16...
But his co-hosts weren't letting him off the hook. They pushed him to commit, insisting the date had already been set, April 14th. They weren't about to let Wings wriggle out of it. Eventually, after enough pressure, he agreed.
Look, we're talking about doing this in 17 days, 18 days from now. That's what we just talked about.
Amazon Prime.
And you're like, my boots are still in the mail, man. I've got to get more skills.
I was always under the impression it was going to be beginning of May.
Dude, let's do this. Let's do this. April 14th, don't say no. Don't puss out. Don't be a sissy. Don't be a loser. Be a winner. Make a thing happen.
Why are you against May?
You want to live an extraordinary... Because May is the distant future. You want to live an extraordinary life. You want to do extraordinary things. Then you find out how to make them go. I watched the Painkiller Already subreddit. And they're like, man, a lot of these guys would really like to do this. Man, I would like to do this thing. There's a reason not a lot of people do this. And it's because they're wired to figure out reasons why they can't do it. Why they shouldn't do it.
I'm not backing out. I'm the last person who's going to back out.
The fans were thrilled. Not only was this going to be an entertaining survival challenge, it was going to be another big moment in Wings' story. Some people hoped it would be a breakthrough for him, forcing him out of his comfort zone. Others predicted disaster, imagining the chaos of Wings trying to rough it in the wild. Either way, people were excited, with Woody and Kyle showing their gear, hyping up the adventure, and making detailed plans. The trip felt real. Everything was set. The date was locked. The group was ready. Then came the fabled night before the trip. According to Kyle, the disaster began the night before the survival trip. He was already on the road, just a few hours away from where the group had agreed to meet. Excited, he gave Wings a call to check in. He asked if Wings was ready, if he needed anything, and even offered to rent a motel with 2 rooms so they could share. But instead of hearing enthusiasm or even nervousness on the other end of the line, Kyle was blindsided. Wings calmly told him that he wasn't coming.
I'm driving in the night before, and I think to myself, hey, let me give old Wings a call, make sure we're all good to go here, because it's Wings. Call him up, say, hey man, get ready to do this thing. I'm driving in now, about 3 hours from the place. What are you up to? You could if you left right now, you'd be here around 11, and you could share this motel room with me. I could get a room with 2 beds or something. He's like, I'm not going. What? What do you mean? I'm not coming. When were you going to tell me? I'm telling you right now. What the? So I call. I text Woody. I'm like, he's not fucking going.
Literally the night before the trip, after months of planning, after all the hype, after the gear had been bought and the date locked in, Wings pulled the plug. Shocked and frustrated, Kyle immediately called Woody, hoping for the same thing that had worked so many times in the past. Woody talking Wings back into it. Time and again, when Wings wavered or tried to back out of something, Woody had been the voice of reason that convinced him to follow through. But not this time. No amount of convincing could get Wings to change his mind.
He's not fucking going. And so Woody gets on the phone with him. Woody tries to talk, and I'm thinking like Woody's going to talk him into this. I'm still driving with this idea. Woody will talk him into this. Woody's a great motivational speaker when he needs to be, and I'm sure Woody was filling him with
compilations of me telling Wings, like, if you want to be an extraordinary person, you have to do extraordinary things.
Be a winner, not a loser. Be a doer, not a don'ter.
Very Henry Rollins-esque, yeah.
Yeah, this sort of talk, and he just doesn't come. He just doesn't come.
The survival trip that was supposed to feature the 3 of them became just Kyle and Woody, and even that didn't go smoothly. Kyle fell dangerously ill during the trip, forcing them to cut it short. What could have been an epic PKA adventure ended in disappointment, frustration, and another black mark on Wings' reputation. When fans asked why he had backed out, Wings uploaded a series of defensive videos trying to justify his decision. He explained that none of them actually had survival experience, and that going into the woods for days on end was too dangerous. He also cited his mental health, saying he simply wasn't in the right headspace, and that people should realize just how bad things must have been if he was willing to risk his friendships and his channel by canceling at the last minute. In his mind, it wasn't cowardice, it was self-preservation.
Obviously, I didn't show up I didn't go to the PKA survival trip today. And I seen people tell me like, oh, why don't you go now? Go now. Do it. Dude, that's not an option. And the reason I didn't tell them ahead of time is mainly because I didn't want to basically start the trend up before and have them try to talk me out of it, because I'd already made my mind up. I wasn't going to go. I didn't want to deal with it. You think I want to be this person? You think I wanted to make a decision where, it could be meaning the end of my channel or the end of friendships? Do you think I want to be like on the outs with Kyle and Woody? No, I don't. But the fact is, I got to the point emotionally where I was willing to risk my channel never rebounding. I was willing to risk my friendship with Kyle and Woody because I was afraid of this trip. And that right there should speak volumes of where I was at mentally.
But to Kyle, Woody, and the fans, it was something else entirely. Betrayal. The trip had been a group effort, something they had all invested time, money, and energy into. To cancel the night before, after months of build-up, felt like another instance of Wings sabotaging himself and dragging others down in the process. For the PKA crew, this may have been the final straw. Not long after the failed survival trip, Woody and Kyle made the difficult decision to remove Wings from the podcast. It was a shocking move, given that Wings was the one who had originally started PKA in the first place. But from their perspective, the constant drama, unreliability, and public meltdowns had become too much to handle. At first, Woody and Kyle tried to handle the situation with respect. Out of loyalty to their longtime friend, they didn't speak negatively about Wings publicly. They didn't trash him, they didn't reveal behind-the-scenes details, they simply moved forward without him.
Yes, I suppose we should talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, so we've decided, it was a group decision, we decided that Wings of Redemption wasn't going to continue with us. You know, he's having a hard time, and he's made some decisions that we didn't feel were so friendly, so for the time being.
But Wings didn't take kindly to being kicked off the very show he had helped create. Before long, he began lashing out on Twitter, airing his grievances, and reigniting the drama that his friends had tried so hard to put to rest. In his response video, Woody finally broke his silence. He addressed the situation head-on, pointing to Wings' behavior on Twitter. Wings had been telling people that the PKA members were never really his friends, and even went so far as to claim on Keemstar's show that they never gave him a cut of the podcast money. But this didn't line up with his own words, because in other videos, Wings admitted that getting kicked off PKA cost him nearly a third of his income.
The core of it is he says, like, these guys were, that the PKA crew were never friends to him, that we never called him, we didn't share, the money with him and things like that. And that frustrates me because it's a lie. And that's kind of why he's gone, because it was this constant backstabbing, this constant taking shots at him. Every time he fell into some sort of slump or got grumpy or whatever, he would lash out at all the people that were close to him. The truth is, like, if you follow Wings on Twitter, you know that sometimes he'll just go off about all his personal problems and put that on Twitter. And I would be the guy that texted him or called him and tried to sort of work it out. I was the guy that held his Twitter account to sort of back off on that a little bit.
To Woody, this was part of a long-running pattern. Whenever Wings was upset, depressed, or in a bad place, he lashed out at the people closest to him, whether it was Woody, Kyle, or anyone else who tried to help. Instead of recognizing the support he'd been given, Wings twisted things to make himself the victim. Woody explained that this wasn't what real friendship looked like. But what really stung was a separate incident involving another online personality known as Jesus. This was someone who had threatened to rape Woody's wife and daughter, a line that went far beyond trolling or internet beef. Instead of condemning the man, Wings had actually donated money to him.
When obviously Jesus he said that he was going to rape my daughter, rape my wife after he kicked my ass, and he called Colin retarded 100 times. And Wings donated money to that guy because he thought it would make him look good.
For Woody, that was unforgivable. It showed not just poor judgment, but a betrayal of the very people who had stood by him for years. Woody laid it all out for the audience. He reminded viewers that both he and Kyle had gone above and beyond for Wings, time and time again. Kyle had literally remodeled his bathroom to accommodate Wings' size, taken a month out of his life to help him lose weight, and even created content to upload directly to Wings' channel so that his friend could grow his brand. And Woody himself? He had always been Wings' first line of defense whenever things went wrong. Whenever trolls attacked him, whenever other YouTubers mocked him, and Woody was there to defend his reputation. Just like during the Keemstar podcast when El Presador came after Wings. The reality was simple. They had been good friends. They had done everything in their power to support him both personally and professionally. And yet, Wings had the audacity to turn around and claim they were never really friends at all. To Woody and Kyle and to many fans watching, it wasn't just ungrateful, it was shameful. Even with his friendships in ruins and his reputation taking another hit, Wings still had one thing going for him: his fans. In late 2014, he launched what became known as the 365 Walking Challenge, where he committed to walking 4 miles a day for an entire year. For the first time in a while, his content felt consistent, focused, and positive. Viewers tuned in not just to see gameplay, but to track his progress and cheer him on. The series gave his audience a reason to root for him again, and despite losing Kyle and Woody, he showed that he wasn't entirely alone. While his personal relationships were falling apart, The walking challenge proved that a core fan base was still willing to support him as long as he showed effort and consistency. It was a rare moment where the community seemed to rally behind Wings instead of against him. That was until day 79, when Wings slipped off track and admitted he had gained 6 pounds back. It was a discouraging setback, but his old trainer, Drew, stepped in and offered to train him for free. With Drew's guidance, Wings managed to keep pushing forward. For nearly a year, his content shifted away from Call of Duty and leaned more toward workout vlogs, progress updates, and glimpses into his attempts at self-improvement. While he wasn't pulling the same numbers as before, it showed a different side of him, one focused less on gaming and more on personal growth. People stopped seeing Wings of Redemption purely as a gamer and began noticing more of his personality. As his YouTube uploads slowed down, he gradually transitioned into streaming on Twitch instead. On Twitch, the curtain pulled back further, and what viewers saw was not just a creator streaming games, but a man unraveling in real time. Wings' streams became a raw record of struggle. He was candid about his finances, admitting that he was living off savings, that YouTube uploads had almost stopped, and that the steady income he once relied on had evaporated. For someone whose identity and security had been wrapped up in an internet career, that was devastating. More alarming were the things he said about his future. On multiple streams, he verbalized a plan that sounded irreversible. He intended to keep going the way he was, burning through savings until there was nothing left and then end his life.
So let's see Wings. His highs are nice and high, right? He's working with Drew. He's enjoying weightlifting, which is a cool thing. He hasn't really enjoyed any workout prior to that. He, I guess that's it. Those are his highs. On the on the downside, his financial situation continues to head worse, right? Like, and he stopped working basically. So he, his job, of course, is to make YouTube videos. And what has he made? Like maybe 3 in the last month?
Yeah, he's living off his savings.
So he's gaining weight, he's losing money, and he was on a Twitch stream. So as we say this is maybe like 5 days ago, guessing. He said his plan was still to keep doing what he's doing until he runs out of money, and then not murder himself, suicide. That's what I'm looking for.
Those words spoken in front of thousands of viewers were a signal flare for how dark his thinking had become. Some of the audience responded with concern and attempts to help. Others reacted with skepticism or cruelty, accusing him of seeking attention. Either way, the statements altered how people followed him from that point on. His online presence stopped being just entertainment and became a live, fragile negotiation between survival and collapse. At the same time, his professional support system was eroding. Drew, the personal trainer who had once provided structure and accountability, was no longer a regular on his channel. The workouts that had once been central to his content and to his recovery fell away. Without a coach in his corner, Wings' discipline slipped. He fell off his diet, he stopped training consistently, and within months, much of the weight he had fought to lose returned. The physical comeback mirrored an emotional regression. The visible progress he had shown during the boot camp faded, and with it the sense of momentum that had briefly lifted him out of the rut. The consequences rippled outward. Friends who had stood by him grew weary. Professional relationships thinned. The viewers who once cheered on his walks and workouts were now watching a repeating pattern, a short stretch of effort, a visible relapse, angry or despairing streams, and then a period of silence. His channel, which had once been an engine of both identity and income, produced less and less content that advertisers or platforms wanted to promote. That meant fewer viewers, less revenue, and a feedback loop that fed the very despair he described on stream. Financial strain amplified social isolation. He had no steady job to fall back on, and with savings dwindling, the practicalities of daily life became a source of stress and humiliation. Relationships that might have offered stability were gone. The girlfriend he had supported previously had left. Long-term friendships were fractured by public feuds and private betrayals, and the small victories that once defined him on YouTube no longer translated into respect in his everyday life. For viewers and for anyone watching closely, this period was tragic and instructive. It showed how digital fame can concentrate risk, when income, identity, social networks, and emotional validation all come from the same unstable source. A downturn in one area cascades into all the others. Wing's situation became a cautionary case about what happens when a person's entire sense of worth is tied to an audience that can be fickle, cruel, or simply move on. None of these excuses the moments in which he lashed out, threatened others, or made choices that burned bridges. Those actions had real costs and real victims. At the same time, the live broadcasts of his decline were an urgent reminder that public figures are still people, and that when someone talks about ending their life, the appropriate response is concern, intervention, and care, not mockery. The Twitch era for Wings was not a comeback. It was a raw and painful exposure of how fragile a life built on internet attention can be. By 2016, Wings of Redemption had shifted almost entirely into Twitch streaming as his main source of income. On paper, it looked like he had carved out a sustainable lane, streaming regularly, interacting with fans, and keeping himself in the gaming space. But in practice, this era revealed some of the most infamous and unflattering moments of his entire career. One of the first viral clips that put his Twitch streams on the wider map was him venting about Call of Duty. He admitted, through frustration, that he hated the game because it had ruined his life.
I had almost 700 on the COD remaster, man. Like, I hate Call of Duty. I hate it. It ruined my life. I hate everything about it.
The statement wasn't just hyperbole. Viewers could hear in his tone the bitterness and regret tied to his failed YouTube career. This kind of raw outburst quickly became a staple of his content, whether intentional or not. But what really accelerated his notoriety on Twitch was how poorly he treated the very fans who supported him. Wings developed a reputation for being toxic and hostile toward its viewers. Stories spread about him, telling one fan that he hopes your entire family dies in a car crash simply because the fan outplayed him in a match.
Okay, that's how the game works, buddy. That's the mechanic in the fucking game, but you know? I'm just trolling you, chill. It's not
Hey, whatever. I hope your family dies in an automobile wreck.
What? Who the fuck says that?
I say that because you're a piece of shit.
In another instance, when a viewer tried to offer him tips on Rainbow Six Siege, Wings threatened to ban them outright. These weren't isolated moments. They reflected a pattern of hostility, entitlement, and inability to handle frustration.
Ban Lardmuff, by the way. You're supposed to ban anybody that wants to sit here and criticize my skill.
Rather than turning people away, however, this behavior attracted a new type of audience. Just like figures such as Chris Chan or Nikocado Avocado, Wings had inadvertently built a viewer base that tuned in not out of admiration, but to watch him unravel. His rages, meltdowns, and over-the-top reactions became the main draw. Fans would actively troll him, baiting him into outbursts, knowing that his lack of self-control would lead to explosive and entertaining results. This dynamic created an ecosystem outside of Wings' own channel. YouTube creators like Sean Ranklin started uploading compilations of Wings' Twitch meltdowns, and these channels often gained more traction and views than Wings' actual content. Clips of him crying about his failed weight loss surgery or delivering his now iconic "look here, look listen" rant went viral, cementing his place in internet culture not as a respected creator, but as a spectacle.
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not fucking stop it, so stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
By this point, Wings wasn't just a gamer anymore, he had become content for others. His legacy was no longer tied to the Call of Duty commentary scene, but to his public meltdowns, infamous sound bites, and his inability to separate himself from the trolls that relentlessly fed on his reactions. However, the trolls never ran out of ways to get under Wings' skin. They thrived on his reactions, and the louder and angrier he became, the more determined they were to keep pushing. One of the most effective trolling tactics from this period came from a small piece of personal information. At some point, people discovered that the house Wings was living in had once been listed under the name Richard Jordan. Very quickly, Richard became a running gag in his streams and chats, with trolls spamming the name constantly.
Why do you guys keep saying Richard? Keep in mind, if you continue to say Richard, whether you're a sub or not, we're just going to get rid of you for 24 hours, right?
To Wings, this was not funny. He got annoyed whenever the name came up, insisting again and again that nobody in his family was named Richard, and that it had nothing to do with him.
My brother's name is not Richard. My brother's name is Kenneth. It's not Richard. There's nobody in my family named Richard. I don't know where you guys get this.
But his denials only made things worse. The trolls saw how much the nickname bothered him, and they doubled down. What he didn't realize was that every time he gave the reaction they wanted, he only encouraged them further. The harassment didn't stop at chat spam. Trolls escalated their efforts to much more serious levels. Wings became a victim of swatting, where false calls were made to police in order to send them to his house. This incident was not just disruptive to his streams, but also dangerous, since law enforcement responding to fake emergencies could easily have led to tragedy.
Dude, he legit got swatted. I'm pretty sure.
There were also endless food deliveries sent directly to his home, another method designed to humiliate him. Sometimes he would receive odd single items, like just a hamburger bun, while other times it would be bags of salads or random meals.
Really? Alright, I'm not gonna give that a dignified response. Watch, here it is right here. Here's your salad. In the trash. Dude, I didn't ask for DoorDash to begin with. Uh-oh. And then on top of things, they sent me a salad without salad dressing and shit like that. Like, it's like, get real. Hey baby, can you bring us the Mountain Dew?
Each delivery was meant to remind him of the trolling community's obsession with his weight and eating habits. These kinds of stunts showed how relentless the trolls were. It wasn't just online insults anymore. They had learned how to blur the line between digital harassment and real-world disruption, and for Wings, it became a constant battle to keep his streams on track while under siege. Around this point in 2017, Wings began talking more seriously about undergoing weight loss surgery. His struggles with his weight had been an ever-present part of his online persona, often the subject of both his own discussions and the ridicule of others. But now, for the first time, he announced that he was officially considering a surgical procedure. Wings set a specific goal. He wanted to raise $8,000 in order to have the operation performed in Mexico, where the costs were far lower than in the United States. From the beginning, the fundraising process was messy. Whenever Wings was live, donations and surgery discussions became constant topics. The pressure to reach his financial goal seemed to weigh on him during every stream. If he played poorly, if he was killed in a game, or if the donations slowed down, he would lash out. In one notorious stream, trolls managed to join Wings' lobby and began repeatedly team-killing him. What started as another cruel prank quickly escalated. As the sabotage continued, Wings broke down in tears on stream, saying that their actions were ruining his channel and destroying his only chance to pay for surgery. He cried about how the constant trolling and harassment meant he would never be able to afford the operation that he desperately needed. The incident became one of the most infamous low points of his career, a moment replayed endlessly by trolls for years afterward.
I don't know when I'll stream again. I really need to make this fucking money. I really wanted to get this fucking surgery, man. I wanted it so fucking bad. I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. All I wanted to do was, like, I was fucking lonely. I wanted to just stream and have a good time, maybe have a good game.
His frustration levels increased, and his outbursts became more dramatic. Viewers began to notice that Wings was tying his in-game performance and his mood directly to the progress of his fundraiser. Despite the volatility, his fan base eventually delivered, and Wings reached the full amount he said was needed for the surgery. But instead of moving quickly toward the operation, delays began to mount. Wings explained that because he had chosen to go through a cheaper clinic in Mexico, he needed to wait for official paperwork and documents to be processed. According to him, the procedure could not move forward until all of these details were resolved. For many viewers, this sounded like stalling. It created the impression that Wings was not truly committed to the surgery, and that he was finding reasons to push it further and further into the future. It did not take long for his critics to seize on this narrative. One of his most vocal opponents, Keemstar, reignited their long-standing rivalry by accusing Wings of lying about his progress. At this time, Wings had been documenting his fitness efforts through a series he called Walking 365, where he attempted to walk regularly as a way to prepare for the surgery and improve his health. But Keemstar exposed that Wings had not been sticking to the schedule as consistently as he claimed. This triggered another outburst from Wings, who made a video responding to Keem, going so far as to wish death upon him.
And I've seen how terrible of a person he could be. I'm dead serious. Like, if somebody deserved to die on this planet, Daniel King would be one of them. That's dead serious. Like, if you wanted to do Sharia law, Daniel King should be one of the first people to die and have his hands chopped off. He's a despicable person, and that is word to your mother truth right there.
This cycle of accusations and angry responses had played out many times before between the two men, but the weight loss fundraiser gave it a new intensity. Their rivalry became public once again, and Keemstar decided to escalate it further. He took to Twitter and challenged Wings to a boxing match. For Keem, this was a way to publicly embarrass his rival, but for Wings, it was unthinkable. He immediately dismissed the idea, saying that he could barely walk as it was, let alone train for a fight in the ring. The challenge evolved into a more serious conversation when the two appeared together in a live call. During the debate, Keemstar made an unexpected offer. He said that he would personally pay the $25,000 required for Wings to undergo the surgery in the United States, if Wings would agree to fight him in a boxing match 1 year later. The offer was meant to put Wings in a position where he could not refuse without looking weak, but Wings declined anyway, insisting that he would never fight Keemstar under any circumstances.
I mean, like, if you were so worried about me having it done in Mexico, why don't you donate the $25,000 so I can have it done right here in Conway?
All right, deal. If I donate the $25,000 to have it done in Conway and you survive, okay, then you have to box me a year after the surgery.
After refusing the deal, Wings shifted his story once again. He announced that he was now saving up his own money to have the surgery performed in America instead of Mexico. He added that doctors had told him he needed to lose a certain amount of weight before they would even consider performing the procedure, which meant the process would take far longer than his audience initially expected. For many, this only reinforced the idea that Wings was not being honest about his intentions. Despite the doubts, by late 2018, Wings finally went through with the surgery. To prove it, he posted screenshots and updates confirming that the operation had taken place. When he returned to streaming, the difference was noticeable. Although he was still a large man, he was visibly slimmer compared to his pre-surgery appearance. Reports circulated that his weight had dropped to around 300 pounds, a significant improvement from his earlier weight, which had consistently been over 400. For a brief time, it seemed like Wings had taken a real step forward. The surgery marked a turning point, and this time it was in a more positive direction. Wings proved many doubters wrong by actually following through with the procedure after months of controversy and speculation. For once, he had delivered on a major promise, and that alone earned him back some respect from his fan base. Viewers noticed he looked thinner on stream, and although he still had a long way to go, it was clear progress compared to where he had started. He regained some trust from his fan base for following through with the operation, and the fact that he posted evidence of the procedure silenced many of the doubters who had accused him of lying or pocketing the money. His streams, while still rocky, showed signs of improvement. The explosive meltdowns that had once defined his content became less frequent. Instead of erupting in anger whenever something went wrong in a game, Wings would often just sigh heavily, a quieter but noticeable shift in how he dealt with frustration. The legendary crash outs still happened, but they occurred far less often than before. He also attempted to find a more practical solution to the endless trolling that had plagued him for years. In a late 2019 call with his former friend Woody, Wings admitted that he had been reaching out to many of the channels that made rage compilations of his meltdowns. According to him, he struck informal deals where they would pay him for the clips they used in exchange for avoiding takedowns or strikes.
Yeah, I heard you say that you were making money off the troll channels.
I am.
That's true?
That is true. Any troll channel you see with advertisement on it is paying me kickback.
So you claim those videos and then you get the money?
No. I have deals worked out with each one of them for different amounts.
Get out. You have deals worked out with them, so they pay you for content?
No, they pay me to not strike them.
That's kind of blackmail-y? I don't have another word for it, dude.
I mean, it's not blackmail-y. It's like they're making money. You cut me a little piece of the money because you're using my content. Like, all you're doing is re-editing my content. So, like, I have the power to, like, take your content down. But if you want to work out a deal where you pay me for, like, the rights to use my content, I'm down to let your channel stay up.
While some saw this as a kind of low-level blackmail, others viewed it as a clever way of taking back some control. Surprisingly, it worked. The compilations still circulated, but Wings was at least benefiting from them, and the trolls who had once dominated his streams started to lose some of their momentum. Wings had finally started to settle into a more positive routine, a stark contrast from the chaos that had defined so much of his earlier career. For once, there was real evidence that he was trying to take control of his life both online and offline. He had taken up a job as a DoorDash delivery driver, earning some extra income outside of streaming.
I never looked at DoorDash. I did DoorDash strictly to put money in my savings account.
For Wings, this wasn't just about the money. It was about proving to himself and to others that he could work a normal job, contribute to his savings, and have something that wasn't tied directly to the trolls who had tormented him for years. It gave him a sense of independence that had long been missing. The streams during this period reflected that small but noticeable shift. Rather than letting every frustrating moment boil over into anger, he had begun to lean into it, slowly learning how to control the narrative. Rage had once been his greatest weakness, the fuel that kept the trolls coming back, but now, in a strange twist, he started to embrace it in a way that showed a lighter side of himself. One memorable example of this came during a stream with one of his fans. After a tense moment in the game, the fan asked him if he would rage the next time he died, just for fun. Wings surprised everyone by laughing at the request and agreeing. When he eventually did die, He threw himself into the performance, yelling out, "Why the freak did you do that?" in an exaggerated voice.
Okay, I got you.
We
Hey,
gotta get
hold
some
up,
good
hold up, motherfucker. I'm gonna get $5 of this, right? What the hell? I gotta act and everything.
Yeah.
You gotta get them a sub, bro.
All right, Jordy, get ready. Come on. You ready for this? Any last orders?
Fuck!
Oh,
why the you do that, Skate?
The anger wasn't real this time, and both he and his chat knew it. What might have once been a genuine meltdown was instead delivered as a joke. His audience reacted positively, spamming laughing emotes and cheering him on. For a brief moment, the tension that usually hung over his streams was replaced by something lighter. It showed that, at least sometimes, he could laugh at himself and give the viewers what they wanted without spiraling into genuine frustration. These moments were important. They demonstrated a rare instance where Wings felt like he had some control over the way his audience perceived him. For years, trolls had taken every rage clip and used it against him. But by choosing to rage on his own terms, he flipped that narrative ever so slightly. He wasn't just a victim of his temper anymore. He was learning how to control it. Of course, things were never completely smooth. Mistakes still happened, and Wings had a tendency to attract trouble, even when he wasn't looking for it. During one stream, while browsing a car website, he accidentally doxed himself by revealing personal information on screen. It was a simple slip-up, but the trolls immediately latched onto it. Even though the relentless waves of harassment from his past had died down, the few trolls who remained active seized on every chance to remind him that they were still watching. They used the accidental dox as yet another opportunity to poke at him, spamming references in chat and circulating the clip wherever they could. The incident was frustrating, and it lingered over his streams for weeks afterward. Whenever he tried to focus on gameplay or casual conversations with his chat, there would always be at least a few comments referencing the mistake. It was proof that while the atmosphere around his streams had improved, the trolls would never disappear entirely. He could reduce their power, but he could not erase them. Still, compared to the torment he had endured in the earlier years, these incidents were minor bumps in the road. The trolling no longer dominated his entire life, and his streams were no longer defined solely by conflict. For the first time in a long time, Wings was starting to carve out a version of his career that was at least partially on his own terms. Around this time, Wings also found himself in an unusual situation, one that would allow him to show a very different side of his personality. For most of his career, whenever he interacted with people outside of his core fan base, it was usually hostile. Trolls would invade his chat, or show up in his games, and their goal was always the same: to provoke a meltdown. The exchanges almost always devolved into insults, anger, and shouting. Viewers had grown so used to this dynamic that many assumed it was the only way Wings could interact with people. But then came an interaction that stood out from everything else. Another YouTuber, Frederick Knudsen, who would later go on to make a documentary about Wings as part of his Down the Rabbit Hole series, reached out to have a genuine conversation with him. For once, it wasn't about mocking him, baiting him, or tricking him into another embarrassing clip. This time, it was about understanding him. The conversation between Wings and Frederick was surprisingly calm, even thoughtful. Wings, who was so often painted as a one-dimensional figure defined by his anger, revealed a more human side during this exchange. The two spoke at length about topics that had little to do with gaming or trolling, instead focusing on something far more personal: food.
Everyone has their own personal relationship with food, and people think that food is this very universal thing, and it's like, yeah, everyone eats, but not everyone eats or views food the same.
You know, like watching your video, because I kind of skimmed through it because it's like 2 hours long, and I've lived.
I don't blame you.
I've lived through everything in the video, so like.
You don't need a recap.
But like I was really depressed at how fat I was in a lot of those scenes. Like,
yeah. No,
you don't realize how fat you are until you go back and look at like you at your worst.
Mm-hmm. Food had always been central to the way that people saw Wings. Trolls often mocked his eating habits, his weight, and his struggles with health. But in this discussion with Frederick, the subject was handled in a very different way. Wings explained his perspective on the relationship between people and food, acknowledging that everyone approaches it differently. Some people, he said, struggle to eat enough, while others, like himself, struggle to eat less. It wasn't framed as a joke or an attack. It was simply a recognition of the fact that food can mean different things to different people, and for some, it can become a lifelong struggle. Frederick, for his part, shared that he had the opposite problem. Whereas Wings admitted to eating too much without difficulty, Frederick described his own difficulty with eating enough. The contrast between their experiences allowed for a moment of genuine connection.
I have sort of the opposite relationship with food than you do, where like I guess it's kind of similar, where I won't eat until I feel like I've deserved it. Like if I've worked enough today, like have I worked enough today to deserve food? And that's its own problem.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend what you're putting down right now.
For once, Wings wasn't the target of ridicule. He was simply another person sharing his story, opening up in a way that viewers rarely got to see. This moment mattered because it stood apart from the endless cycle of rage clips and trolling. It showed that beneath the defensive exteriors, Wings was capable of introspection. He could hold a real conversation without it collapsing into hostility. And while it didn't erase the years of controversy and negativity that surrounded his name, it gave people a glimpse of something different. For many viewers who would later see Frederick's video, that conversation was an important reminder. Wings of Redemption was not just a collection of angry clips, insults, and meltdowns. He was also a human being with struggles, insecurities, and thoughts that extended far beyond gaming. Things were looking up for Wings. His streams felt lighter, his work outside of YouTube gave him some stability, and he seemed to be moving past some of the darkest stretches of his online journey. But just as it felt like he might finally be turning a corner, terrible news was about to shake things once again. 2020 turned out to be an especially rough time for Jordy. To start with, his grandmother passed away, a woman he had been extremely close to ever since his parents pretty much abandoned him. For most of his life, she was the one who raised him and gave him the stability he never really had anywhere else. She also happened to be the one who spoiled him, often feeding him whatever he asked for, which many believe played a major role in the weight issues we still see with him today. Wings' grandmother first started appearing in Jordy's vlogs in 2013, and she quickly became a fan favorite. Many people in the Wings community began affectionately calling her Gaster Grandma, a nickname referencing her tough upbringing in poverty-stricken Conway. While Wings often spoke fondly of his grandmother on stream, some moments caught live painted a much sadder picture of their relationship. He was often disrespectful towards her and took her for granted. She would do his chores, serve him food, and he would continue acting like a 34-year-old man-child. In one instance, Grandma brought him lunch during a stream, only for Wings to snap that he was working and shoo her away.
Stream on YouTube, which I don't stream on YouTube anyway. No, Grandma, I'm working.
One in here?
No. No. I didn't need that right now.
Despite his repeated claims that he lived with her to take care of her, what viewers saw suggested the opposite. By this time, Wings was 34 years old but still living like a high school kid, spending his days gaming while Grandmother took care of the household chores. Sadly, at the beginning of 2020, her health took a serious turn for the worse. Doctors discovered that she had multiple tumors in her lungs, and she was admitted to hospice care, where she remained for a while. This absolutely shook Jordy to his core, and as we've seen countless times before, whenever Jordy is upset, he tends to pull some bizarre stunt or lash out in ways only he can. His behavior during this period was no less erratic, strange, and, well, very much in line with what people had come to expect from him. But 2020 didn't just bring tragedy into Jordy's life, it also delivered a shocking twist that no one saw coming. Out of nowhere, Jordy announced to the world that he was getting married.
Alright, serious question here. Woody, do you know if Wings is getting married?
I saw him say that he was engaged. He made several references to her. He said that people are all up in his business and want to know about his fiance, but he doesn't want to share too much.
Not only did he make the announcement, but he even showed off the ring he had bought in his video, proudly telling his audience that he had proposed. For many fans, this was news that left them baffled and scratching their heads, and there were more than a few reasons why this announcement caused such a stir. First off, if you know anything about Jordy, you already know that he has a long history of strange and short-lived relationships, most of which were filled with pure chaos. Over the years, he met several of his girlfriends through this dating site called Plenty of Fish, and while he didn't actually meet his fiancée, now wife, on that platform, Plenty of Fish still gets brought up a lot whenever people talk about the whole wife saga. Honestly, the entire thing is just complete and absolute chaos from start to finish, and don't worry, we're going to dive into all of that mess as the story unfolds. Now, the second reason why people were so baffled by the whole marriage announcement was the fact that Jordy never once brought his fiancée, his then girlfriend, on camera. For anyone who had been following him for years, this was a huge red flag, because if there's one thing Jordy had a pattern of doing, it was dragging his personal life right into the spotlight. Every relationship he'd ever had in the past was broadcast in some way, whether it was him talking about it endlessly on streams, mentioning it in videos, or even directly showing his girlfriends on camera. It was almost as if he couldn't resist making his relationships part of his content. So when he suddenly claimed he was ready to get married, showed off the ring he had bought, and made all these big statements about proposing, people were naturally skeptical. Why was this relationship being kept so private when all the others had been shoved front and center? To a lot of fans, something about the whole situation felt strange, almost like he was hiding something. It just didn't line up with the Geordie people knew, and that's exactly why so many were left questioning it when he first announced it. So with all that in mind, it was pretty understandable when his trolls, and even some regular viewers, started saying that Geordie was rushing the marriage. Think about it. To the fans, this mysterious woman had never been mentioned, and suddenly he was talking about marrying her. On top of that, nobody had ever even seen her face. It just didn't sit right with people who had watched Geordie overshare about every other relationship in the past. In response to all the doubts and accusations, Geordie decided to do a live stream officially announcing the marriage.
Geordie announced he was getting married.
And like, people are concerned about how fast I'm getting married. I mean, me and this girl have been like off and on for 6 years. And the reason we've been off and on is I kept pushing her away. Mainly because of one simple reason. Like, she's super religious, I'm not.
In that video, he addressed the critics directly, saying he didn't care if people thought he was rushing into it. He explained that his fiancée had stuck by him through thick and thin, and in his own words, through all the girls and hoes, which to him proved that she was the real deal. Geordie also emphasized that he had known her for a very long time, suggesting this wasn't some spur-of-the-moment relationship like people assumed.
Not to date. And at the same time, it's like, she's one of the few people in my life that's always been there for me. Like, through all the other girls and hoes and shit like that, she's been the universal constant. So, do I think I'm rushing a marriage? No, not really. I think I'm getting married to the right person.
And to really hammer the point home, to prove he was serious about walking down the aisle with this mystery woman that nobody in the community knew anything about, Geordie even pulled out a marriage ring box on camera and showed it off to his viewers. For him, it was the ultimate proof that he wasn't bluffing. But for the fans, it only raised more questions, because they still didn't know who this woman was, or why Geordie was suddenly keeping her hidden from the public eye. In that same video, Geordie went on a bit of a tangent and revealed a lot more about the situation. He explained that even though he and this woman had known each other for a very long time, the two never seriously considered marriage in the past. According to Geordie, the main reason was that she was very religious, and he wasn't comfortable with that. Not because he disliked religious people, but because he was worried about what that might mean for his future children. Children that, as he admitted, he never even wanted to have in the first place. He said flat out that if they ever had kids, he didn't want them being forced into following a religion, and that became one of the biggest disagreements between them. She wanted to start a family right away, and Geordie wanted nothing to do with children, so for him, it didn't feel like a relationship that could ever really work.
Mainly because of one simple reason. Like, she's super religious, I'm not. Right? Like, religion's a big part of her life. And I'm not so concerned about her being religious as if we had children, I wouldn't want them to be forced into religion.
But then Geordie revealed that circumstances had changed. He claimed that she could no longer have children, and because of that, he now saw no reason to avoid being with her. In his mind, that removed the one major obstacle that had kept him from committing to her in the past, and suddenly marriage seemed like the obvious next step.
But I recently decided I don't want kids. There's a good chance she can't have kids. And that took away all the like downsides of like, hey, we probably won't work out long distance because like you want children. I don't know if I want children. I don't think we'll agree with how to raise children. So all that went out the window, so like there's no reason not to date.
In the beginning, a lot of people didn't believe him at all. They thought Geordie was just making the whole thing up, spinning some kind of story for attention or sympathy. But as time went on, and he continued to double down on his claims, it became harder to dismiss. Geordie wasn't backing away. He kept insisting that he was really getting married. And of course, whenever Geordie digs his heels in like that, the trolls and internet sleuths see it as a challenge. They wanted to know if this mysterious fiancé was even real, and if she was, who exactly she might be. And in true Geordie fashion, he practically handed them the breadcrumbs they needed. In his own videos while talking about her, he let slip just enough details for people to connect the dots. He mentioned that his fiancée was a cancer survivor and also worked as a nurse, and that was all it took. Within no time, people were able to track down her Facebook page and uncover her identity. Now remember back when we mentioned Jordy's high school best friend Kelly? Well, it's time for her to make a comeback in this story, because the mysterious fiancé turned out to be none other than Kelly herself. Yes, that Kelly. She would go on to become the wife of Wings of Redemption, officially tying the knot with him in 2020. Kelly was a former insurance clerk or a registered nurse. We are not really sure, but it doesn't really matter since she has now left her job and is living off Jordy, who in turn is living off the donations and charity of his fan base. The proposal itself wasn't exactly the most romantic moment in history either. Jordy reportedly bought Chick-fil-A and then proposed to her right in the middle of a hospital office. Over the years, Kelly has taken on several nicknames within the community, some self-styled, others less flattering, given to her by Jordy's critics and trolls. But regardless of how people view her, she's played a massive role in the Wings saga. In fact, in 2020, she even launched a YouTube vlog series called Fit Before 40, where she documented her weight loss journey leading up to her 40th birthday. However, the so-called wife saga was plagued with problems and drama right from the very beginning. The nightmare that came after their marriage would, of course, become the highlight of it all, but even before they tied the knot, things were already extremely shaky and confusing. For starters, Jordy had actually cheated on his fiancée before they were even married, and this wasn't just some rumor. It was with a catfish who tricked him into talking on, of all places, the very same website where Jordy had found so many of his past girlfriends, Plenty of Fish.
This guy was catfished like 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago. How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. So he was catfished. I don't know who you're talking about, by the way.
Screenshots of their conversations quickly made their way online, and to this day, they're still floating around as proof that Jordy was never truly loyal to Kelly, at least not as a husband. But of course, this was just the beginning. Once trolls uncovered Kelly's identity, it didn't take long for things to spiral even further out of control. They wasted no time digging into her personal life, and soon enough they were contacting her family directly. And believe it or not, they actually managed to turn Kelly's own family against Jordy, essentially sabotaging his marriage before it even had a chance to properly begin. Now you might be wondering, how could trolls possibly sabotage someone's marriage like that? Well, here's how. They revealed that Jordy had gone ahead and bought the engagement ring for Kelly, even though her parents had specifically told him not to propose. That's right. Kelly's own parents didn't want Jordy to marry their daughter, and he ignored them completely. By exposing this detail, the trolls added fuel to an already shaky situation, making it clear that the marriage was not only chaotic from Jordy's side, but also deeply opposed by Kelly's family from the very start.
Here's what actually happened. Wings claimed he was getting married, and then someone did some research and found out that she has cancer, and she's about to have a cancer surgery this spring. Meanwhile, he just bought her a ring, even though they told him not to buy a ring.
But trust us when we say this was only the beginning of the chaos that came after. Things really started heating up when Wings' situation became a hot topic on the Painkiller Already podcast. His own former friends, Taylor, Kyle, and Woody, along with his longtime rival Boogie2988, all weighed in on the fiancé situation. During that discussion, Kyle in particular didn't hold back and basically exposed Jordy as being nothing more than a gold digger. And honestly, looking back at what Jordy himself was saying at the time, it's hard not to see where that accusation came from. Because when he talked about Kelly, he constantly mentioned two things: that now he was getting married, his income would expand, and that he would finally have free health insurance in his life.
And I guess she wants kids immediately, whereas he doesn't want kids at all. And he claimed that she was a nurse who made, quote, bank.
Think about how bizarre that sounds. He wasn't saying he loved her so much he couldn't imagine life without her, or that he wanted to build a future together. No. Instead, the things he highlighted as positives were financial security and health insurance. And in our opinion, at least, that's a pretty disgusting thing to say when announcing to the world that you're about to marry someone. Marriage is supposed to be about love, trust, and building a life together. But to Jordy, the way he framed it made it sound more like a business transaction. Add in the fact that Kelly's family wasn't thrilled about the relationship to begin with, and it's not hard to see why so many people felt this marriage was doomed right from the start. However, like we said, this was just the start of the chaos. During a live stream, Jordy managed to reveal something that left people shaking their heads. While searching for something on his computer midstream, his search bar auto-filled with a website that people immediately recognized, and it wasn't anything innocent. It suggested that Jordy had been looking up sites where you can actually hire escorts. Sadly, the screenshot that surfaced is pretty blurry, so it's hard to make out every detail. But for those who don't know, the site he was caught looking up is called Skip the Games, and if you do a quick search yourself, you'll see that it's definitely not the kind of website any engaged person should be visiting. let alone something you'd want to accidentally reveal to the entire internet during a live stream. Now keep in mind, this was during the time when Jordy was already engaged to Kelly, so naturally fans and trolls alike jumped all over it, calling him out for what looked like yet another example of shady, unfaithful behavior. Given his history of cheating before, it really wasn't that surprising to people that he might be up to something sketchy again. But here's where it gets a little interesting, and maybe even worth giving him the tiniest bit of benefit of the doubt. You see, trolls had been known to send escorts directly to Jordy's house as a way of harassing him. In fact, there was even one instance where an escort showed up while he was streaming, and Jordy abruptly ended the stream on the spot. So it's possible, just maybe, that the reason he was searching those sites wasn't to hire someone for himself, but instead to figure out where trolls were finding these escorts and how they kept getting sent to his doorstep. Still, regardless of the reason, the damage was already done. To the outside world, it looked like yet another scandal in an already chaotic engagement. But even if we somehow try to explain away the escort website situation, it didn't just end there. Trolls kept digging, and eventually people caught Jordy slipping on another livestream. While he was scrolling through his computer, viewers noticed something, let's just say, really questionable in his search suggestions. His search bar seemed to expose that he had been looking up BBC shemale corn, a discovery that immediately set the troll community on fire. The reason this caused such a stir was that Jordy had always loudly proclaimed that he was 100% straight. He often defended himself against rumors by saying he wasn't into anything outside of traditional relationships.
Alright, if you want to consider me, but I've never messed with any kind of men or anything like that, and I don't find men attractive. No, I mean, like, I have no desire to be with a man. Like, almost every person I've ever dated is a woman. Like, almost every person I've ever dated is a woman. Like, almost every person I've ever dated is a woman.
So when this clip surfaced, trolls instantly began mocking him and questioning his... Despite Jordy quickly deleting the stream, the damage was already done. The recording had been clipped, circulated, and spread across troll pages within hours. People began saying that Jordy was secretly gay, others claimed he was lying about his preferences, and the whole situation spiraled into a constant source of harassment. What made things worse is that trolls didn't just make fun of him, they used this as another weapon to embarrass him and put pressure on his already crumbling relationship with Kelly. Jordy, of course, tried to do damage control. During another Q&A stream, when someone bluntly asked him about the search history, he did a complete 180 on the situation. He denied that he had been looking for what people thought, insisting instead that he had just clicked on the wrong thing. According to him, sometimes the thumbnails or titles on certain adult sites can be misleading, and he accidentally ended up clicking something he didn't mean to. He stuck to the story that it wasn't intentional, but given his track record, and the fact that trolls already saw him as dishonest, very few people actually believed him.
Wings, are you coming out as giving so much confidence? I'm not gay, man. What are my thoughts on pegging? I don't know what it is. Okay. I'm gonna put something out there. Just putting it out there, alright? Have you ever thought that maybe I was looking for blow porn and I clicked the wrong video? Because there's some girls out there that are really convincing. Is that ever a possibility?
However, another thing people were quick to notice was that Jordy was actually on page 5 of his search results. If you look closely at the screenshot, you can clearly see the page number displayed in the search bar, and that tiny detail made people question. If it really was just an accidental click, how did he end up all the way on page 5? That little discovery made the whole situation even more hilarious, especially since Jordy had absolutely no explanation for it. Over time, the event became infamous within the Wings community as the Page 5 incident. At this point, the narrative wasn't just about him being caught doing questionable things. It was about trolls relentlessly stacking every mistake, every slip-up, and every rumor on top of one another, creating a mountain of controversy that Jordy couldn't climb out of. And unfortunately for him, this was only one chapter in what would become a long list of humiliations broadcast live to the internet. And on top of everything else, people eventually uncovered that Jordy, despite loudly announcing to the world that he was now engaged, was still active on Plenty of Fish. That discovery added another heavy blow to his already fragile reputation, and it gave trolls even more ammunition to question the legitimacy of his relationship with Kelly. To most onlookers, it was simple. If he was truly committed, why was he still browsing dating apps? Combined with the earlier revelation that he had bought Kelly a ring, even after her parents specifically told him not to propose, the cracks in their relationship quickly turned into chasms. Before long, everything unraveled and the marriage was officially off. This was one of the darkest periods in Jordy's life. He openly admitted during a stream that he had fallen into a very deep depression, confessing that he had lost all motivation to stick with his diet and keep up his weight loss journey.
Yeah, I've been going the opposite way in weight lately. I mean, like, I've been eating like shit ever since the trolls went and kind of fucked with my marriage and like got her family against me, and like I've been trying to deal with that mess, and I don't know. I just been super depressed and unhappy. I mean, like, my grandma got diagnosed with cancer. Trolls fuck with my marriage. They're trying to fuck with me on the taxes. I mean, just a bunch of little things. Like I got a nail in one of my tires. Had to replace that. That's $300 I didn't want to spend. And like I haven't been motivated to do anything lately. Like I just been sleeping a lot and just kind of like meandering through life.
It was also around this time that Jordy's grandmother's health began to decline. Viewers expected Jordy to be supportive, but instead, he refused to visit her, saying he simply didn't want to see her in that condition. To many, this came off as selfish and detached, and it became yet another reason trolls criticized his character. So how did Jordy cope with his failed engagement, his worsening drama, and the relentless trolling? By spiraling. He began lashing out at viewers, going on long, angry rants during his streams, and spending more time online than ever before. Instead of focusing on his health, he turned back to old habits, sitting in front of the camera with bottles of sugary drinks and piles of food. The weight he had lost after his surgery began creeping back, and before long, he managed to gain back around 10 pounds. But he refused to accept it, saying that he was still the same size.
I'm actually around the same size. The only thing different is like I've just not been hiding it on the camera. Like I haven't really gained hardly any weight. I've gained a little bit.
For those who don't know, Jordy had undergone a gastric sleeve surgery, a procedure where a large portion of the stomach is surgically removed, leaving behind a smaller sleeve-shaped stomach. The surgery is designed to limit the amount of food a person can eat at one time, making it easier to lose weight. However, the surgery is not a magic fix. If the patient continues overeating after recovery, the stomach can gradually stretch and expand again, undoing much of the progress. That's exactly what seemed to be happening with Jordy. Instead of sticking to the strict lifestyle changes required to maintain long-term results, he slid back into binge eating and drinking habits, ultimately setting himself up for the same struggles he had faced before the operation. And of course, the trolls weren't about to let this slide. The moment Jordy started slipping back into his old eating habits, people clipped every single instance of him chugging soda or scarfing down junk food on stream. Memes began circulating that mocked the fact that he had spent thousands on gastric sleeve surgery, only to undo it by drowning himself in sugary drinks. Some even called the surgery pointless in his case, saying that Jordy didn't really want to change. He just wanted an easy way out. Every pound he gained back was documented, laughed at, and thrown back in his face, which only made his depression worse and pushed him deeper into the very habits the surgery was supposed to save him from. But somewhere in late 2022, things started to look up for Jordy again. Against all odds, despite the constant trolling, family drama, and his own self-sabotage, he and Kelly actually went through with the wedding. That's right, Jordy officially tied the knot, and the internet only found out when a handful of pictures started circulating online, showing him dressed up in formals. It didn't take long for people to confirm it. Wings of Redemption was now a married man. However, with this marriage came an entirely new wave of chaos. Perhaps the wildest and most bizarre incident during the wife saga was the infamous robbery news fiasco. A short clip began circulating online, showing what looked like a local news segment. In it, a video of Jordy and Kelly appeared, alongside text claiming that a married couple had been caught red-handed robbing a business on the Northwest Side. The story went even further, alleging that the couple had been apprehended at a gas station after the attempted robbery.
Thank you very much. We are staying on top of some late-breaking news overnight. Police say a man and a woman have been busy robbing businesses on the Northwest Side. Now, unfortunately for them, officers were also on the job, and they managed to catch up with them. Katrina Weber live where the arrest happened, which is near Highway 151 in Petrenko. And you say it was a case of police being in the right place at the right time, Katrina.
Well, that's right. Those officers just happened to be passing by this area at the time when the call came in about a robbery here around 4:30 this morning. Those officers were actually on their way to yet another robbery call out on Culebra Road near Loop 1604. That's when the robbery call here came in. They say they caught the couple in action, arresting a woman who was still inside this Texaco gas station store. A man tried to run, according to police, but they ran him down and caught him on the access road. They found the couple's car still in the parking lot. Police say that this couple robbed 2 other stores in the medical center area. And again, they've both been arrested and they face a long list of charges, included aggravated robbery.
This clip absolutely exploded online, and trolls wasted no time in spreading it everywhere. For many people who had only ever heard Jordy mention his wife but never actually seen her, this was their very first glimpse of Kelly. Her face reveal, if you will. And of course, the reveal couldn't have come at a worse time. But here's the catch. The entire thing was fake. The news segment was doctored, the story was made up, and Jordy and Kelly had never robbed anyone. It later turned out that the so-called robbery news clip everyone was talking about actually had nothing to do with Jordy or Kelly at all. The report itself was about a robbery that took place in San Antonio, California, but the clips of Jordy and Kelly used in that segment were completely fake. They had been carefully edited and stitched together by trolls to make it look like the two were involved. At first glance, the footage appeared to be CCTV, or security camera footage of the couple at a gas station, but when people took a closer look, the truth became obvious. The quality was far too low, and the shaky movements gave away that it was actually filmed on a phone, not from a stationary security camera. Even worse, the part of the news segment where the reporter said that Jordy tried to run from the police was also fake. It was just an old clip from his boot camp days that had been repurposed to fit the narrative. Honestly, it's pathetic, and totally hilarious to watch the stitched-together clip of him trying to run. Picture a cop chasing Jordy and struggling to keep up. The image is ridiculous. If Jordy ever tried to bolt from the police, he wouldn't last half a second. Regardless, eventually, people started piecing things together and realized the whole thing was a hoax. Jordy and Kelly had absolutely no connection to the robbery, and the video was just another elaborate troll attempt designed to humiliate them and stir up more chaos in the already messy Wings of Redemption saga. Now, obviously, Wings wasn't about to stay quiet about all this. If there's one thing we've learned over the years, and it's that Jordy just can't resist feeding into the drama, sometimes even intentionally. On top of that, he was genuinely furious that clips of him and Kelly were being used to spread fake news and make him look bad. During one of his live streams, Wings went on a rant saying that he was planning to take legal action. He claimed he was looking for lawyers to file a defamation lawsuit against Home Depot, because according to him, someone working there had secretly recorded him and used company resources to spread rumors online.
The dog the couple adopted was now attached to his life and story, and was brought to many viewers' attention in an equally chaotic fashion. Even for what is typical of his life, this was unexpected.
Thank you very much. We are staying on top of some late-breaking news overnight. Police say a man and a woman have been busy robbing businesses on the Northwest side. Now, unfortunately for them, officers were also on the job, and they managed to catch up with them. Katrina Weber live where the arrest happened, which is near Highway 151 in Petrenko. And you say it was a case of police being in the right place at the right time, Katrina.
Well, that's right. Those officers just happened to be passing by this area at the time when the call came in about a robbery here around 4:30 this morning. Those officers were actually on their way to yet another robbery call out on Culebra Road near Loop 1604. That's when the robbery call here came in. They say they caught the couple in action, arresting a woman who was still inside this Texaco gas station store. A man tried to run, according to police, but they ran him down and caught him on the access road. They found the couple's car still in the parking lot. Police say that this couple robbed 2 other stores in the medical center area. And again, they've both been arrested and they face a long list of charges, included aggravated robbery.
In those clips was Jordy Jordan and his wife Kelly. Kelly, who was now introduced to the online community through this video, because that news report was about an actual robbery taking place at a gas station in San Antonio, Texas, while Jordy lives in South Carolina. There was no belief that this was legitimate. Beyond that was spliced footage of what seems to be Jordy when he attended the FPS boot camp, and the security camera footage that seems to be playing back on a monitor at the store but being recorded vertically with a phone. Jordy was not pleased with the fakery that is the splicing of these clips, nor the origin of him making that transaction.
I went to an Office Depot recently, and they took video. One of the employees took security footage and stole it and took it home of me making a transaction, and then they edited it into a news feed of a gas station robbery.
gear.
So I'm currently looking for lawyers for a defamation suit against Office Depot. That isn't legal defamation? I mean, like, for somebody to have access to the security camera, right? They would have to be a manager or higher, at least a key holder of Office Depot. That means that's one of their more trusted employees. He used Office Depot resources to get video footage of me, and then in his free time, defame my character by pretending that I was stealing from stores. Defamation, like the defamation part is them accusing me of stealing.
Now, the idea of Jordy filing a defamation lawsuit is admittedly kind of hilarious when you think about it. His entire online presence up to this point has practically been a masterclass in public self-destruction. The internet didn't really need to defame Wings. He's been doing that job better than anyone else ever could. However, 2020 wasn't entirely about drama. There were brief moments where Wings actually tried to get his life back on track. In mid-July, he announced that he was back on his diet, eating healthy, and had even lost some weight. But as always, it didn't take long before he slipped back into the same cycle of overeating. Within just 2 weeks, he had abandoned the diet altogether.
I have lost weight. I've lost 140 pounds. But my goal weight was 250, and I didn't make that. And I've gained probably 20 pounds back since then. And, like, I don't like where I'm at because I don't want to be going back up, but I am going back up, and I'm struggling to change my eating habits.
This time, he blamed the trolls. According to Wings, the constant harassment was pushing him to the edge. He claimed that troll pages were stealing his photos from YouTube, adding racist captions to them, and spreading them online. He repeatedly stated that he never said those things, but the internet had already made up its mind about him.
We were talking about how deep the hate goes. Like, let me tell you exactly. Like, I understand I'm boring. I understand that I failed weight loss surgery. I understand that everybody's severely disappointed in me, right? But you guys take it too far. You take it too far. Let me give you an example of what they're doing to me right now. They're taking pictures that I put on my Twitter, right? And they're putting racist messages on them, and they're sending them to local Black Lives Matter groups in my area. Like, they're getting into these groups on Facebook and then posting these pictures claiming that they're from other places in my other groups in my area. You laugh. This is stuff that will get you killed.
Around this same time, the harassment reached new levels. People began sending police to his house under false charges, a cruel act of swatting that became disturbingly common for him. To make things worse, his grandmother passed away during this period. It briefly earned him a bit of sympathy, but as you might have guessed by now, Wings' trolls are relentless. They never gave him a moment to breathe. When Wings' grandmother passed away, he uploaded an emotional video where he broke down in tears while recalling his last memories of her. In the video, he explained that he had avoided visiting her in her final days because he didn't want to remember her that way. According to him, the only reason he went to see her at all was because she specifically asked for him. On top of that, he admitted that he didn't see her body after she passed and didn't want to attend her funeral. It was a moment that showed a more vulnerable side of Wings, one that seemed genuinely broken, but it also became yet another talking point for his critics, who used even this tragedy as fuel for more ridicule.
Or when she was on hospice, and she knew who I was, but she couldn't talk. And I have to remember that my whole life. And you got assholes that come in here and try to go into my face that I didn't go to her funeral.
A lot of trolls saw Wings' decision not to attend his grandmother's funeral as a complete sign of weakness. They mocked him, insulted him, and treated his grief like another opportunity to attack. To them, it wasn't just a bad decision. It was proof that he was a failure as a grandson, as a man, and as a person. Many online commentators argued that because his grandmother had practically raised him, it was his responsibility to be there in her final moments, to stand beside his family and to pay his respects one last time. They believed that choosing not to go was selfish, immature, and cowardly, and the trolls made sure he knew it. They flooded his comment sections, dug up old clips, and twisted his words to make it seem like he didn't care about her at all. But when you look past all the noise and actually try to understand Wings as a person, things start to make a little more sense. His reaction wasn't about disrespect. And it certainly wasn't because he didn't love his grandmother. From what we've seen of him over the years, Wings is someone who struggles deeply with emotional confrontation. He's the kind of person who avoids pain at all costs. Whenever something difficult comes up, whether it's his weight issues, the relentless trolling, or his own personal failures, his first instinct is to run from it. He doesn't want to face it because every time he has, it's ended badly. Of course, the internet didn't see it that way. The trolls only saw weakness, but in reality, what Wings showed was avoidance, something that has defined him for most of his life. Rather than confronting the pain of losing his grandmother, he did what he always does. He shut down emotionally and looked for distractions, whether it was gaming, food, or getting caught up in new drama online. Wings used those things to escape what he didn't want to feel. It's tragic in a way, because behind all the controversies and outbursts, you can see someone who never really learned how to deal with pain in a healthy way. The death of his grandmother could have been a turning point for him, a chance to reconnect with his emotions and his family. But instead, it became another chapter in the ongoing cycle of denial, anger, and self-destruction that's followed him for years. Now, like we said before, this was also the era when Wings' trolls were more viciously active than ever. Old clips of him talking about children, race, and animals started resurfacing. And trust us when we say, you are not prepared for how bad some of it gets. But before we dive into all that, let's first talk about the animal abuse part of the story. For those of you who followed Jordy since the beginning of his career, you'll know that he had 2 cats and a dog. One of his dogs was called Bingo. He had another cat we don't know the name of, and a cat named Rocco. Later on, when he married Kelly, the couple also adopted a puppy named Bailey. On the surface, it seemed like a sweet little family setup, but behind the scenes, things weren't as perfect as they appeared.
And I already have 2 cats and Bongo. Right? The reason we got the puppy is I got married.
It would be safe to say that all of these poor animals were neglected, and at times, even abused. Viewers often noticed odd moments during his live streams, like his pets crying or barking in the background, sometimes for minutes on end, and Wings would respond with irritation or anger. There were clips of him yelling at them, which of course the trolls wasted no time clipping and spreading across the internet. In several instances during his live streams, Wings himself has admitted to some truly disturbing acts of animal abuse. In one particular stream, he recalled a story from his childhood where he went outside to play with a kitten. He said he was playing peekaboo with it, placed a 5-gallon bucket over the kitten, and then forgot to let it out. The kitten eventually died. What made the whole thing even more horrifying was the way he recounted the story, with absolutely no sense of the guilt or remorse. It was unsettling to watch and left many viewers shocked and disgusted.
I was shooting basketball, and this cat comes along. We had these 5-gallon buckets, so I took a 5-gallon bucket, and I was like, bloop, and I basically left the bucket on top of him because the cat couldn't move the bucket, and he.
In another instance, Wings shared yet another disturbing story. He said that he once found out how kittens always seem to land on their feet when they fall, and out of curiosity, he decided to test that theory. He admitted to finding a kitten and repeatedly throwing it around to see if it would keep landing upright. Tragically, the kitten ended up breaking its neck.
He ended up dying. And I just watched a video, Kittens and Caboodles, and it told me kittens always land on their feet. So I took this cat, and I kept throwing him up to see if he'd land on his feet. Well, eventually the cat broke its neck.
Oh my gosh.
Once again, you can hear him almost laughing while recounting the story of how he broke a kitten's neck. It's hard to imagine what kind of mindset a person would have to find something like that funny, let alone speak about it as if it were something to be proud of. But disturbingly, that's still not the worst thing he's admitted to. In another live stream, Wings told viewers about a time he had a dying dog at home. Instead of paying $70 for euthanasia, he said he took the dog to a swamp, shot it with a rifle, and left it there. He even mentioned that he couldn't understand why people would spend money to put their pets down, because in his mind, that was the right way to do it. The sheer lack of empathy in how he described it left viewers completely horrified.
You guys ever put a dog to sleep?
Yes.
Yeah? How did you choose the time?
Rifle.
Yeah, well, we take them to the vet, and then they what they did with the last
shit.
dog.
You're gonna pay $70 for a $2 bullet.
That'll be okay.
I guess I'm more frugal than Kyle. I just cannot fathom paying $70 for somebody else to kill a dog.
I wonder if you think about the dog in the same way that I do. You don't go in the back of your subdivision by the swing set where 5 neighbors can see your yard and start your dog.
No, you take him to the swamp. You live in North Carolina. There's swamps in North Carolina. I guarantee it. There's one called Hunting Swamp. It's about 6 miles from here. There's a bridge. You go there, You let them out, you shoot them, let them draw right out into the swamp.
And then you let them, what, just fall into the swamp?
Fall into the swamp.
Yeah, I'm not doing it that way.
Overall, he comes across as extremely cruel to animals. There are multiple moments from his live streams where viewers watched him treat his pets callously and then shrug it off as nothing. On one occasion, he apparently stepped on a pet and immediately insisted it wasn't his fault, as if the animal's pain was irrelevant.
All these people laughing about it are the same people that don't drive V8 Mustangs. What are you doing? Here. Again, I didn't run over her. She got scared.
In another stream, when his dog was barking, he lost his temper, began shouting at the animal, saying racial slurs, while his wife pleaded with him to stop, and even threatened to throw the dog out, a threat that chilled many viewers. We also think that he threw water at the dog, saying the dog was getting on his nerves, and that he was too busy with millions of other things to deal with them.
Last day of nerves, I'm busy screaming and everybody barking.
She's barking because hey, Jordan, there's water in there.
I'm about to throw her out the door.
She's barking because someone came in the door. Oh my god.
She does that shit again, she's out of the house.
Stop.
What shit are you guys, bro? Hold on, I'm busy doing a million things here. Out in the street.
Taken together, these episodes paint a pattern of neglect and hostility that made a lot of people uncomfortable and outraged. And that pattern is an important, grim part of the Wings story you're telling. Soon enough, entire threads were made accusing Wings of mistreating his pets. People began calling him cruel, heartless, and unfit to own animals. Some trolls even tried to contact local authorities to report him. Wings, on the other hand, denied all of it, insisting that his trolls were twisting things just to make him look bad. However, circling back to 2020, around this time, another major event hit Wings hard. He was perma-banned from Twitch and lost his partner status. Now, the exact reason behind the ban was never officially confirmed by Twitch, but fans and Reddit sleuths were quick to start digging, and what they found was interesting, to say the least. Apparently, Wings' partnership was terminated for violating something referred to as Exhibit D in Twitch's partnership agreement. Now, we don't really know what Exhibit D specifically covers, but according to Reddit theories and archive discussions, it all boiled down to Wings admitting that he had a backup Twitch account in case his main one got taken down. Some people on Reddit also said that he was actually using his wife's account with her mask on, which is why Twitch banned him. That alone was enough to raise red flags for Twitch, since having or promoting alternate accounts to avoid bans is a direct violation of the platform's terms of service. Things got even worse when Twitch allegedly discovered that his backup account was linked to his wife Kelly's profile. This connection made it look like he was trying to circumvent a potential suspension through her account, which ultimately led to the termination of his partnership altogether. After losing her partnership, Wings even posted a screenshot of a message he received from Twitch and wrote, "Really? How was I ban evading? I had nothing to do with my wife's channel. There wasn't even a stream done on it." For someone like Wings, whose entire livelihood depended on streaming, this was catastrophic. Losing his Twitch partner status meant losing not only his income, but also his last shred of legitimacy as a creator. To make things worse, the trolls celebrated it like it was a national holiday, clipping his reactions and posting memes. For Wings, it was another massive blow in a year already filled with chaos, controversy, and emotional breakdowns. Wings himself admitted that even though he could still stream on Twitch, losing his partnership actually resulted in him losing a lot of his revenue, which he made through Twitch. This eventually led to an eventual rant, a meltdown where he asked people to stop bothering him. He also said that he was broke, and he had no means to support his wife financially. Speaking of his wife, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's just say that Jordy and Kelly are often regarded on YouTube as one of the most toxic couples the internet has ever seen. Their marriage has been a chaotic mix of neglect, resentment, and public drama. On one hand, Jordy has often been accused of being emotionally distant, rude, and downright neglectful toward Kelly. But on the other hand, Kelly wasn't exactly a saint either. There have been rumors and even admissions of her cheating on him, and the two have had countless public arguments that played out in front of their viewers. One particular incident that really stood out was in this video by Sean Ranklin. Wings is seen sitting at his computer, streaming and playing games, while his wife is visibly upset and eventually breaks down crying, all on stream. The timing made it even worse. This stream happened right after the passing of his grandmother, and Kelly seemed to want him to attend what many believe was a remembrance gathering or family event. At the start of the stream, Jordy even mentioned that he had somewhere to go, but decided to squeeze in a quick stream before leaving. Then at the last minute, he announced he wasn't going at all.
I'm just trying to squeeze a stream in before I gotta go do the celebration of life thing.
Kelly can be heard off screen pleading with him to come with her, trying to convince him to shut off the computer and go. But Jordy, being Jordy, completely ignored her. He told her he couldn't even take 5 minutes away from his stream, as if sitting in front of his chat room was more important than his own family or his wife's feelings. It was an uncomfortable and downright depressing moment to witness. A man so wrapped up in his own world of gaming and internet drama that he couldn't even step away to support his wife, or honor his grandmother's memory. It perfectly sums up how detached and self-absorbed he can be, and just how broken their relationship had become.
I'm streaming right now.
You gonna get off at 12 still?
No,
Why?
it's not. What? What are you looking at me for?
What's going on?
Nothing.
I want to talk to you.
We'll talk when I'm done streaming.
When will that be?
I don't know.
So you want to just kind of wait around?
I texted you and said that I wasn't going to the thing that you
Yeah,
did.
but you text me 15 minutes before I should be here and ready.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Maybe that was a little late.
Might have been. I don't know.
Can you not take like a 5-minute break?
No, because it's going to be more than a 5-minute conversation.
He actually pushed Kelly to the point where she broke down crying. And what did Jordy do? Nothing. He just sat there letting her cry while he kept his stream going. The most disturbing part was that her sobs could be clearly heard through the microphone, echoing across the live stream for everyone watching. Yet he didn't flinch, didn't comfort her, didn't even acknowledge it. He just kept sitting there like nothing was happening, as if her pain meant absolutely nothing. And when he finally decided to end the stream, it wasn't out of guilt or concern. He simply said, almost casually, that he had to end the stream. It was one of those moments that made viewers realize just how cold and disconnected he can be, especially toward the people closest to him.
Can you please stop?
Will you please stop?
Please stop.
I'm good with you shutting me out.
Whatever. Great, so what are you doing, bud? He's like staring at me. Hey, Mr. Dad, thank you for subscribing.
And guess what? Not even an hour after making his wife cry like her whole world was ending, he's suddenly sitting in the car with her, acting like everything's fine. Then with complete confidence, he says she even cries because of the change in bariatric pressure. Now, we don't know if Wings realized this, but bariatric has to do with weight loss surgery, not weather. So either he just invented a whole new branch of science, or he's proving once again that the English language doesn't stand a chance when he's around. Still, the wildest part isn't even the slip-up. It's how casually he brushed off his wife's emotions like nothing ever happened.
What they don't understand is my wife will cry at the change of bariatric pressure in the atmosphere.
The whole situation was honestly just very, very off, and it made a lot of people question what kind of marriage this even is, and how Wings actually treats Kelly behind the scenes. Even people on the PKA podcast brought it up, pointing out that Kelly's reaction seemed like a clear sign of emotional issues, possibly anxiety or deep frustration from constantly being ignored. She came across as someone sensitive and overwhelmed, and for someone like that, dealing with Jordy is almost impossible. He's so self-centered and wrapped up in his own world that there's barely any space left for anyone else, not even his wife.
This is something that someone with, like an anxiety kind of issue usually does. They'll ponder over it, stew over it, then last minute they're like, I can't do it. I'm just gonna.
Oh, that's him. That's 100% him. He does this thing where like he's a real worrier and super pessimistic about things. And especially if it's something he doesn't want to do. Like Taylor was talking about how like the day before he's gonna like do a big workout, he's like making all these elaborate plans, and
Mhm.
like aiming high. And I think Wings sometimes does the opposite. He's like, oh, if I do this, then all of these awful things can happen.
Another reason this whole incident hit so hard was that the event Jordy was refusing to attend wasn't just some random gathering. It was his grandmother's remembrance ceremony. He had already admitted to skipping her funeral, and now he didn't even want to show up for the remembrance. That moment really painted a picture of someone who seemed to care about no one but himself. This was the same grandmother who had supported him through much of his life, the one who took him in, provided for him, and even let him live with her well into his 30s and 40s. And yet, after she passed away, he couldn't even be bothered to show up, help plan her funeral, or attend a single event in her memory. It's honestly disgusting behavior. Not just disrespectful, but deeply cold. However, circling back to the marriage, it's important to note that Wings wasn't the only one being toxic in this relationship. Whether it was because of how cold and distant he was toward Kelly, or for some other reason we can only speculate about, Kelly had her own share of messy behavior too. She was actually exposed in a leaked video that showed her having some flirty conversations with one of Wings' Discord moderators. The situation blew up fast, even being discussed on the PKA podcast.
Had been carrying on sort of a flirty relationship with some of his moderators, his Twitch moderators, I suppose,
Discord
in the Twitch moderator Discord that they have. And like to the point where like they were driving together and she wouldn't show him her phone because she's like having like private conversation with one of his mods.
Things got so tense that at one point, Kelly reportedly refused to even show Jordy her phone because she was afraid he'd find out what was going on. Jordy kept demanding to know who the person was so he could demote them from his server. And in a twisted turn of events, he eventually reacted to the leaked messages himself during a stream. And let's just say, he didn't have much of a defense for her behavior.
Like, oh, you boo, you know I love you. This is right here is honest flirting. This again, honest flirting. This is one day after Valentine's Day, and I just bought her diamond earrings. Look at the dates. See, January 30th, can we call, this could be anybody adding the text here. This is when Joe Man came to visit us, and I don't know what they're trying to get right here. It says yes.
Anyway, after those leaked conversations surfaced, it seems the two finally had a serious talk about their relationship. From what we can tell, they decided it was best not to part ways. Probably because at that point both sides were equally horrible. Shortly after, Kelly posted on her social media saying that she still loves Jordy, but that she hopes to be wiser with her actions in the future. She wrote, "I love Jordy. I am not cheating on my husband. I am not talking to anyone in any type of way that could be misconstrued. Yes, there are some things that were taken out of context, and I am currently having to deal with that. Trust me, I'll be wiser in the future." And while Kelly was out here saying she'd be wiser in the future, there was no such guarantee for Wings himself. One incident that really went viral was the time he literally threw Kelly and power slammed her, all because of an argument involving Keemstar. Yes, you heard that right. Now the full details are a bit messy, but from what people could gather, this all happened during a Lolcow livestream. Wings was apparently trying to start a fight with Keemstar. We think Boogie was there too, along with a few others. Things escalated quickly, and during the shouting match, Wings suddenly got up and rushed toward Keemstar as if he was actually going to fight him. Kelly clearly panicked, tried to step in and stop him, but instead of calming down, Wings shoved her and ended up slamming her onto a table. The clip was shocking to watch. Pure chaos, full of yellings and noise and aggression. It wasn't just disturbing, it was one of those moments that made people seriously uncomfortable, especially anyone sensitive to scenes of violence or domestic conflict. It wasn't drama anymore, it was just sad, disturbing, and downright degenerate behavior on display for the entire internet to see.
The brand, sabotage.
I'm not sabotaging the brand for a lie that you made.
Yeah.
I'm not sabotaging
Yeah,
the brand.
you are.
You creating a lie sabotaging the brand.
And you're even calling it a lie. You know?
It's a fucking lie.
You're even calling it a lie.
What part of it is not a fucking lie?
Calling it a fucking
what
lie.
part of it's not a fucking lie? Tell me which part of it.
It's not a
Look
lie.
right
It
there.
was a setup.
That's not a setup.
And
it's
why,
a fucking lie.
and why are you getting loud in my face?
Because I fucking can.
Dude, are you fucking... Are you fucking serious? You better stop.
Hey,
you
chill.
better stop.
Wings, chill.
You better stop.
Wings,
You better...
Hey! That's your fucking wife now. Go calm down. That's your wife, man. Go calm down. That's your wife they're hurting now. Calm down, dog. Calm down.
Get the fuck away from her! Get the fuck away from her! What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Go calm down. Go calm down.
Why are you lying about me?
What's the lie? Sometimes you lash out when you feel like you made a mistake or other people.
You might think this is the most chaotic Wings can get, but wait, there's more. Because as trolls began digging up his old statements, things quickly went from bad to downright stomach-turning. What they found made people lose any last shred of sympathy for him. Watching these old clips, hearing the vile and disturbing, creepy, downright pedophilic things he said, it's hard not to feel disgusted. The man went from being just another internet clown to someone genuinely hard to defend. It's the kind of stuff that makes you sit back and wonder how anyone could ever say these things out loud, let alone broadcast them to the world. The very first comment that truly horrified everyone was a clip where Wings casually said that the age of consent should be 12. Yes, 12. Hearing that come out of his mouth left people stunned. Not just because it was disturbing, but because he said it with zero hesitation, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. That one statement alone was enough to make people rethink everything they'd ever thought about him. It wasn't trolling, it wasn't a joke. It was just flat out disgusting.
Talk about the age of consent 12 clip, right? Do you know what that context is? Like, what was I talking about before I said that?
Yeah, you've explained it. You said something about people being charged for having with girls that are like 16 while they're 19 or something.
We were talking about this case where this boy was 18 years old and he had a 17-year-old girlfriend, but her parents didn't like him, and she ended up giving him his parents, because she was 17 and he was 18, hit him with statutory rape and made him a offender for the rest of his life, and I didn't agree with that.
Are you kidding me? That is the context?
And I said, like, the age of consent should be like 12, and then years later I came back and explained why I said 12.
I'm done. I kicked his ass. Listen.
In the context of that,
I'm done. No, I'm done. If you come here with proof that Wings is a predator, bring proof that he's a predator. Like, I'm sorry, Wings 007, but you failed.
We did a little bit of digging and found that the first time he actually made those comments about the age of consent was way back in 2013. And honestly, he should have just left it there. But no, he had the audacity to keep doubling down over the years, defending his statements with the most brain-rotting logic imaginable. He claimed that adults shouldn't be charged with statutory rape, and even went as far as to say child porn shouldn't be illegal. His justification? That young girls are already having, so there's supposedly nothing wrong with a 19-year-old being with a 14-year-old. That's not just ignorant. It's outright horrifying. Hearing him say things like that makes your stomach turn.
I did say the age of consent should be 12. You know why I said that? Because growing up in high school, I knew girls that were like 12, 13, 14 on the regular.
Brought the topic up. Remember, I was like, we were brainstorming for topics, and
yeah, child pornography is such a loosely based thing. But even 16 at 45, that I'd let that slide, because a 16-year-old can make her own damn decisions. I'd cut child pornography off around 12.
Jersey, North Carolina.
Whoa.
Another deeply concerning aspect of his online behavior is the way he has interacted with individuals who are significantly younger than him, including minors. He once had a 13-year-old boy whom he streamed. On top of that, he also had underage girls he played with. There have been documented instances where he communicated and played online games with people who were underage, and some of his remarks toward them were highly inappropriate for an adult to make. Even when he tried to justify his statements by referencing technicalities around legal age, the repeated focus on these topics and the tone of his comments raised serious ethical and moral concerns. We came across this clip from one of his streams where he is flirting with these girls, and he completely led these kids on, which he, as an adult, should not be doing at all. All in all, the way they talked and interacted with these girls was just weird and creepy.
You know, technically the police don't look at it that way. I'll tell you about that girl that got a felony for every piece of meat she got caught with.
But it wasn't yours. No. Yo, someone just called me a little kid. I'm gonna have to show you my ID because I drink.
You don't drink at 16. Go to on.
Bro, Joy, I swear to God, Joy, I'm gonna drive down to Myrtle Beach or whatever, and we're gonna party.
At one point, he even said that when a girl says no 3 times, it means yes.
Yo, if she don't say yes the first time.
Well, let me tell you, Shay, when she says no 3 times, that means yes. So, first of all, Random chat making a big deal about Wings playing video games with underage people. Need to chill. Like 8% of people play with it. Yeah, y'all never make a big deal when I'm playing with like Braden. He's like 13.
And if that's not bad, he also said something along the line of my size is just more gas tank for the love machine.
Monsieur Legion, would you like to see the French croissant? Hey, y'all might make fun of my 5XLT, but that's just more gas tank for the love machine.
Ooh, I'd like that, Jordy.
Mm-hmm.
Jordy, you're going to jail.
Shay just needs to drive to Myrtle Beach really slow, to like May 30th slow.
And when he was finally confronted about all this, the disturbing comments, the inappropriate interactions, and countless other questionable things he's said over the years, his response was nothing short of appalling. Instead of taking accountability or even showing a shred of remorse, he doubled down in the worst way possible. He actually said, and we quote, that the current generation of women are all heroes.
I flirted with a couple 17-year-old girls in a rainbow lobby because they were being flirtatious? Right? Both girls, by the way, are legal consenting age in the United States of America. Both of them. I made a point that the new generation of females are...
Now, we're not even sure what point he was trying to make there, but given the context, it came off as dismissive and bitter, like he was trying to shift blame instead of owning up to his actions. It was tone-deaf, offensive, and just another reminder of how far gone his mindset really is. And in addition to being the total creep that he is, Wings also happens to be extremely racist. Like not questionable old man comments racist. We're talking recorded on live stream multiple times, saying the most disgusting stuff imaginable. In one of his streams, he actually said that racist people don't really bother him because at least they're upfront about their beliefs.
I want to talk about racism. And I want to talk about why racists do not bother me. A racist generally is a person that is upfront with their beliefs. That's why racism doesn't bother me. If somebody's a racist, at least I know where they stand.
Yeah, that's his logic. As if being openly hateful somehow makes it respectable. He said things so out of line that even his own viewers were stunned into silence. It's not just one slip-up or a bad joke taken out of context. It's a consistent pattern of ignorance and ugliness that he's never taken responsibility for. There have also been multiple instances of him saying the N-word, teasing his audience with racist remarks.
Was not done. Did they go Bitcoin farm?
Not sure. Hold on, Kurt. I got my drone here. Give me 1 second. It's coming in right now.
That's a big negatory. They're not up. They're not second floor.
Okay.
No, I'm out. Keep going, dude. Fuck that nigga.
Oh my lord, I hate him. I hate him.
And if all that wasn't enough, he's also openly homophobic. We pulled all of these clips for a compilation video on YouTube, and in one particularly disturbing stream, he even said that if his son turned out to be gay, he'd beat it out of him, until the kid pretended to be straight.
Let me say this, if my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them.
Really? That'll beat him straight. Yeah, that'll make him straight. Trust me.
No, look here. There's two choices in life.
Wings.
You pretend you're straight, or I beat you to death.
Hearing something like that from a grown man with an audience is terrifying. It's not just ignorant, it's violent, hateful rhetoric that has real-world consequences. That kind of talk reveals a person who's not only prejudiced, but willing to celebrate or threaten actual harm. And it's yet another reason why so many people have no sympathy left for him. We just want to highlight why what he's saying is so wrong, why it goes beyond being just a joke. Because there are already enough people, enough cultures, enough countries in this world that think underage is okay, that pedophilia is okay, that marrying children is okay, that beating or LGBTQ plus people is somehow acceptable. These are real things happening in the real world, not hypotheticals, not exaggerations. So when someone with a massive platform and an impressionable audience says things like this, it's not funny, it's dangerous. It normalizes violence, fuels ignorance, and makes life even harder for minorities, for people who are already marginalized, already afraid to speak about who they are or who they love. In our opinion, Wings isn't just being edgy or controversial, he's being disgusting. His words have weight, and until he admits how wrong he is, he's only making the world a worse place to live in. One more thing that we read about Wings online is that he admitted to watching child porn once. This page reads, Jordy recounted watching explicit content involving underage individuals. I watched 14-year-old girl suck a horse and she vomited while the horse came on her face. causing further controversy. Jordy's responses range from alleging the videos were edited to admitting they were concocted to appear intriguing. On the Review Tech USA podcast, Jordy tried to justify his remarks by casting doubt on the ages of the individuals in the videos. Honestly speaking, this kind of behavior is beyond disturbing. It's downright disgusting. It's not just the words he says or the things he's done. It's the complete lack of empathy, remorse, or self-awareness that makes it so horrifying. Every time he opens his mouth, he managed to reveal just how twisted his mindset truly is. We're not talking about edgy jokes or dark humor anymore. This is cruelty, ignorance, and hatred disguised as entertainment. His actions show a man who finds amusement in suffering, who belittles others for sport, and who seems incapable of understanding the gravity of his own behavior. It's the type of mentality that corrodes everything around it, spreading toxicity to anyone who watches or supports him. Watching someone act like this on a public platform isn't just uncomfortable, it's revolting, and it speaks volumes about how far some people will go for attention, even if it means throwing away every ounce of basic decency. However, if you think Wings' story ends here, you're completely mistaken, because every time you believe nothing worse could possibly happen somehow, it does, and it happens with a bang. Just when you think the chaos has reached its peak, he managed to take it even further. It's like watching a slow-motion car crash. You want to look away, but the sheer absurdity keeps pulling you back in. Every new chapter of his life seems to outdo the last in terms of drama, controversy, and pure insanity, making it almost unbelievable that one person could be at the center of so much self-inflicted disaster. In February of 2022, Wings of Redemption found himself at the center of one of the most damaging controversies of his entire career. What began as a series of cryptic clips circulated by trolls quickly spiraled into a storm of speculation, allegations, and confusion that would dominate discussions about him for months. The incident began when trolls connected with a man who was later revealed to be named Aaron. According to Aaron, he had known Jordy ever since they were kids. He claimed he lived only a few streets over from the Jordan family and was close enough with them to be familiar with their private lives.
Yeah, pretty much his whole life. Yeah, I live right down the street from him. He only stays like 2 roads over from me.
He went on to say that he had been friends with Jordy's brother and that Jordy's mother was his best friend.
But my mother, who's his mother's best friend, I'm assuming wouldn't tell me a lie about it.
These details about Aaron's connection to the family would later be confirmed as true, which gave his statements a troubling sense of credibility, even before the full story was understood. Aaron's appearance in the trolling community came in the form of a recorded conversation, which, according to those involved, originally lasted anywhere between 2 to 4 hours. However, the first clip to surface was heavily edited. What viewers initially saw was a short, cut-down version that stripped away context and gave the impression that Aaron was accusing Jordy of something extremely serious, an inappropriate relationship with his younger sister, who at the time of the supposed incident would have been around 13 years old. The way this edited clip was presented all but guaranteed outrage. It spread quickly, with viewers convinced they were hearing an admission or a confirmation of behavior far beyond trolling. Aaron's wording in the chopped up segment implied that there had been some dark family secret, one involving Jordy and his sister, and that Aaron himself had learned about it through Jordy's mother. He said that when he had asked her directly about it, she refused to answer, but that he had somehow found out from her anyway. He claimed that she had told him Jordy said something inappropriate to his sister, and when confronted, simply responded that he didn't care because it was true.
Is the rumors about because there was rumors going around through the family about possible assault on his sister.
What, say it again, Wings?
Don't feel ashamed if you got to jerk your shit to your sister.
He had either said, I believe that he said something extremely inappropriate. And when he was called on it when she confronted him about what he had said, he said that he didn't care what he said because what he said wasn't a lie. And it was some straight up inappropriate shit to be saying about your 13-year-old sister.
To make matters worse, this bombshell was linked back to a moment from Jordy's own past. Years earlier, on stream, he had made a tasteless joke about incest. He had said, half laughing, that you don't have to be ashamed if you jerk to your sister, clearly meant as shock humor. At the time, it was already something trolls latched onto, repeating it endlessly as ammunition against him. Now, with Aaron's heavily edited accusations circulating, that old clip was brought back into the spotlight and reframed as a potential evidence of something more sinister. The impact was immediate. The internet took the clip at face value, and rumors spread that Wings had been accused of abusing his sister. For his trolls, this was the ultimate weapon, not just a rage compilation or a bad outburst, but an allegation so serious that it could destroy his reputation permanently. But even at this early stage, the story was far from clear. The initial video that spread across social media was cut in such a way that context was missing, and much of what Aaron said was left vague. In fact, according to some of the trolls themselves, Aaron had been the one to approach them, not the other way around. This raised questions about his motives and why he chose to come forward in this way. In it, Aaron seemed to be saying outright that Wings' mother had told his mom that Jordy had been inappropriate with his sister, and that Jordy had admitted it when confronted. Even though later clarifications showed inconsistencies in his story, the viral moment could not be erased. For Wings, this controversy was unlike anything he had faced before. Troll raids, swatting, and endless harassment were one thing, but accusations of this magnitude struck at his personal life, his family, and his very character. Whether people believed it or not, the allegation itself was enough to create a lasting stain on his reputation, one that trolls would continue to invoke in order to undermine him. After the initial video with Aaron circulated online, speculation reached a fever pitch. The allegations being implied were so serious that Wings could not afford to stay silent. Almost immediately, Jordy reached out to Aaron directly, hoping to confront him and clear the air. Screenshots of their text exchanges would later surface, giving viewers a rare glimpse into how he was dealing with the situation behind the scenes. In those messages, Jordy pressed Aaron, asking why he would spread lies about him. He told Aaron directly that the claims made in the video were not only false, but also easily disproven. He accused Aaron of assassinating his character and defaming his name, making clear how much damage the situation was causing. For Wings, this was more than trolling. These were accusations that cut into his personal life and reputation, and he wanted answers. Aaron's replies complicated things further. According to the screenshots, he told Wings that it had been the trolls who had approached him first, not the other way around. This directly contradicted earlier claims floating around in the community, where trolls insisted that Aaron had sought them out to tell his story. Even more importantly, Aaron said he had not given consent to be recorded during the call that eventually went public. He insisted that everything had been taken out of context, framed in a way that made it sound far worse than it really was. These statements raised red flags about the authenticity of the entire situation. If Aaron was telling the truth, then the trolls had selectively edited his words to craft a narrative designed to destroy Wings' reputation. If the trolls were telling the truth, then Aaron was backtracking to avoid the backlash of what he had said. Either way, the inconsistencies created confusion, leaving the audience unsure of who to believe. Another point of contention came down to the length of the recording itself. Aaron claimed that his conversation with the trolls had lasted around 3 hours in total. However, the longest version of the call that was ever released online was only about 2 hours in length. This discrepancy casts even more doubt on the situation. Had Aaron simply misremembered the length of the discussion? Or were the trolls deliberately withholding parts of the recording that might have changed the meaning of what was said? Given that all versions of the videos have since been deleted, the truth of what was left out remains uncertain. The entire controversy quickly took on an almost surreal quality. On one hand, you had Aaron appearing in an edited video, seemingly accusing Wings of unthinkable behavior. On the other hand, you had Aaron privately telling Wings that his words were twisted, that he hadn't agreed to be recorded, and that trolls had been the ones manipulating the situation. Both sides contradicted each other, and neither provided definitive proof. For Wings, however, the damage was already done. By the time these text exchanges surfaced, the initial edited clip had already spread far and wide, shaping public perception before context could be added. In the court of public opinion, first impressions often stick, and the story that people saw first was the story of a man being accused of horrifying actions by someone who claimed to know him since childhood. Even if Aaron's later clarification had painted a different picture, it was too little, too late. The conflicting accounts left the situation unresolved. Viewers were left to pick which version of events they believed. The trolls' heavily edited clips, or Aaron's text to Wings, insisting that everything was distorted. What was certain, though, was that the incident had further cemented the chaotic and controversial nature of Wings' career, where half-truths, edited clips, and viral outrage often mattered more than facts. Soon after the controversy erupted, Aaron released a video apologizing for the things he had said. He admitted openly that he had lied, clarifying that his mother had never told him anything about Jordy, nor was there any family secret to expose. Aaron admitted he fabricated the story, and even confessed that he didn't know why he had done it in the first place. He asked for forgiveness and acknowledged the damage caused by his false claims.
Hello, my name is Aaron, and I'd like to say that I'm doing this on my own accord. Everything that I said about Jordy and his family was lies. I lied through my teeth. It was wrong of me to do. I shouldn't have done it. I didn't hear any of the information from anybody else. It was all me. And I apologize. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to Jordy and your family. I'm very sorry to everyone that's been hurt by these lies. I shouldn't have done it. It was wrong of me. I apologize. Very sincerely apologize. I did what I did and I said what I said. Unfortunately, I can't take back what I did. If I could, I would. But I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry for any pain that I may have caused you guys, and did cause you guys. My mother didn't have anything to do with any of the shit that was said. I lied about all of it. Sorry. Every single piece of it was a lie. I don't even have a good explanation as to why I even did it. I just did. I'm sorry I lied. And hopefully Jordy and his family will forgive me.
Later, Aaron appeared on a live stream with Wings to address the situation more directly. During the broadcast, Jordy's mother called in. Clearly furious, she confronted Aaron for spreading lies about her son and made it known that she was sick of all the internet drama being dragged into their family's lives. Her anger added weight to the apology, as Aaron continued to backpedal and admit fault in front of an audience.
Hey, you're being recorded right now, Mama, so...
No, I ain't talking to you. I ain't getting on that shit.
He's right here. You gotta talk to him.
I'm attempting to.
Needs to be straightened out right now.
I'm attempting to. They clipped a whole bunch of things that were said over 4 hours out of context to make this video.
Yeah, but I'm not getting trolled. I'm sick of this internet shit.
I am too. And I apologize if this shit caused anybody any problems. I apologize. I want to let you know that.
Majority y'all, that come up between y'all need to tell it.
We are.
So, Mama, I got you here.
Huh?
Did I move to my grandparents because I diddled Taylor?
No.
Yeah, no.
Later, Aaron and Wings directly addressed the video during a live stream. This was where much of the controversy came to a head. One of the most infamous parts of the original troll-edited clips was Aaron claiming that Wings himself had once said he didn't care. In the context presented by the trolls, it was framed as if Wings had been dismissing serious allegations about himself. But when confronted about it live, Aaron backtracked. He claimed that this section of the recording was heavily edited and taken out of context. According to him, he hadn't even been referring to the Wings in the first place. Instead, he said he had been talking about another individual entirely, a man named James.
He said that he didn't care what he said because...
Now, this was a completely different person I was talking about in the conversation. Because they were trying to bring up that age of consent, and they knew that he had a younger sister, and they were trying to say all this stuff about him with this molesting his sister, supposedly, or whatever the hell they wanted to try and spin there. And what I was talking about was another fella that I know, James, that...
As the stream continued, Aaron went on to address other segments of the troll video that had gone viral. In one part, the trolls had asked Aaron hypothetical questions about Wings' personal life, including his marriage.
This was a scenario brought up by them. They said, well, do you think that Wings' wife married him for his property or for his money or for this or for that, or that he did the other? And I was spinning on what they were saying. I gave my hypothetical on the shit too. Like I said, it was in conversation. This shit shouldn't have been mallyhacked and put on the freaking internet. Dumb shit, bro.
In the interview, without any signs of coaxing, he says this.
I'm trying to be funny with
and she's heavy trolling on the dude. She's heavy trolling him.
They suggested scenarios to him, leading Aaron to speculate in ways that seemed damning when cut together. For example, Aaron claimed in the troll-edited video that Wings' wife, Kelly, might only be with him for financial reasons. He even described a supposed encounter at Walmart where, according to him, Kelly had gone on a 20-minute rant about how much Wings snores, how disgusting his habits were, and how difficult it was living with him.
I'm trying to be funny with
and she's heavy trolling on the dude. She's heavy trolling him. Like, all the time. I bumped into her at Walmart one time and she went on a 20-minute tirade about how he's a disgusting pig and he stinks, and when he sleeps he snores, how uncomfortable it is fucking living with the guy. Like, like, why in the f*** are you married?
He also threw in a comment about how Wings had probably only married her to get tax breaks.
I'd say it's about mutual. I feel like the marriage was to get at each other, really. He also wants a little bit of a tax break, because if he's married and his wife's there as a burden, he can claim more tax money. Yeah, oh yeah. All she has to do is do a basic 9 to 5 for 25 hours, and he can just piggyback off her health insurance.
During the live stream, however, Aaron once again tried to backpedal. He claimed that this section of the clip had been deceptively cut and strung together by trolls to make it sound far worse than it was. He insisted the way it was presented online didn't reflect the full context of what had actually been said. To Aaron, the video was a hit piece, crafted specifically to create maximum outrage.
You could tell throughout that whole entire thing that this shit was all clipped up together. Like I said, man, when you hear it like this, put out there like this, I mean, what am I supposed to say to this?
But Wings wasn't about to let those explanations go unchallenged. In front of the audience, he clapped back strongly, pointing out inconsistencies in Aaron's defense. Wings explained that he had years of editing experience himself, and he knew what audio cuts sounded like. To his ears, the troll video only had a few edits, not the heavy manipulation Aaron was claiming. He bluntly told Aaron that the excuses didn't add up.
I can tell you right now, this clip is very convincing. That's why I jumped on this so quickly. Because, like, I'm not a professional editor by any means, but I've been editing video for 14 years.
But they got this,
and I can hear video edits and audio and things like that, and I only caught 2.
Wings also tore apart the Walmart story in particular. According to Wings, Aaron and Kelly had never once met privately. The only time Aaron and Kelly had crossed paths at a Walmart, Wings himself had been there too. And even then, it had been a brief encounter lasting no more than 1 or 2 minutes.
So why did you feel the need that to put words in my wife's mouth? Because she's upset at you too, right? So you had almost 2 minutes of my wife. Because the way the video states is that you met my wife by herself at Walmart, which is correct. I was with her.
Yeah, you were with us.
And we talked a total of maybe a minute.
Yeah, a minute and a half, yeah.
And there's literally more time on this video of my wife telling you stuff
than happened, yeah.
Than actually than the conversation happened. So you only met my wife less than a minute in your life.
Less than a minute, yeah.
Right. So like, I just want to put that on the table because like to kind of prove.
There had never been any 20-minute rant, and the idea that Kelly would confide in Aaron about her marriage in that way was absurd. From Wings' perspective, this proved that Aaron had been talking out of his ass, regardless of how much editing trolls may or may not have done to the recordings, and that most of what he was saying was fabrication. The confrontation grew tense as Wings pressed Aaron on the holes in his story. The trolls had presented Aaron's words as if they were damning truths, but in real time, Aaron had little to stand on. His explanations were shaky, and his credibility weakened further the more Wings pointed out contradictions. Still, Aaron tried to close the discussion on a softer note. He offered final statements saying that things had been taken out of context, that the trolls had twisted his words, and that he regretted being involved with them at all. After delivering his closing remarks, Aaron left the stream. While he attempted to clear the air, the situation was far from over. The inconsistencies, the edits, and the spectacle of it all ensured that the controversy would continue. Not long after the Aaron controversy, the same trolls who had been fueling the fire came up with yet another way to humiliate Wings. This time, they claimed to have hacked his PlayStation Network account. It wasn't the first time Wings had dealt with hacks or lost access to his gaming profiles, but now the trolls used it as leverage to force him into yet another uncomfortable spectacle. They told him that if he agreed to appear on stream and answer their questions for 30 minutes, they would give the account back. Backed into a corner, Wings reluctantly agreed. He set a 30-minute timer on stream, fully aware that the situation was stacked against him, and allowed the trolls to join.
Let's say like minimum like 30 minutes to get your PlayStation account back.
Okay, 30 minutes.
Alright, no, and you're not gonna leave someone like says some question that like hurts feelings, yeah?
Hey Siri, set a timer for 30 minutes.
From the start, it was clear their intention wasn't to negotiate or return the account. Their real goal was to embarrass him further, to poke and prod until he broke down in front of his audience. The trolls fired off questions designed not to seek answers, but to humiliate. At one point, they brought up a controversial statement Wings had made earlier in the year, that if he had to choose between his wife Kelly and his streaming career, he would choose streaming. They threw this back in his face, trying to frame him as a heartless man who valued money over love.
Alright, I got a question. Well, it's more for both of you, but I'm wondering, what did you mean when you said that you would leave Kelly before quitting streaming?
Wings, visibly exhausted, attempted to explain himself. He said that the original comment had been made when he was under pressure, constantly being hassled by trolls just like he was in that very moment. His point, he insisted, wasn't that he didn't care about his wife. Instead, he was trying to say that streaming was his only source of self-worth. It was the one thing that allowed him to provide financially for his household, and without it, he felt like nothing.
I was getting hassled like by a bunch of people like I am currently, and you guys took it out of context. Well, here's the thing, right? I'm a 400-pound piece of shit, right? Like,
That's a fucking understatement. Yeah, keep going.
and like the only thing I bring to value on this planet is my ability to have stability. I pay my bills, pay my taxes, and that's, in my opinion, that's the only thing I bring to any value to anybody on the world. I have a very low self-esteem version of myself, and if you take that part away from me, where like I have this, you know, where I have to rely on somebody else to pay bills, or I have to live off somebody else, I would have no self-worth whatsoever.
The more he spoke, the more his despair seeped through. Wings admitted in his own way how much the harassment had worn him down. His career was already defined by anger and frustration, but beneath that bluster was a man who struggled deeply with depression. For years, his livelihood had been entangled with the very people who wanted to see him fail, and moments like this highlighted just how much power the trolls had over his life. He had been reduced to defending himself against the cruelest questions, all while the trolls laughed at his pain. As the 30-minute timer drew closer to its end, it became increasingly obvious that the trolls never intended to return his account. They dragged out the conversation, continued throwing insults, and kept trying to corner Wings into saying things that could be clipped and taken out of context. Finally, when the timer ran out and nothing had been resolved, Wings made the call to cut them off. He removed them from the stream, his frustration mixing with resignation. Maybe the trolls had never even had his PSN account to begin with, or maybe they simply wanted to hold it over him without ever making good on their word. Either way, Wings was left humiliated once again.
He left the Discord.
It's past the 30 minutes. Can I hang up now?
Yeah, you go hang up.
Okay.
But the night didn't end there. During this same stream, an old frenemy reappeared, a Keemstar. The history between Wings and Keemstar goes back more than a decade, filled with both heated fights and surprising collaborations. They had insulted each other countless times, yet had also appeared on calls and made content together when it suited them. Their relationship was never stable, swinging constantly between hostility and uneasy cooperation. Now, here he was again, stepping into the chaos. For viewers, it was another surreal twist in the saga of the Wings of Redemption. Keem's presence signaled that things could go in any direction: confrontation, mockery, or even reluctant dialogue. When Keem joined the stream, his approach surprised many viewers. Instead of going straight for conflict, he encouraged Jordy to find a way to embrace and even monetize the trolls.
I just don't get it, Wings. Around the name Wings of Redemption is a circus. Why are you not monetizing the circus? It makes no goddamn sense.
Keem argued that the trolls had become one of the most notable aspects of Wings' content, and that rather than constantly fighting them, he could turn their obsession into a source of income. Wings had dabbled with this idea in the past, but admitted that he was hesitant. His fear was that if he leaned too heavily into it, the harassment would escalate even further. Still, this time he seemed to take Keem's advice more seriously than before. Keem also took time to address the recent Aaron situation. He said that something about the whole ordeal felt off to him. From Keem's perspective, it didn't make sense for Aaron to invent such damaging claims without having anything to gain from it. Jordy agreed, pointing out the inconsistencies in Aaron's stories and reiterating that he had been lying. The exchange didn't settle the controversy, but it added a new layer of doubt and speculation, especially with Keem's large audience now paying attention.
But it just, man, something just doesn't seem right, because there is no reason for this person to do this. There's no clout gained, there's no financial benefit, there is nothing. He even says in this video, I had no reason to lie, I just did it and I'm sorry. I don't even have a reason. Like, that is the most puzzling thing about all of this, him saying that over and over again.
Well, his mother even said he was lying. I pulled my mother in on the video and asked her some of the questions, and she said he was lying. I've disputed some of the things he said, and they were all lies.
Just a few days later, the trolls finally released what they claimed to be the full version of the Aaron recording. Unlike the heavily edited clips that had first circulated, this version stretched to around 2 hours. Viewers were eager to hear what exactly Wings had been accused of, especially since Aaron himself had built the situation up with vague allusions and dramatic pauses, making it seem like some dark family secret was about to be exposed. But when the uncut version surfaced, the truth turned out to be far less sinister than the hype suggested. In reality, the accusation centered on something relatively trivial, Wings complaining about his sister. At one point in the conversation, he made a distasteful comment about her body odor during her menstrual cycle. The infamous line, "I don't care since it's true," which trolls had used as supposed proof of something far worse, was revealed to be nothing more than Wings doubling down on his remark about the smell.
Body odor due to her period.
Her anatomy and odor, if what the rumor is true.
So he said
that because she was experiencing her time of the month, that she stunk and that he could smell it, and that's like dogs in heat or something. And his mom, I guess the sister told the mom about it, and then Sabrina went to him and asked him, and he was like, well, women do stink whenever they have that, and blah blah, and that's a natural thing. I don't know what the deal is or what the big deal is. Like, no, dude, the big deal is that it was inappropriate for you to say about your sister.
Hardly the damning revelation that Aaron or the trolls had teased, the big secret boiled down to a crude, inappropriate joke made at his sister's expense. It was offensive and embarrassing, but it was not the kind of scandal the early clips had implied. Instead, the 2-hour video showed Aaron stumbling his way through stories, taking nearly an hour and a half just to reach the central point. By the time he finally got there, the letdown was obvious, and the drama quickly began to fizzle out. Many viewers, even those critical of Wings, realized the situation had been massively blown out of proportion. Aaron's credibility sank further as people recognized how he had deliberately built suspense around something so underwhelming. His performance in the video made it seem like he had been desperate to please the trolls, stretching his story and exaggerating its weight to make himself sound more important. Even members of the PKA podcast, who had covered Wings-related drama for years, commented on the situation. They noted that Aaron had been eager from the very beginning to cozy up to the trolls, seemingly just to find a way to drag Wings down. What was initially presented as a damning expose turned out to be little more than Aaron grasping at straws, and the trolls amplifying it into something it wasn't.
Yeah. Wings is being accused of doing something to his sister by a longtime family friend. Someone Wings has known in real life is accusing Wings of this, saying that, through hearsay, mind you, he's saying that he heard this, that, and the other, that Wings did something to his sister, and that's why all these other little things fell into place. And so it's like brought up this huge thing. And so Wings is like, bullshit, bro. Come to my house, sit next to me in a chair and answer for what you said about me on the internet to these people. What it really seems like is Wings used to like bully this guy as a kid or something like that, or maybe when they worked at Domino's together, because they worked together as like teenagers at a Domino's for like a good period of time. These guys know each other.
So they were friends
this guy,
for a while. Okay.
Yes, and this grown-ass man approached like, the investigators from the internet, is like spamming their inboxes on Discord with these paragraphs of like, hey, I'm this guy. I know this about Wings and that about Wings, and I grew up with him, and I know his brother, and I know
what a loser.
Like he's and like finally he says something like, and I know something no one knows about his sister, and it's that moment where they stop ignoring him.
And the guy desperate for attention, willing to say
the guy
anything.
who's desperate for attention and like trying to hurt Wings, I guess, for some reason, says this, and so that gets their attention, right? They're like, all right, wait, what the? And so for 4 hours they sit and have a recorded conversation with this guy where they told him it was being recorded. Mind you, don't let him slip out of that one either. Here's what happened. Wings at one point, being the uncouth he is, said to his sister, hey, you've got some feminine odor that you need to take care of. That hurt her feelings. She told mom. The mom was like, hey, you can't say that. And he's like, we're all living here together and it smells. All right, boys, that is it.
In the end, the so-called Aaron allegations became another example of how drama surrounding Wings often spiraled far beyond reality. While the trolls treated it as ammunition for harassment, the full recording showed there was no shocking revelation, just an awkward and unkind comment blown into a scandal. Within weeks, the story had already been swept under the rug, remembered more for its build-up than for anything it actually revealed. The trolls did not stop after the Aaron debacle. If anything, their obsession with Jordy only grew. Two of the most notorious figures in this relentless campaign were Wings 007 and Gulag Kingpin. These names became synonymous with trolling in the Wings community, each carving out their own corner of the internet by fixating on every misstep or a moment of weakness Jordy displayed. What made them stand out was not just their persistence, but their ability to weaponize Wings' own content against him. Wings 007 launched a live stream show called Real Talk, a pseudo-podcast built almost entirely around restreaming and reacting to Wings' broadcasts. The format wasn't original, but it was profitable. Wings' name became the fuel that powered another man's platform. Clips of him raging, awkward silences, or controversial comments were rehashed endlessly, and donations poured in. For 007, this was an easy hustle. For Wings, it was theft. In retaliation, Wings attempted to strike back legally and reported 007's Twitch channel for copyright infringement. He argued that his likeness and streams were being stolen and monetized unfairly.
Gotta do one more report. You boys at Real Talk will probably be real gone.
Whether one agreed with Wings or not, it highlighted just how deep the strange ecosystem around him had become. Trolls weren't just laughing at him anymore. They were building entire revenue streams off his misery. Meanwhile, Gulag Kingpin played a different game. Rather than simply restreaming, he focused on striking. At various points, he issued takedowns not only against Wings, but also against 007. This created a bizarre dynamic, where even the trolls were sabotaging each other. Infighting became a constant theme within the community. Some wanted Wings deplatformed entirely, hoping to drive him off the internet for good. Others wanted him to continue streaming so they could keep profiting off his antics. And then there were those who thrived purely on chaos, turning on fellow trolls just as quickly as they would turn on Wings himself. What stood out most was the hypocrisy. The trolls justified their harassment by pointing to Wings' past outbursts, questionable remarks, or general laziness. Yet many of them engaged in behavior far worse than anything they accused him of. In one particularly revealing moment, Gulag Kingpin was caught in a call openly admitting to being racist.
I don't trust Martin though.
Why don't you like Martin Luther King?
No.
You don't like him?
I just don't like black people, to be fair.
What don't you like about him?
I don't like them. I don't like that they're criminals. I don't like that they cause trouble. I don't like that they riot over bullshit. I don't like that they cry to get their own way.
So, like, you automatically assume black people are criminals because... why?
Because the majority are.
You realize they're a very small percentage of the population outside like Africa, right? What you're construing as like a color situation, that this is how black people act, is really a class situation. People that are poor, impoverished, do things that poor, impoverished people do.
Here was a man who had built his identity around holding Wings accountable, yet he had no problem flaunting his own prejudices. For outsiders, it made the entire scene feel grotesque. People who had no real moral authority dictating the narrative around a man while embodying some of the worst traits imaginable. And yet, strangely, Wings himself began reacting differently. Where years earlier he might have raged, screamed, or completely broken down, this era showed a quieter, almost resigned Jordy. The constant infighting among trolls and the repetitiveness of their tactics made him take them less seriously. His meltdowns, once the centerpiece of troll content, became rarer. He would occasionally clap back, but often with calmer tones than before. This shift created a drought for the troll community. With fewer viral rage clips, their channels stagnated. Ironically, Wings' ability to remain relatively calm hurt them just as much as it hurt him. Neither side was pulling in the same numbers or revenue they once did. It was in the strange lull that Wings made an unexpected move. He announced he would be stepping into the boxing ring. His opponent would be none other than fellow YouTuber Boogie2988, another controversial figure in the gaming commentary space. The fight was marketed as a spectacle, two internet punching bags, both mocked for their weight and online personas, finally facing each other in a real-world setting. For many, it sounded like a joke, but when the day came, Wings surprised almost everyone.
There it is!
In the ring, he moved with more confidence than people expected. While neither fighter was in prime athletic shape, Wings dominated the bout decisively. The victory was a rare and undeniable high point in his career. For once, the internet wasn't mocking him but celebrating him. He returned home to massive viewership spikes, with one stream afterward and bringing in thousands of dollars in donations. His smile was genuine, his energy renewed, and for the first time in years, it seemed like he might have turned a corner. Supporters cheered his win, and even longtime critics had to admit he had done well.
The contest, and therefore your winner, Wings of Redemption!
But as has always been the story with Wings of Redemption, progress was fleeting. but looked like momentum quickly fizzled out. In his own words, he admitted he was lazy, that he didn't enjoy working, and that he was okay with being overweight and living the way he had been living. It was a stunning admission. At a moment when the world had given him a small chance at redemption, he openly stated that he didn't have the drive to change. Viewers who had hoped the boogie fight might spark a transformation were left disappointed. The cycle repeated itself. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Wings returned to streaming, but his schedule became inconsistent. He would go days without broadcasting, leaving fans frustrated. His content, when it did come, lacked energy. The trolls returned to fill the void, pointing out his lack of motivation, his squandered potential, and his apparent indifference to building something greater. Even his own supporters began to drift away.
I'm not going to change. It's not going to happen. Because I don't want to exercise. I don't want to center my channel around exercising. I don't. I like being fat. I like eating.
By the end of this era, Wings had reduced itself to gimmicks for quick cash. On more than one occasion, he accepted donations to do humiliating acts on stream, at one point even sniffing his chair for $10.
Oh, he did do the chair. My bad. Oh, that was worse than I thought it was going to be.
It was the kind of content that spoke volumes about his decline. The man who once dreamed of being a respected content creator was now relying on degrading stunts for pocket change. Worse, he often seemed to care more about addressing trolls than engaging with the genuine fans who still tried to support him. For many, it was heartbreaking to watch. Wings of Redemption was never just a troll victim or a walking meme. He was also a man with clear potential, intelligent in moments, funny when relaxed, capable of surprising people as he did in the boogie fight. Yet he could never fully escape his own flaws. His honesty often turned into self-sabotage. His laziness became a ceiling he never broke through. And his obsession with trolls ensured they remained a central part of his story, even when he claimed he wanted to move on. The story of Wings of Redemption is one of contradictions. He is both a victim and participant in his own downfall. The trolls who hounded him for years were cruel, hypocritical, and often far worse than the man they targeted. Yet Wings also gave them fuel time and time again, with his outbursts, his honesty about giving up, and his refusal to change when opportunities presented themselves. At his peak, he was earning thousands, commanding an audience, and even winning a boxing match that silenced doubters. At his lowest, he was depressed, disengaged, and performing humiliating acts for a few dollars. The tragedy of Wings is that he embodies both extremes, moments of triumph overshadowed by years of stagnation. Today, Wings of Redemption stands as one of the most infamous figures in internet history. To some, he is a cautionary tale about what happens when trolls dictate your narrative. To others, he is proof that laziness and negativity can squander even the brightest opportunities. Love him or hate him, there's no denying his impact. Wings of Redemption is a name the internet will not soon forget, not because of what he achieved, but because of everything he could have been.
I have a drinking problem. When I drink in excess. And most of you guys, used to know me as the dude that stabbed people when they knifed them. And lately, over the last year, because I've been doing what's called drunk streaming, where I sit in front of the computer and people donate money for me to take shots, and it gets stupid, and it's a show. Pretty much in the community, instead of being a chill dude that has a crazy outlook on life, that plays Call of Duty in a certain way and makes social commentaries and gun game reactions or whatever commentaries, interesting points of views. I'm not that anymore. I am known as a drunk.
There was a time when this man was one of the most unique creators on YouTube.
While everyone else was running around with assault rifles and quick-scoping montages, he made a name for himself doing the exact opposite, dominating in Call of Duty with nothing but a knife. No guns, no kill streaks, just blade, and the blade.
Oh, sit down. You sit down. And then I saw in the corner that the dude was over there out on the long scrappling thing. And
But what started as a fun gimmick soon spiraled into something a lot darker.
Because behind the gameplay, behind the laughs, behind the shot for donation streams, there was something eating away at him, and over the years, the funny drunk guy became less funny and a lot more concerning.
From being a respected gaming icon to becoming a living, breathing cautionary tale streamed for the internet's entertainment, Blade's story is one of the wildest, saddest, and most disturbing downfalls in YouTube history.
And trust us, this rabbit hole goes deeper than you think.
This guy has done pretty horrible things, from making rape jokes and hitting his girlfriend during a live stream to animal abuse and much more. Buckle in tight, because this is the story of OnlyUseMeBlade.
For those of you who haven't had the misfortune of stumbling upon his wasted streams,
Brian Riso, born December 3rd, 1982, better known online as OnlyUseMeBlade, OUMB, or simply Blade, is an American live streamer and former YouTuber. He became popular due to his commentary in Call of Duty, and for only using the knife mechanic in such games, effectively handicapping himself against his opponents.
Blade's story on YouTube began back in 2009, during the heyday of Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare.
Like countless other gamers, he spent hours grinding through matches, chasing kill streaks, and perfect scores, but after a while, he found himself growing bored with the typical way of playing. The game had become routine, predictable, and that's when the idea struck. After some joking conversations with his friends, Blade decided to challenge himself by playing the entire game with nothing but a knife. And to his own surprise, and eventually the internet's, he discovered he was actually really good at it.
Determined to share his unique gameplay with the world, Blade picked up a Dazzle capture card, a piece of tech that, back in the late 2000s, was practically a rite of passage for any aspiring gaming creator. It was a simple but powerful tool that let him record his matches and start uploading them to YouTube. On top of that, Blade's timing couldn't have been better. In late 2009, Modern Warfare 2 launched, and the Call of Duty hype was at an all-time high. As his views grew, so did the opportunities. In late 2009, Blade's rising popularity caught the attention of Machinima, the YouTube network that, at the time, was the ultimate dream for any gaming content creator.
Getting signed to Machinima meant your videos could be featured on their main channel, blasting you out to millions of potential new fans. For Blade, it was the next level. His content found an even wider audience, and his subscriber count kept climbing.
Eventually, Blade's presence extended beyond his own channel. He became a regular guest on the early episodes of Painkiller Already, better known as PKA, one of the internet's most famous gaming podcasts. There, he joined forces with personalities like Russia, Woody's Gamertag, and Wings of Redemption, talking about gaming, life, and whatever else came to mind.
Hi, baby. Go live! There you go.
We killed that dog.
All right. We are live. We're live right now.
Hello, everyone.
In July of 2011, Blade's star continued to rise when he was invited to a high-profile Call of Duty Black Ops tournament organized by billionaire Alki David. This wasn't some random gaming event. It was held in Alki David's own mansion, with a $10,000 prize pool on the line. Big names from the YouTube scene were there. Freddie Wong, White Boy 7th Street, Woody's Gamertag, X-Jaws, and Wings of Redemption, among others.
For Blade, it was proof that he'd become more than just an internet gimmick. He was now part of the inner circle of gaming influencers, respected enough to stand alongside some of the biggest names on the platform.
By 2012, Blade and Keemstar, who, as we know, would go on to become one of YouTube's most notorious figures, decided to launch their own podcast called The Bad Kid Show.
Together, they created a mix of gaming discussions, personal stories, and sometimes outlandish humor.
Hey Blade, say hello to my little friend.
Blade and Keemstar even dabbled in making prank videos, which were honestly quite questionable.
So, I got you some ice cream, cool?
I got this game about a week ago from here, and when I opened it up, it was like all cracked and stuff.
Sure you did get that from here. That's not out yet.
Well, I don't know, like I paid like $40 extra for like some early release.
In fact, Keem and Blade became such good friends that Blade moved all the way from Seattle, Washington to Buffalo, New York, so that he could be close to Keem. During this time, Blade also met his first serious girlfriend, a woman named Jill. The two supposedly crossed paths through mutual friends in Keemstar's social circle and started dating in 2014.
We don't know a lot about this first girlfriend, but we did find her in one of Blade's old streams.
No, God damn it, Rizzo. You made me get up and go get liquor.
Why am I the Bad guy.
You made me get up and go get liquor so you can do drunk stream. I want to sit here and play. I want to hang out with your homies.
Good.
There's no music on the headphones.
I will update
There's
you.
nothing I can do.
I will update you. I will update you. You promise. Stop it. I will promise you. I will update you.
Why can't you just like hook it up right now?
It appears that the two of them are arguing about Blade's drinking problem in this stream, which according to Blade himself has always been an issue. Although Blade started gaining infamy for his drinking habits around 2015, he admitted that he'd actually been drinking long before that, and had begun ramping it up as early as 2014.
At one point, his drinking got so out of control that it made him physically sick. Although Blade said he'd struggled with alcohol earlier in life, he claimed he used to handle it better and only drank occasionally.
Well, here's the thing. So, like, as you guys may know, like, I've tried to lead a healthier lifestyle. I'm not smoking, but Keem's here, and we got some kind of big news we'll talk about. But we're gonna do some drinking tonight. So,
drinking once in a while is okay. It's not gonna.
You know what? I have a feeling that's gonna be awesome, just because I'm not doing it like every other day. You know what I mean? So, I do feel 10 times healthier than probably the last time I was on.
Another interesting piece of Blade's story is that back in 2010, he actually held a regular job. He ran a business installing home theater systems in people's houses during the day and worked as a bouncer at a local bar at night. Eventually, though, he decided to quit his job to focus entirely on his growing YouTube career.
Anyways, back to the topic. Blade's Keemstar era was fairly good for his career. He had a consistent friend, he was making content and trying new things with Keemstar, for instance, documenting their grocery store visits.
Looks so good. It does look good. Snooki would approve. Such a bad kid.
Such a bad kid.
Tell it.
Honestly, it's almost surreal watching these grown men act like absolute children, as if knocking things off grocery store shelves or causing chaos in public is the height of comedy. It's both pathetic and bizarre, seeing adults who should know better turn juvenile antics into content, convinced that the more outrageous they act, the more views they'll score.
But even as Blade explored new creative ventures, the landscape around him was shifting. In the early 2010s, Minecraft exploded onto YouTube, completely changing the platform's ecosystem. Creators who once built their fame on Call of Duty suddenly pivoted to blocky worlds, chasing the massive audiences that Minecraft was attracting. While many of Blade's peers diversified or reinvented themselves, Blade largely stayed focused on Call of Duty. As the years rolled on, the once dominant franchise began to decline in viewership on YouTube, and Blade's channel started to lose momentum. The massive numbers of the Machinima days faded. His audience was still there, but it wasn't growing the way it used to.
So he tried to branch out here and there, like his unexpected participation in dance-on competitions in 2012, a move that probably surprised even his most loyal fans.
My name is Brian. My YouTube channel is called OnlyUseMeBlade, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. OnlyUseMeBlade came up from me wanting to make a knife-only account on the PlayStation Network, and that just sounded like something Jack Sparrow would say. Don't use me blade! And it just stuck ever since. The reason why I want to do the show is just to kind of show the world that, you know, the stereotypical gamer can actually go out, be active, and dance, and do something besides just being a basement dweller. Also, the money wouldn't hurt either. The things that I think I'm going to excel at when it comes to the competition is my natural rhythm and my moves, my upper body strength, because I'm going to be tossing some girls in the air, I assume, and overall just my hand-eye coordination. All these annoying skinny people that naturally have dance talent, we hate them.
According to Blade, he participated in this competition because he wanted to prove that stereotypical gamers weren't just people who stayed locked inside playing video games all day. He wanted to show that gamers could also go out, socialize, and even dance.
However, even after trying, the core of his identity remained tied to Call of Duty and his knife-only persona. Slowly, the unstoppable rise of OnlyUseMeBlade began to plateau.
And it was around this time that something else started creeping into his content, a quiet but growing presence that would eventually define the rest of his career: alcohol.
Donate for shots. Let's get it. Let's get it. Donate for shots.
You better donate for motherfucking shots. I got the jack. I got the love.
It was in 2014 that Blade began doing what would eventually define the rest of his online career, drunk IRL streams. In these streams, viewers could donate money specifically to make him take shots of alcohol, essentially turning his self-destruction into entertainment.
People were tuning in not just for laughs, but disturbingly, to watch him spirals closer and closer to physical collapse. Blade was mostly pathetic and completely wasted on camera during these streams, slurring his words, shouting racial slurs, acting bizarre, and sometimes doing things that would straight up make you throw up.
Nudes! Nude high! Nude high. Hey, Dying of fire.
Throughout 2017 and 2018, not much changed. He remained stuck in the same loop, streaming while perpetually drunk and getting progressively messier. We're not going to list every single insane and disgusting moment from Blade during this era, because honestly, we'd be here forever if we did. But we are going to talk about some of the major incidents to give you a clear picture of just who Blade had become.
Not long after his breakup with Jill, in the summer of 2015, Blade became embroiled in his first major drunk controversy, an incident that would mark the beginning of his most notorious era.
At the time, Blade had been talking online to a blonde woman for several months, but one night during a live stream, things took a disastrous turn. Severely intoxicated, Blade started grilling the woman with awkward, loaded questions about her views on gay people and whether she liked black people. And when she said she loves black people, he called her a noble-haired lover and left the room.
What is your feelings on global appropriation?
I don't know what the that is, and I don't even know what you're saying.
What I'm saying though, Steph Jade, is what is your stance on black people?
What? I love black people.
Love her.
And you go and say that word. Amazing.
Moments later, Blade stumbled back on camera looking disoriented and enraged. In a sudden, violent movement, he fell forward and slammed into his bed frame.
This N-word.
Keemstar, along with a few of Blade's other friends, urgently joined the stream, trying to calm him down and salvage what was left of the situation.
Are you?
Blade, you need to end the stream like right now, dude. I know that sounds.
You need to end your faggot ass mouth.
Despite how extreme and just downright weird the moment was, some creators, including Wings of Redemption, spoke up afterward, expressing concern rather than condemnation. They said they hoped Blade would get help and recover, recognizing that his behavior was driven by deepening alcoholism rather than sheer malice alone.
In the days that followed, Blade released a video titled, "I Need to Stop Drinking," looking pale, remorseful, and almost embarrassed. He admitted that alcohol had become a serious problem in his life and promised his audience that he intended to make changes.
And most of you guys used to know me as the dude that had people when they knifed him. And lately, over the last year, because I've been doing what's called drunk streaming, where I sit in front of the computer and people donate money for me to take shots and I get stupid and it's a show. Pretty much in the community, instead of being a chill dude that has a crazy outlook on life, that plays Call of Duty in a certain way and makes Sunday show commentaries and gun game reactions or whatever commentaries, interesting points of views, I'm not that anymore. I am known as a drunk.
For a brief moment, it seemed like he might actually turn things around.
Determined to get a fresh start, Blade decided to leave his old surroundings behind. He moved to the Midwest, settling in an area surrounded by nature, hiking trails, and scenic views. He talked about wanting to focus on sightseeing and outdoor adventures instead of sitting around drunk and streaming. Keemstar stayed involved during this period, offering Blade support and encouragement as he tried to sober up.
And for a little while, it worked. Blade managed to stay off alcohol for a decent stretch, and he returned to what he did best, making gaming content. In late 2015 and into 2016, he uploaded new Call of Duty videos. Riding the hype around the release of Black Ops 3, fans were cautiously optimistic, hoping the old Blade might be coming back, the laid-back funny guy with impressive knife-only gameplay.
However, things could never be good with Blade. By the end of 2016, Blade had relapsed, slipping back into heavy drinking and the same troubling patterns that would only escalate in the years to come.
In 2019, Blade's life spiraled even further out of control, with several major controversies hitting all at once. That year saw him getting involved with Poseidon's CX Network, where his drinking and chaotic behavior only grew worse. Around the same time, serious allegations surfaced against him, adding to the firestorm. He even ended up being interviewed by Chris Hansen, known for To Catch a Predator, which only intensified public scrutiny.
We are going to break down each of these incidents one by one, starting with his time with the CX Network. If you are not already aware, the CX Network was started by Paul Poseidon Dentine.
It consisted of a group of IRL streamers known for chaotic, often outrageous content that blurred the line between entertainment and complete disaster. This community was notorious for pushing boundaries, encouraging wild antics, and sometimes feeding off the personal meltdowns of their streamers. For Blade, whose drinking was already spiraling out of control, it was the worst possible environment, and the perfect one for internet viewers craving spectacle.
Blade's debut with the CX Network was a disaster practically from the first night. During one of his initial streams after joining the group, he got so drunk that he pissed himself on camera. Yes, you heard that right.
You sleep on a couch cushion on the floor.
Walk away, ma'am.
I swear to God, you pissed on my jacket.
Did you just pee?
He pissed on my jacket. I swear to God, you pissed on my jacket.
I love you. Hey, I love you
No,
so
get
much.
up. I swear to God, the
I swear to God.
Ballers, can you please get Blade up?
Ma'am.
Just smell this and read that to see if it is.
As Blade continued to stream with Poseidon's crew, his drinking only escalated. He was constantly downing alcohol on camera, slurring his words, and stumbling around to the point that other streamers, and even his fans, began worrying for his health. Things got so bad at one point that Keemstar was called in to help. Keem flew out to where Blade was staying, trying to talk sense into him and pull him back from the brink.
Blade, we care about you. We actually do. I mean, I think you're cool. That's why I invited you to come here. I think you're f***ing awesome. But dude, the f***ing drinking is, I mean, I don't think the drinking's like bad, but it's how you are when you're drunk. That's really bad. I mean, you've seen streams of yourself when you're wasted, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
When I drink too much. I get too f***ed up. I'm aware of it. I've cut back. Like, I didn't drink all last week. I just kept it the weekends.
I mean, I care about you, and I want you to get fucking, you know, whatever you want for your stream. If you want to get drunk, like, I don't really care. But I don't know. If you can't control yourself, then you should find something else.
Okay.
While with the CX Network, Blade also experimented with mushrooms, leading to a rare moment of vulnerability. Under the influence, he ended up having a deep, emotional, heart-to-heart conversation with Keemstar. In that conversation, Blade opened up about how badly his life had gone off the rails, admitting how much he wanted to change, and promising he'd do better.
And when I brought you out with Overt, you had to quit drinking, you had to go to the fucking gym, you had to do all these workouts, you had to stop eating junk food, and you did it all. So it's not a matter of you're a weak person, you're a strong person, you have just chosen dumb. So I know you can fucking do this, and I know this is a turning point, and I believe in it, and I hope you believe in it too, and I'm fucking happy for you.
Oh man, I appreciate you, brother.
I'm gonna start loving myself a little bit more because everyone that I come across seems to have nothing but love for me, dude. I'm gonna start fucking loving myself a little bit more.
And taking care of yourself?
Got it right.
But at this point, we all know that whatever Blade promises or says he will do, it's nothing a bunch of.
Also, if there's one thing you should know about Blade, it's that he's always been notorious for having no regard for sensitive topics and showing blatant disrespect toward women. Over the years, he developed a reputation for crossing lines that most people wouldn't dare approach, often making offensive jokes and slurs without a second thought. Even worse, Blade became infamously known for trying to women on live streams, sometimes drunkenly reaching for them or making them visibly uncomfortable on camera.
Here, sit down, Blake. Why are you all wet?
Sit on my, no, get up, Blade, get up. You're on my car. I don't want to get vomit on my coat.
So Blade, how much have you had to drink today?
I had enough. Hey, Grandma, come on.
You just groped?
You have him. You know, like that?
Dude, you just groped her, dude.
And if this isn't creepy enough, we have more for you. Sometime between late 2018 and early 2019, Ice Poseidon and members of the CX Network were invited to Blade's house for an overnight party, a gathering that quickly spiraled into yet another weird incident in Blade's story. During the party, Blade repeatedly tried to Michael Aiden's girlfriend, making everyone around them visibly uncomfortable. At one point, he bizarrely claimed he was the best chiropractor in the world, and asked her outright if she wanted to have sex with him.
What I'm saying.
How you doing?
Good stuff.
Yeah?
Oh, I did a couple. I didn't hit all of them. Yeah.
This is definitely not easy.
I'm sorry. I can't really hit that. I'm sorry, but
This is like really tough.
isn't that a good feeling?
Okay, throw me. Ready, stick. Holy f***, this was good.
That's what I'm talking about. Some of that cunt.
That's K-pop's girlfriend.
Hey, K-pop. Cop. Alright, well, you got traded up. Shut the f*** up. I swear to God. Hey, what's up with that squirt there, Rainbow?
Annoyed by the rejection, Blade lashed out by hurling insults at Michael, calling him poor and mocking him for being a lousy streamer.
However, if you think this is the lowest this guy can get, you are mistaken, because what we are going to talk about next will genuinely leave you horrified.
By the time Blade joined the CX Network, one of the wildest formats in IRL streaming was the so-called RV streams. The idea was simple but chaotic. A group of streamers would rent an RV and hit the road together, broadcasting their adventures live 24/7. These trips became notorious for non-stop drama, fueled by cramped quarters, heavy drinking, clashes of personality, and the ever-present pressure to keep viewers entertained. Each RV trip was numbered, RV1, RV2, and so on, and as the series went on, they grew increasingly unhinged. By the time RV6 rolled around, the streams had a reputation for being pure internet train wrecks, where anything could happen, and often did.
While streaming on RV6, Blade was one of the streamers along for the ride, and what happened there became one of the most disturbing moments in his already controversial history.
On this particular night, all of the members on board were pretty drunk, including Blade's fellow streamer, Gucci's. When the night got late, Gucci's called it off and went to sleep in one of the back rooms. Blade saw this as an opportunity and suggested to his fellow streamers, Bjorn and Bone Clinks, that he should go have sex with the now passed out Gucci's.
Horrifyingly, the entire interaction was caught on stream.
Can I go have Gucci's real quick? What? Can I go have Gucci's real quick? Is that allowed? Hi guys, I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Is he really going to do that?
I don't know. I don't think so. Oh no.
Thankfully, his fellow streamer went into the room and convinced him to come out of the room before anything could have happened.
Yeah. She's sleeping.
Yeah.
She's sleeping. I don't like it. Stop it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just want to see if she's okay.
Okay. He's joking.
However, Blade went back into the room twice until he was pulled out of the room last time with his clothes off, wearing a boxer, and covering himself with a towel.
After this incident, there were immediate concerns and allegations from people around the scene that Blade may have or raped her while the cameras were off.
Gucci's herself confirmed that Blade's her.
He didn't rape me, but he definitely, like,
We also found this video of Gucci's explaining why Blade was never charged.
It's like seriously, you're like, I didn't proceed with it. Like, what are you, like, he didn't get charged because I didn't proceed with it. You want to keep telling people that, like, oh, if he would have gotten charged, if it actually happened. No, like, you don't know the system, dude. You don't know the system at all. It was difficult. It was really difficult. And then to think that, like, he never got charged just because, like, it didn't happen. No, it actually did happen. I just didn't charge him. Like, what the f***? I hate Bjorn. I hate Bjorn and I hate Blade.
The most absurd thing about this entire incident is that Blade was never arrested or charged for what happened. To this day, nobody knows exactly what evidence he might have shown the police or what Gucci's told the authorities. Maybe she decided not to press charges, or maybe the police just didn't care enough to get involved with a group of drunken, wasted streamers causing chaos on the road. Either way, it's shocking that something so serious could unfold live on stream and still end without any legal consequences for Blade.
However, even after the RV6 incident, arguably the darkest moment of his streaming career, Blade remained shockingly unbothered. Instead of showing remorse, self-reflection, or even acknowledging the severity of what had happened, Blade took to Reddit and made a post that only worsened the situation. Rather than apologizing or clarifying his actions, the post came off as smug, dismissive, and detached from reality.
He said, "I voluntarily went to the police, showed them multiple clips of the situation and to clear my name. I am not on RV, I am with Bjorn, heading to Kansas City, no charges, let's get back to streams, no drama. Also gotta get new phone and set stream elements since Streamlabs is wrongfully banned."
I hope that she did call the cops, and then they could take any DNA or whatever from me.
They are doing that, I hope.
Good.
I think
That'll
so.
fucking clear my stuff, dude. I'm tired of
Yeah,
it.
they are doing that. They also took all the sheets and all your clothes.
Took all my clothes?
Yes, all your clothes and towels. You have to buy new clothes. Because they want to look for DNA.
My DNA on my clothes?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to take the DNA from my clothes too.
Yeah.
Okay. Great, same clothes for a couple days.
Yeah, you have to. Oh, you have clothes on, yeah.
So, according to Blade, he insisted that he'd done nothing wrong during the RV6 incident and even claimed he wanted the police to take his DNA so he could clear his name. But his words and actions painted a very different and far more disturbing picture.
Around July 2019, Blade went on a vile rant during one of his streams, which was later re-uploaded after the Gucci's incident resurfaced in late August. In that rant, he spewed some of the most horrifying views imaginable, saying that women should be grateful if they were raped, or and suggesting that all Me Too victims should feel lucky that any man found them attractive enough to abuse.
I just have a lot of love to give. So if some random ugly whore bitch gets, she gets, accept it. You should be fucking welcome, whore. You should be fucking welcome, whore. Seriously, you should be fucking honored that I would ever help you, you stupid. Figure it the out, dude. Like, come on, dude. All these fucking Me Too victims, you should be honored to be groped by me. You should send me Christmas cards. Seriously, dude.
Yes, he actually said that. Honestly, at this point, we are just surprised that this guy hasn't been arrested and charged yet.
This kind of behavior confirmed that Blade wasn't simply a troubled man struggling with alcohol. He held deeply repugnant views that made his continued presence in the streaming world not just controversial, but genuinely dangerous. It was, frankly, as disgusting as it gets.
However, the fallout from the Gucci's incident and Blade's vile rant didn't just stay within the streaming world. It eventually brought him face to face with Chris Hansen, the former television journalist best known for To Catch a Predator.
Hansen had built a reputation on confronting individuals accused of serious misconduct, particularly those preying on vulnerable people. In recent years, he shifted his focus to internet personalities caught up in controversy, and Blade's name was now among them.
When Blade appeared on Hansen's show, many expected a moment of reckoning, But instead of showing remorse or acknowledging what viewers had already seen with their own eyes, Blade sat there and denied everything. He claimed he had only gone into Gucci's room because he wanted to sleep, nothing more. He dismissed the incident as a misunderstanding, suggesting that the entire situation had been exaggerated.
What's your side of the story here? What happened in that RV?
So we had been streaming all day. We had picked up Gucci's, or she had met us in, I believe, San Francisco. We went out to bars. I had a couple drinks. Truth be told, I am a drinker. I'm actually, unfortunately, known on the internet for getting really, really drunk for donations, for views, or whatever, and sometimes doing things, stupid things, when I'm in a drunk stupor. But this day, I really didn't drink that much because Gucci's was performing karaoke. She was being pretty ridiculous. She was really, really, really drunk. I think it was nervousness. We went back on the RV, and while we were back on the RV, she was really aggressive towards everyone on the RV. My friend Bone Clinks, my friend Bjorn. She was really into Bjorn, and there's actually clips of her basically like constantly jumping on top of Bjorn and trying to like make out with him and stuff like that. She tried to pull me into the RV's bathroom for, I don't know what she was trying to do, but I really wasn't trying to be back in the bathroom with her, especially on stream, and I really wasn't interested in her. And so she finally went to the back with Bjorn. I don't know what exactly happened there. Both of them had been drinking pretty heavily. But then Bjorn came back up to the front. We were up there for a while. And then as a joke, I admit saying this is all on stream, I was like, hey, should I go back there and have there? It was clearly a joke. Bjorn went along with the joke, and I was just tired. All I wanted to do was get some sleep. That's a big bed. If you face from the RV looking at the bed, Gucci's is on the left in a blanket. I gather a blanket and I proceed to go to sleep, or at least attempt to go to sleep.
Did you or inappropriately touch Gucci's, Jessica?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I did not touch her in that bed at all.
Now, when you are at the helm there in the RV, you say, I'm going to, after you talk about having sex with Gucci's, whether you're joking or not, you say, I'm going to go pee. Almost like you're making an excuse to go back there and do what you said you were going to do. How do you explain that?
I mean, honestly, I had to urinate before I went to go sleep. That's honestly what that is. If you watch the tape, you see me go into the bathroom for like probably less than 30 seconds and then come out, and then I go back to the bed to sleep. Now, as I'm doing this, obviously, Bjorn, who I believe it was my chat that he had my little selfie stick set up with the phone and everything. The chat's like, go back and check. And then when he goes back and checks on me, I'm literally attempting to sleep. I think I was back to back with Gucci's. There's video and clips of that. And I literally was just trying to sleep. And then I came out because like I could hear Bjorn talking about he's not doing anything wrong, and I think I went to go talk to him, but then I went back and tried to go back to sleep.
We mean the fact that Blade is even trying to explain and justify the situation by claiming he said those things to Bjorn as a joke is completely messed up on its own. Why would anyone in their right mind ever joke about sleeping with a passed out woman? Even if you're drunk out of your mind, that doesn't excuse it, and it certainly doesn't explain it away. The truth is, being drunk doesn't make you do things you'd never think of sober. It just amplifies what's already inside you, and that's the scariest part of all.
Eventually, Chris Hansen confronted Blade directly, asking him why he came out of the room without his shorts on. Blade's response was evasive and shallow. This is what he had to say.
Now, other people question, true YouTubers who have gone over this video over and over and over again, why you were complaining at one point of being cold, yet you walk out of that back room without your shorts on. How do you explain that?
So oftentimes, like when people, especially with the RV cams and the 24/7 cams, a lot of times when I drink in excess, which I didn't do this night, but a lot of times when drinking excess, I just fall where I fall, sleep on the ground, sleep on a sofa with full clothes. But when I actually like prepare to go to bed, I don't like sleeping with a belt around my shorts and all that other stuff. So I usually take my pants off and take my shirt off and just sleep in my underwear. So that's what I was doing. I was trying to cover up, even though we were in a hot state. We were driving at night and the wind blowing. I was freezing, but I don't really sleep in my clothes when I try to sleep comfortably.
But the footage from the RV6 stream told a different story. Blade's demeanor and actions made his intentions seem far from innocent, and Gucci's discomfort was obvious. Thus his explanation on Hansen's show didn't line up with what had actually been caught on camera. For many, it was yet another infuriating display of Blade refusing to take responsibility, doubling down on denial, instead of confronting the harm he had caused.
But just when you think Blade couldn't possibly sink any lower, or that he'd completely lost all sense of right and wrong, he did something else that solidified how deranged and genuinely dangerous he had become.
In April in 2019, Blade streamed himself in a moment that horrified viewers. He recorded himself throwing a dog.
And yes, it was exactly as awful as it sounds. In the clip, Blade picked up a small dog and, with no warning, hurled it across the room. Viewers watching the stream were outraged, flooding social media with condemnation and calling for Blade to face consequences for animal cruelty.
We don't even understand why someone who'd do such a thing for seemingly no reason at all. The dog was literally licking his face and showing affection.
And even in a community where shocking behavior sometimes blurred the lines of entertainment, this incident was seen as utterly indefensible. It was further proof that Blade wasn't just spiraling. He was crossing into actions that could seriously harm innocent beings, human or otherwise.
It was also after the dog incident when Keemstar officially disowned Blade as a friend. He made a post on Twitter saying, "I got Blade to stop drinking 3 times. 2 of those times he was sober for more than 30 days. I spent my own time and money to help him. Each time he went back to drinking. I disowned him when he threw the dog months ago. I gave up. Jesus, take the wheel."
All in all, Blade simply wasn't ready to help himself, no matter how many chances he was given. People around him, friends, fellow streamers, even fans, grew exhausted from constantly babysitting him or trying to steer him onto the right path. No matter how many interventions or fresh starts he was offered, Blade kept choosing the same self-destructive road, leaving everyone who once cared about him feeling burned out and ultimately done trying to save him.
However, while all of this was happening, Blade's physical health was also swiftly declining due to his excessive alcohol consumption and bad lifestyle.
By mid to late 2018, Blade's health had deteriorated dramatically, so much so that he struggled to walk or even lie down properly, plagued by severe muscle pain from years of excessive drinking.
I love you, baby.
Oh, me too, you ridiculous.
I don't care about the...
I care. I can't even get
I want to sit up.
Yeah, sit up. Do some sit-ups. Let's go. Babe, come on.
Hey! Thank you, dude. No cam? Alright. I appreciate it, homie. Whoa, wait!
He developed what viewers described as holes in his legs, due to a condition linked to diabetic necrosis, worsened by uncontrolled blood sugar levels that soared well into the 300s. On Reddit, one user noted that his glucose levels were at like 310, well into uncontrolled diabetes level, while another remarked that he had holes in their legs at 40 years old, and was literally rotting away in front of the internet.
To make matters worse, Blade also suffered from severe alcoholic myopathy, a condition in which chronic alcohol abuse causes muscle weakness, atrophy, and pain. At one point, he developed a buildup of 3 liters of fluid in his leg, fluid that required medical drainage.
These health crises were more than just alarming. They showed a man whose body was rebelling violently against his addiction. Despite this, Blade continued to stream, and his audience continued to fuel his inevitable end at the hands of alcohol abuse.
However, little did anyone know that his addiction was about to get 100 times worse.
During his time in the IP2 streaming scene, Blade became a regular presence among a rotating cast of IRL streamers, many of whom were infamous for chaos, trolling, and outright cruelty. Here was Blade, a man in his 40s, hanging out on RV trips, trying to keep his streaming career alive, but essentially becoming the group's punching bag.
Dude, come on, dude. Dude, come on, dude.
Casey, what the dude? I'm on, dude. I'm on, I'm in, okay? Stop. Off, dude. Okay? Come on, dude. Stop, dude.
He was relentlessly bullied and mocked, often targeted for being older, perpetually drunk, and physically falling apart. Other streamers and hangers-on would harass him while he was trying to sleep, blasting loud noises in his ear, taunting him, or shining lights in his face. Sometimes, they'd paint his face or body while he was passed out, all while laughing at his expense and broadcasting it live, to thousands of viewers.
I know, I hope you die.
White face, that's white face. Andy.
Ghost gang. Let's go do it, dude.
Let's go, dude.
God damn. You were stupid.
Do I do this with milk?
Bremer, hurry up! Dive faster.
Speed it up.
Speed it up, dude.
Alright.
MLP.
There you go.
Wait. I need a
picture.
Honestly, it was a spectacle that to some viewers was darkly comedic, but also deeply sad.
Blade seemed painfully aware of how far he'd fallen. He knew this abuse was part of the price he had to pay if he wanted to keep making a living through streaming. He tolerated being the butt of every joke because, in his mind, there simply wasn't another option left.
And in any other story, viewers might have felt sorry for him. A washed-up creator, humiliated and used for content. But any sympathy was quickly stripped away because of the things Blade himself had done and said. His racism, allegations, and outright cruelty made it impossible for many to feel bad for him, no matter how pitiful he looked being bullied on stream.
But then, in November 2021, Blade's world was rocked by the biggest bombshell yet. His original YouTube account, OnlyUseMeBlade, was permanently terminated by YouTube. After years of skating despite controversy after controversy, the platform finally drew the line, effectively sending a clear message that they wanted nothing to do with him anymore.
For Blade, it was the end of an era, the final nail in the coffin for the gaming channel that had once made him famous. With nowhere else to go, he fully pivoted into the IRL streaming world full-time, where his content became little more than sitting in front of a camera and drinking copious amounts of Jägermeister and spiraling deeper into self-destruction. It was the official start of Blade's final bleak chapter, a man who had lost everything except the bottle and the few viewers still willing to watch him drink himself into oblivion.
OnlyUseMeBlade is live streaming me right now after seeing this video, sponsored by Jägermeister. I'm going to do an unboxing, and then I'm going to do this trick where slowly throughout the night, I'm actually going to empty the contents of this.
However, Blade wasn't done trying to reinvent his content, even if it meant dragging someone else along for the ride. In his latest chapter, he began floating ideas about buying his own RV and taking his drunken streams on the road, this time with his girlfriend Beck, by his side.
Beck has been one of the few constant figures in Blade's recent life, standing beside him through his relentless drinking, legal troubles, and collapsing health. Blade and Beck reportedly started dating sometime around 2018 or early 2019, though it's hard to pinpoint the exact beginning because much of their relationship blurred into his chaotic streams.
Their relationship has been anything but stable. On stream, viewers have witnessed Blade being toward Beck, and there's one particularly disturbing incident where he hit her live on camera.
Look at me. No, 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 no. No, 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 that.
Shut the f up. What the f up?
Ow. Dude!
Honestly speaking, it's deeply unsettling and traumatizing to watch him lash out at her so violently. Beck even addressed it, if you can call it that.
Blade hurt you twice in 2 weeks. And I've never called my girl a That's strange. IRL or DeMarco Lego.
It is strange. I've never, ever experienced that in my life.
There is another video that we found looking heartbroken and defeated, speaking quietly about realizing the mistakes she'd made in her life, all while Blade lay passed out in the background.
Beck, you are a weirdo, but you live with trauma and have a good soul. You don't deserve the life you live. Redeem yourself while you can. Please. And go to sleep.
That is a real dono. Real. Yep.
Honestly, this whole thing is extremely depressing. These people are just wasting their lives, their bodies, and their health. And the saddest part is that they are too deep in it to think about getting themselves out.
But then came a moment that lives rent-free in the minds of anyone even remotely familiar with the IP2 scene, a crossover event so chaotic and absurd it felt like bad fan fiction. During a stream, Blade's RV and the newer RV7 somehow ended up in the same place. RV7, for context, featured streamers like Chicken Andy and, in a truly shocking twist, Gucci's herself. Yes, Gucci's, the same woman at the center of the horrifying RV6 incident with Blade, was now back on a live stream in the same physical space as him. The tension was already thick, but things took a turn for the insane when Blade's girlfriend Beck was caught on camera, cheating on Blade with Chicken Andy, live on stream.
Sunflower, blossom,
Suck it in more.
love letter.
Suck it.
Wait,
What's going on?
Chill the f out.
Stop.
What's happening?
We're trying to sleep, dude. F off.
Like, literally.
What is going on?
We're going home, dude. Bet.
When Blade finally realized what was happening, things exploded into a heated, aggressive confrontation between him and Chicken Andy. Viewers watched in real time as the years of drama, dysfunction, and pent-up chaos all collided in one of the most unhinged live stream ever broadcast.
Hey, where's Beck at? Don't worry about Beck. She's getting it. She's getting it, Bob. Back up. 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 Back up, Batty. Back up, Batty. Hey, Beck, let's go, dude. Beck, hey, there is no Beck tonight. You should go home. Beck is talking to a real man.
After Blade caught Beck cheating with Chicken Andy, he seemed to disappear for a while, vanishing from streams and social media as the drama exploded online. People who followed the saga wondered whether Blade was spiraling even deeper, or if the chaos...
She's bringing the lack, she's going to stay with me for a little bit, and then she's dipping off with family. To try to make sure that her family is good, and then we'll go from there.
Hello. Hi, Blade. What's going on with you? I got Beck's apology, but like it's just weird because I can't really talk. But I don't know. I just wanted to see how you're processing everything.
I'm processing it. It is what it is, but we'll be good though. So.
You guys are gonna work it out.
We already got it, so.
That's cool. So you're already over it.
Yeah, because like I would be hypocrite because I've done some stuff.
Yeah.
Like drunk. Honestly, Beck should have left me a long time ago for some of the shit I did, but we love each other, so like I don't say what didn't happen, but
yeah.
You know, they didn't like fuck or anything bad.
I don't know what they did because they walked off away with each other at one point. Like away from the RV, like they're like in front of the RV and they come back, but maybe she doesn't remember.
Blade, sounding exhausted and defeated, told her they were trying to figure things out, hinting at the messy situation with Beck. Meanwhile, Keemstar also got involved, reaching out to Beck directly. In a conversation with Keem, Beck confessed that she had indeed kissed Chicken Andy, confirming what everyone had witnessed on stream.
Chicken came up to me and kissed me, but nothing else happened.
Wait a minute, you kissed another man? Did you kiss another man?
He kissed me and I kissed him. Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds like cheating.
After that, the relationship between Blade and Beck turned into a chaotic, uncertain mess. They stayed together for a while, but things were tense and awkward, often spilling out in bits and pieces during Blade's streams. Eventually, Blade posted a video explaining that Beck had broken up with him.
She's bringing the lack, she's going to stay with me for a little bit, and then she's dipping off with family. To try to make sure that her family is good, and then we'll go from there.
We mean, if there's ever been a person who seems to embody everything that can possibly go wrong in a single life, it's Blade, because his show truly never ends. Not long after the explosive drama of Beck's cheating scandal and the chaotic RV7 crossover, Blade went on to crash his RV into a pole around December 2022.
And Blade actually made a video explaining how it happened.
I did see some cars and they kind of went past me, but I rolled back and I basically just tried to roll back into the side of the road. And when I did that, I uprooted a electric pole, a light pole.
So now, with no RV left to stream from, Blade decided to get himself a house in early 2023. But before you get any happy for him, let us warn you. This quickly spiraled into one of the most absurd sagas of his life. Instead of turning over a new leaf, Blade turned his new home into a non-stop drunk streaming house. Day after day, he sat on camera chugging alcohol, barely coherent, while inviting a revolving door of IP2 streamers into his space. Many of these people were themselves deep into drugs, alcohol, or just plain chaos, crackheads and addicts doing bizarre, reckless stunts for the camera.
The streams became almost unbearable to watch. Viewers could practically see Blade killing himself slowly on camera, his health visibly declining with each passing week, but it wasn't just Blade in danger anymore. Things turned deadly serious when people started to realize that real lives were at risk because of his antics. Between the drugs, fights, and unpredictable behavior, his house became a powder keg, a place where at any moment things could explode into violence or tragedy.
And soon enough, people's worst fears came to reality.
At some point after Blade bought the house, he crossed paths with one of his dedicated fans, a man named Willie Two Guns.
Willie was more than just a random viewer. He'd been following Blade for years, popping up in chats and communities devoted to IP2 and Blade's chaotic streams. Interestingly, there's another bizarre twist to this story. Willie was also Beck's ex, a weird little detail that just adds another layer of soap opera absurdity to Blade's world.
Eventually, Willie Two Guns was invited over to Blade's house, eager to be part of the drunken streaming scene. But there was a massive problem lurking under the surface. Willie had been diagnosed with severe congestive heart problems. His doctors had explicitly told him to take it easy and avoid stress, exertion, and certainly alcohol.
I have congestive heart failure.
Don't tell him all that, dude.
My
That's all good if you can't just.
my cardiologist says don't do anything but rest and relax.
Yet, despite the medical warnings, Willie decided to do something incredibly dangerous. Not only did he start drinking heavily during his visit, but he also mixed his medication with copious amounts of Crown Royal, putting himself at grave risk.
Anonymous sent $21. Let's do it, Willie.
21. Add 2 more. All right. Add 2 more. Okay, I got it. Thank you, bro. Let's go for it. Like, what the? That's like a whole cup of Crown Royal.
And when you do something like that, there are always consequences. Willie eventually passed out while standing, his body slumped at a weird, unnatural angle. To the horror of everyone watching, nobody in the house bothered to help him. Instead, people just kept streaming, barely reacting as Willie's life was potentially hanging in the balance.
Listen, hey, you good? We need to get him. We need to get him laid down before he falls. He's gonna fall down and really hurt himself. He's fine. All right, fine.
There you go.
You say he's fine? It's on you if he falls and breaks his face.
He's the one that wants to stand there.
I'm trying to get him to. He's passing out, dude. He's drunk.
And then, what everybody feared finally happened. Willie was never moved over to the couch, and he ended up falling and hitting his head hard on the floor before knocking himself out cold.
He needs to lay the down. Yeah, you're right. He's not even awake, so he doesn't want anything. I told you.
He lay there passed out for a long time, completely unresponsive. Yet even in that terrifying moment, nobody in the house took it seriously. Instead, they painted his face and kept streaming, treating the situation like some twisted joke. Eventually, the chaos escalated to the point that the cops were called, and Willie was rushed to the hospital. It was a chilling reminder that in Blade's house, life and death emergencies were just more content for the stream.
I just hope he's okay. That's the main thing.
I'm trying to roll a cigarette with one hand and it's pissing me
off. Oh my god, okay, dude.
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here?
From the red from the cheeks to the nose.
To be honest, the whole situation was beyond messed up. Here was a man with serious heart problems, collapsing and hitting his head, lying unconscious on the floor, and instead of anyone helping him or calling for medical help right away, people laughed, painted his face, and kept the cameras rolling. It showed just how deeply twisted things had become in Blade's world, where human suffering was treated like entertainment, and real emergencies were just another spectacle for views. It was a stark, disturbing reminder that the line between content and cruelty had long since vanished, leaving behind a toxic circus where people's lives and health meant nothing.
In the days following the stream, viewers kept flooding Blade's chat, asking what had happened to Willie and whether he was okay. For a while, Blade didn't say much, leaving people worried and speculating. Eventually, he addressed it on stream, revealing that Willie had been in a coma for a while and had eventually passed away.
2 days ago, Beck found out that Willie actually passed on either the 8th or the 7th. Basically 2 weeks ago. So, it's been confirmed. Willie's no longer with us.
Honestly, it was a tragic outcome, and at least to many watching, a deeply sad and irresponsible way for someone to go. Yet, in the same stream where he gave this heartbreaking update, Blade couldn't stay focused. He ended up getting drunk again and rambled on, insisting that he didn't kill Willie and launching into a mess of other excuses and random comments.
Willie
What's going on with Will?
No, Willie
What's going
died.
on with that?
Willie, can we get an update?
No,
Can we
Willie
get a
died,
Willie
dude.
update, champ?
Willie
We'll
died,
update
dude.
Willie.
Yeah, I didn't do it. I didn't kill him, but that Willie died. That Willie died, and I'll take you with me in my dreams.
We mean this guy has no tact at all.
And if the way he talking here in this video is not bad enough, we also came across this video of Blade and his now ex-girlfriend Beck talking about Willie that will leave you feeling really disgusted at the two of them.
He probably will. He will, dude. He'll probably more. Dude, he's gonna be lit.
Honestly,
at the
it's a nice
sound
guy,
of no. Boom. Fire sales.
You know what? He's never getting lit again. What he's doing.
Oh, look at that dark rap. Shut down your party, dude. What? You not gonna let him party, dude?
No.
You know he's built the party, right? He's built the party. No.
He don't need to be doing that.
That's why he's in the hospital.
I've been in the hospital.
At this point, we don't even know what to say. These people are just horrible.
However, maybe it was his guilty conscience talking, or maybe Blade genuinely felt bad about what happened to Willie and finally wanted to hold himself accountable. For a while, he actually quit drinking and switched his streams back to playing video games. But, as always, it didn't last long. By now, everyone knows the pattern. Every time Blade tries to quit, it's just the same cycle repeating itself. And to be honest, his viewers weren't exactly helpful either.
The whole world could see that this man probably needed real therapy and proper rehab to conquer his alcohol addiction. But no one, especially not his audience, seriously pushed him in that direction. Instead, these people were basically paying him to kill himself on livestream, egging him on with donations to keep drinking and spiraling further. It's hard to overstate just how messed up that dynamic was.
We mean, yes, Blade was primarily responsible for his own choices and the condition he ended up in. But it's equally true that his audience fueled and enabled his decline into madness, turning his self-destruction into content for their entertainment.
In fact, one fascinating and deeply unsettling insight into the mindset of Blade's audience came from one of his regular donors, a guy known online as Big Chungus. At one point, Big Chungus was interviewed by other streamers, Smokey and Kiwi, about why he kept donating money to Blade despite knowing it was literally funding his self-destruction.
In the interview, Big Chungus admitted that part of him felt bad watching Blade drink himself into oblivion. But at the same time, he found the chaos and unpredictability of Blade's streams entertaining.
It's entertaining to be able to
control
real-time interact. You just give him $21 and he takes a triple and starts saying things that you never would say in your entire life. You know, and it's funny. My nightly routine was, you know, get Brian to do something funny, which again, I'm not a good person. I don't want to, I mean, I try to be, but I'm objectively not at this point. I mean, you know, I'm paying for somebody to hurt themselves essentially, which is disgusting.
Honestly, it was a chilling look at how Blade's audience wasn't just passive observers. They were active participants in his downfall, simultaneously horrified and addicted to the spectacle.
They constantly egged him on, throwing money at him during his drunk streams, and daring him to do reckless things like him stumbling into a Waffle House drunk or hitting up a casino while barely able to stand. And, astonishingly, Blade actually went through with it. One time, he even managed to win $900 on a slot machine, a rare moment of luck that almost made people think things might be turning around for him.
Ultra, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
But before anyone could feel happy for him, reality came crashing back down. Soon after that incident, Blade's second YouTube account, UMB2, which had been set up by his ex-girlfriend Becky, was terminated as well.
But it wasn't just YouTube washing its hands of Blade. Even the notoriously disgraced streaming platform Kick apparently banned him after a truly horrifying incident involving a dog. Yes, once again, Blade streamed himself abusing a dog.
In love with one of your viewers, Willie. Fucking move in this place.
At this point, it's honestly hard to figure out what Blade was trying to achieve with these stunts. But one thing is certain, if even Kick is banning you, you're probably doing something really, really bad.
Also, there has been another incident involving a cat. In 2022, Blade spit on a cat that he did not own and talked about it during a drunk stream. He later apologized to the owner, who was still mad at him, but thought it would eventually blow over.
Love you.
We mean, how low can this guy even go?
After getting himself banned in November 2023, Blade made a surprising move. He flew to Seattle to live with and care for his mother. For years, she had been a stabilizing force in his life. Despite the chaos, providing financial support, housing, and emotional labor as he spiraled through alcoholism and controversy. That Thanksgiving 2022, she even appeared on his stream, visibly concerned for him when viewers bombarded her with donations and criticized her for enabling Blade despite his increasingly vile behavior.
But things took a darker turn after Blade moved in. During his stay in Seattle, his mother was hospitalized due to health issues intertwined with binge eating and medication complications. Around December, she said that someone, likely Beck, Blade's ex, had stolen some of her prescription pills, along with a few patches, whatever those are.
Patches or pills or anything, right?
I don't know if she stole my patch. I think she did.
Oh my God, what?
She did not steal my pills, she stole my patch.
This accusation sparked a tense live, with Blade and his mother trading barbs. She accused him of allowing toxic people into her home and failing to keep her safe, while Blade attacked her character, going so far as to call her a side.
The fight escalated quickly. Blade's mother declared she would no longer consider him her son, labeling him a drunken, miserable, evil human being who had lost her trust and was unfit to be her caretaker.
Throughout it all, Blade never showed much remorse. Instead, he defended his actions, painted his mother as overbearing, and used the confrontation to justify his decision to stop being her caretaker.
My mom doesn't want me to come up to Seattle, be her caregiver, even though we made plans for it. She's not a fan of me drinking. She called the state to not hire me to be her caregiver. She doesn't want anything to do with me.
After the fallout with his mother, Blade spiraled even further. At one point during the same stream, he got $250 donation, which prompted him to take a quadruple shot of alcohol, and then accept a dare to go to a Waffle House while barely able to stand. And he actually did it.
By this stage, Blade had become nothing more than a jester for his viewers, someone people could manipulate into doing practically anything if they threw enough money his way. It was incredibly sad to witness, especially considering that he was once a respected gaming creator who'd made a name for himself with skill and personality. But Blade hadn't been that person for a long time. Now he seemed to have accepted his role as a sideshow, living for the donations and the fleeting moments of attention, even as his health, reputation, and dignity continued to crumble around him.
But then after years of burning bridges and cycling through chaos, Blade eventually crossed paths with Scary Terry, a figure who would become part of one of the stranger chapters in his IRL streaming life.
For those of you who don't know, Scary Terry is an IRL streamer and minor IP2 figure himself who'd gained notoriety for his unpredictable personality and willingness to let controversial streamers like Blade stay at his home for content.
By late 2023, Blade's life was an absolute shambles. Banned from multiple platforms, alienated from his mother, and effectively homeless after his streaming house fell apart under the weight of police calls, drugged-out guests, and neighborhood complaints. It was around this time that he linked up with Scary Terry. Terry, seeing both an opportunity for content, offered Blade a place to stay. For a brief window, it seemed like Blade might have a shot at some stability, or at least a roof over his head.
But nothing stays peaceful in Blade's world for long. While living at Terry's place, Blade continued his usual patterns, drinking heavily, slurring through streams, and attracting drama wherever he went.
The real blow-up came when Blade doxed Terry's address live on stream. Whether intentional or just another consequence of drunken rambling, Blade revealed personal details about where Terry lived, opening the door for trolls and swatters to harass Terry's household. Once the address was out there, Terry had no choice but to kick Blade out.
So the other night, I kind of doxed the location a little bit. Because of that, someone emailed the property. So they hit up Terry, they're like, what the f***, dude? Sent up a little thing saying you're not supposed to have people that aren't on the lease staying here. What the f***? Yeah, so I had to clean up. I FaceTimed Terry. Everything's good. We left on good terms, but
After leaving Scary Terry's place, Blade was effectively homeless, drifting from one temporary spot to another. Without a stable home base for his IRL drunk streaming, he bounced between hotels and motels, continuing to broadcast his chaotic lifestyle online.
But Blade's heavy drinking and increasingly unhinged behaviors kept getting him into trouble wherever he stayed.
One of the most infamous incidents happened during a stream from a motel room. Extremely drunk, Blade began yelling loudly and repeatedly, shouting racial slurs, including the N-word. His outbursts were so disruptive that other motel guests bombarded the front desk with complaints.
The motel management was forced to intervene and went to Blade's room, demanding that he leave the premises. The entire exchange was captured live on stream, showing Blade barely coherent, refusing to comply with the manager's requests.
Eventually, Blade practically passed out on stream, unable to function or leave on his own. This motel debacle became one of the many examples of how Blade's drinking and self-destructive choices spiraled further out of control.
After the motel fiasco, Blade disappeared from the streaming scene for a while. When he eventually resurfaced, he was with another man known online as Orange.
So
Call my landlord.
yeah, it is literally his place.
I have the deed, motherfucker.
He literally offered me that I could stay here for as long. He's literally on top of a mountain. I'm amazed that you have cell service out here, but it's obviously working. No neighbors. If we die out here, we die here. There's no saving us.
Maybe a helicopter.
Maybe a helicopter.
Very little is publicly known about Orange's real identity or background, and most who follow Blade's story say that's probably for the best. From what we know for far, Orange comes across as a deeply unpleasant and potentially dangerous person, and you will soon know why.
At some point, Blade ended up staying with Orange in a mountainous area, continuing his pattern of heavy drinking and live streaming. Their streams together were often chaotic and disturbing, showing Blade in a vulnerable and deteriorating state.
Sorry, I'm really lit person.
You got this.
Yes.
Just take it slow and stay low. So if you fall, you don't fall far.
I'm gonna fall.
Well, you know, just saying.
One of the most infamous moments during this period took place on Christmas Eve. Blade drank excessively, as usual, and at some point urinated on Orange's bed.
Did you pee it last night? Did you pee the bed again?
I peed last night.
How many times did you pee it?
Let's pee it again.
Oh my god, looks like it's peed again. Oh my god.
This incident triggered a violent outburst from Orange.
On a live stream, Orange could be seen physically Blade, screaming at him, jumping on him, and preventing him from sleeping.
The head.
Yeah, you sleep with this golf ball next to your pillow, white boy? Because everyone who's white plays golf? Because that's the game of racism?
Viewers described it as a scene of torture and humiliation, with Blade unable or unwilling to fight back. Orange seemed to relish punishing Blade, leading many to consider this one of the darkest and most disturbing episodes in Blade's streaming career.
We mean, the rest of this stream is honestly just too hard to watch. It's basically Orange torturing and humiliating Blade in every way possible, yelling at him, mocking him, and treating him like he's less than human. And while we can't truly feel sorry for Blade, given everything he's done, we also can't ignore how utterly wrong and disturbing it is to see someone being degraded like that, even if he brought a lot of his problems on himself. It's one of those moments where you're left feeling conflicted, disgusted by Blade, yet equally disgusted by the spectacle unfolding on screen.
At first, when people stumbled across this stream, they didn't really know what was happening. We even found a Reddit thread where someone just as confused as we were when we first saw it asked what was going on between Blade and Orange.
This guy wrote, I saw a YouTube comment mention this incident that occurred on Christmas Eve this year between a YouTuber OnlyUseMeBlade and a streamer I cannot find called Orange. Looked it up and found this video, which is quite disturbing. Seems to show a streamer trapped in an RV with an erratically behaving person who others are calling Orange. Cannot find any socials nor where this stream actually occurred. Blade gets extremely drunk, is intentionally sleep deprived, and... Does anyone know what lead up to this incident, who Orange is? The comments are almost more disturbing than the video. Everyone is fairly happy to see this guy basically getting tortured, and trying to Google only brings me previous controversies about OnlyUseMeBlade.
Oh, ignorance really is a bliss.
The comments under that post actually helped us a lot in understanding why this was happening in the first place. So we're going to read some of them out for you guys because they really shed light on the situation and the twisted dynamics at play.
One user wrote, He is regularly antagonized by the people around him because they know he has to take it. Orange is an alleged meth addict, and they were both wasted. And since the incident, it seems like Blade has escaped the property and is somewhere in Washington State.
While another user said, he does tend to ramp things up once he's in the spotlight for any reason. After getting a feature of some sort of Lolcow podcast, he had been streaming more regularly. But yes, that's just how his life is now. He believes he has no other options other than doing those sorts of humiliation streams, no matter how many times they make his life miserable, so he keeps doing them.
So it seems like after the violent and very disturbing fallout with Orange, Blade somehow managed to escape that dangerous situation and ended up staying at a woman's house known online as Sheepdog. She was reportedly one of his longtime moderators, and for reasons that still baffle many, she allowed Blade to move in with her.
This is Sheepdog. She's awesome. Boom. And possibly her new roommate. And I'll show you the digs. I'll show you what we bought to cook. Show you what we got to drink.
At this point, it's hard to understand why anyone would continue to take him in, given how destructive, volatile, and frankly exhausting he had become. By then, Blade wasn't just a washed-up streamer. He was a walking liability, drunk around the clock, barely functioning, and known for causing chaos wherever he went.
The most likely explanation, according to us, is money and exploitation.
The truth is that despite the wreckage, Blade's streams were still bringing in donations. And it's widely speculated that the people around him were taking advantage of his inability to manage finances. Blade, seemingly operating with no sense of awareness or accountability, would trade his dignity for a pack of Jaeger and a place to pass out.
While we can't confirm exactly what kind of arrangement was going on, it's difficult to believe that anyone was housing him out of pure goodwill. There had to be something in it for them, whether it was money, clout, or just the twisted thrill of being part of the circus.
Whatever the case, it was clear that Blade's life had turned into a bleak performance, a man being slowly destroyed, while others stood by and let it happen, as long as the cameras were rolling.
Anyways, coming back to the topic, during his time staying with Sheepdog, Blade continued to show the same horrible behavior that had driven so many people away from him before. Blade spent the few initial days being completely wasted and drunk at Sheepdog's house.
However, to absolutely no one's surprise, he quickly became verbally and toward her as well. He reportedly threw sandwiches at her, screamed insults, and even threatened violence, including rape.
I don't have mayonnaise. Do you want me to heat it up, though?
Goddamn right, I want to heat up.
Oh!
If you had this, I'd you. You're welcome, baby. You're a flat-chested and I hate you.
Tragically, this wasn't some isolated outburst. By this stage in Blade's life, it had become a consistent and deeply troubling pattern. He simply could not interact with women without eventually turning the conversation into vile sexual threats or harassment. Even though he can barely stand upright for 2 minutes without support, his mentality is toxic and frightening.
The way he slurs through threats and twisted monologues is not only disturbing, but downright brain-rotting to witness. It's a tragic portrait of a man who has spiraled so far out of control that he's become a hazard to both himself and everyone in his orbit.
Sadly, or should we say fortunately, Blade couldn't stay at Sheepdog's place for long. His location was inevitably doxed by himself, exposing Sheepdog and her family to danger from people harassing them online or showing up in person. So once again, Blade had to leave and fend for himself.
And what did he do next? Exactly what everyone expected.
He checked into another motel, and the same pattern repeated itself like clockwork.
Bridget's family was doxed in high heaven. So I had to dip out of there. That's it. I wish there was more. I know it's something hell smug. But her family was doxxed like crazy, dude.
He told his viewers during a live stream from this motel that he had accidentally doxed Sheepdog's location and ended up getting kicked out. At this point, it's honestly hard to understand how someone can repeatedly make the same mistake. How dumb do you have to be to keep blowing up every opportunity you get not to be homeless? And guess what? He did it again. People figured out which motel he was staying in and started calling the front desk nonstop. The harassment got so bad that the management eventually had to ask him to leave.
And dude, bad news. I still have to ask you to leave.
Alright. What's fine?
I'm so sorry, man.
Was it more calls or?
Yeah, we're still getting calls. My manager's like, at this point, he feels like either way.
Give me 20 minutes, I'll be out here.
Thanks.
After this interaction, Blade had no choice but to leave. He packed up his things, including of course his booze, and started motel hopping, moving from one cheap room to another. That's where the real drama began, as he started downing one shot of Jaeger after another, spiraling deeper into his usual cycle of drunken chaos and self-destruction.
Eventually, Blade got irrational and belligerent, started screaming racial slurs, and caused enough chaos that the motel guests and staff were forced to complain.
The front desk demanded that he leave, but Blade simply couldn't or wouldn't comply. By this point, he was so physically that he wasn't even capable of leaving on his own.
The front desk, you need to come to the door right now.
Maybe you should shut the
Sir, you need to leave.
Blade was so wasted that he couldn't understand a single thing that was going on. He eventually just passed out right there in front of the stream. It all got so bad that the cops were called, and once they arrived, they shut everything down.
Hey, can you talk to us, Brian? I can't see his hands. Hey, Brian! Can you come talk to us? Lumber County Sheriff's Office. We want to make sure you're okay. Hey, Brian! Hey, can you face me?
Anonymous donated $4. 400 years of not okay.
Hey, Brian.
He was admitted to a hospital, where he ended up spending his new year recovering from what he'd done to himself. Once he was well enough, he went back to Sheepdog's house and started streaming again, this time on Kick, as though nothing had ever happened.
As of 2025, Blade is still stuck in the same destructive cycle that's followed him for years. Despite moments where he claimed he was sober or trying to turn things around, he's back to streaming himself drinking heavily, often downing shots of Jaeger on camera while slurring his words. His health has continued to decline, and viewers frequently comment on how frail and sickly he looks, but that hasn't stopped him from chasing donations through chaotic, alcohol-fueled streams. He's been banned from multiple platforms like YouTube, Kick, and reportedly even Rumble, so he keeps hopping between smaller streaming sites wherever he's allowed to broadcast. While he occasionally talks about wanting to go back to gaming content or get sober for good, it never seems to last. Blade in 2025 remains a tragic figure, a once popular content creator now trapped in a cycle of addiction, controversy, and public self-destruction, with an audience that's both fueling and feeding off his downfall.
In the end, Blade's story is a stark reminder of how fame, addiction, and the internet can collide in the worst possible ways. From a talented gaming creator to a man live streaming his own decline, his journey has been messy, tragic, and at times horrifying to watch.
It makes you wonder, at what point do viewers become complicit in someone's self-destruction? How much responsibility do we, as an audience, carry for encouraging the very content that's killing its creator? And can someone like Blade ever truly find a way back, or is it already too late?
And now, this is for all the haters. I'm about to go Super Saiyan! And this, what he's doing, is to go even further beyond!
Yeah, fucking Burger Planet's a great. He coincides with kids.
I'm telling you to fucking quit talking shit about me! I'm fucking done with it!
I want to live!
Dude, it's sketchy out here. I don't have to walk back through there.
I mean, why'd you come here?
I came here to see you guys. You said I could come with you.
Is that the sound you make when dudes are you?
Is that what you visualize about the sex life you don't have?
I don't know. I got bigger titties than you do. Maybe I should go on OnlyFans.
Burger Planet is a Twitch and YouTube streamer who turned his 28,100 YouTube subscribers to an army of haters from eating food out of a trash can.
Got something. Squirt something here.
To getting arrested for pushing a streamer in Thailand.
Hey man, shout out Eddie, dog. Shout out Eddie, dog.
Yo, get the fuck out of here.
Hey,
Burger has built a reputation as the internet's most tragic clown.
Hey, how you doing? I've been better. I'm almost 300 pounds and I haven't seen my penis in... It's been a long time. I don't remember. It's been so long. Can you see yours?
And when Reddit fans start begging other creators to humiliate him, it's a sign of how deeply invested the internet has become in his downfall.
Talk him into staying.
Oh, you pervert.
James, do you think we should kick Burger?
For what?
Kick me?
For what?
Yeah, sack attack.
One Redditor even said, I would actually kill for Burger Planet as a freeloader, while another said, Burger Planet is a bad person and has been accused of paying for a mentally disabled prostitute. Production could constantly sabotage these particular fish. Unlike streamer Hampton Brandon, who recently came back from prison.
On camera, like, you don't deserve to even be near me. I'm not a normal person. I'm just a guy from New York that got famous, that came to LA, and Ice Poseidon came at me, and he happened to have viewers. You guys are obsessed with something that happened a long time ago. You have to give me stage now, because that's not what I want to be. I'm an artist out here. Honestly,
Aside from abandoning his kids to interview strangers on the street,
All right, who's ready? The judge said I have to spend time with you crummy kids, so I thought maybe we could do something fun like an obstacle course, okay?
Burger's only crime is doing some of the most morally challenging things that a human being could ever do, like stealing food from a homeless man.
Score.
In this video, we're breaking down how Burger Planet went from being the loyal sidekick of Ice Poseidon, one of the biggest streamers in 2017.
Yeah, Ice Poseidon?
That's me. Do you know me?
Yeah, I've heard of you.
International superstar, baby.
One of the most ridiculed figures in streaming history, and how his endless cycle of outbursts and low self-esteem made him one of the strangest cases in internet history. While Burger was having a joint streaming session with EBZ, another streamer in Ice Poseidon's close circle.
Says hi, bro. All right, I got you, bro. Thank you, dog. EBZ.
They soon started arguing over the right place to leave meat.
The meat?
Put it in the refrigerator?
I said we should put it in the refrigerator so it doesn't go bad, right?
You mean in 1 minute? You think it's gonna go bad in 1 minute? Like just
leave raw meat out.
Man, focus on the movie you're watching, whatever it is you're watching.
Did you
I'll take care of this. I'll take care of this. You're about to turn this place into a nonsense room, man. Focus on what you're doing. Yeah.
I just said
you're
to
running
put
your
the meat in the refrigerator and you're like having a fight.
You talk too much and it's getting annoying.
So the meat should be left.
After EBZ decided that he had had enough of EBZ attitude, he slapped him across the face.
Worry about what you're worrying about. Bro, worry about what you're worrying about.
Are you scared to touch the meat or something? Is that what it is? Like,
are you running your... Worry about...
Burger responded in the most dramatic way possible. He called the police, and while it wasn't caught on live stream, Poseidon would later confirm in an interview session with Scuff Central that EBZ was arrested.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't give us the slightest of... but, I mean, I'll put it this way. If somebody punched me in the face, I would also call the police. I mean, it is what it is. I mean... Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Like, EBZ shouldn't be punching people. Like, why? Like, Burger didn't even do anything to...
Alright, I'm calling the police. Don't do that. Holy shit, bro. I'm calling the police for assault. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I'm calling. Holy shit, dude. You're going to jail, dude. I got on video. Don't do that. You're going to jail.
Another infamous fight of his was with another streamer named Salmon Andy, who deliberately provoked Burger by stealing his chair in a restaurant.
Burger Planet! Out of my chair.
1 second, brother.
No, get out of here. Out of my chair.
Burger initially tried reasoning with Andy by asking him to release his chair.
Please.
Why are you so sensitive all the time, dude?
I'm not, dude.
Andy decided to stand up, but after he called Burger the B word, Burger couldn't stop himself from punching him. This would eventually turn into a full-blown fight which made the restaurant staff uncomfortable.
We'll go eat somewhere else.
No, I'm eating right here, bitch.
Don't. I know. How many guys? Yeah, I'm just gonna pay. We'll go.
You're a glass of water on me.
No, you're literally...
You're eating. You're not even a customer here.
I'm sorry, bro. It wasn't my intention. I was looking...
Andy felt so bad for what he'd done that he decided to pay the waiter a tip, even though he had not ordered anything at all. Unfortunately, he had run out of cash, so he had to lend some from Gary, Burger's streaming partner.
God damn it, Sam and Andy.
Gary, you got 20 cash? I'll cash app you for it.
Yeah.
I wanna give at least the waiter $20, so I feel bad.
I gave a tip.
Yeah, but I
did
wanna
you cancel your order? Or you think they know
I didn't
to?
order.
Oh, you didn't even order?
Dude, I was
you didn't even order.
Bro. I was gonna order food and like kick it and shit, but Burger came in all hot.
While Andy was heading back to the restaurant to pay the tip, he ran into Berger again, who rained insults on him and asked Gary to stop being nice to Andy. When you consider the fact that Berger rarely ever meets people who treat him nicely, that's quite an inhuman thing to say.
It's premeditated assault. That's a felony. And that's a felony. That's premeditated assault. You stay the away from us, and this is your last warning. Let's go away from him, Gary. Fuck that guy. He's not hanging out with us. I don't care. Quit being nice to that.
Then there was his run-in with Johnny Somali, a Thailand-based streamer, who had a t-shirt mocking Berger with the words, "Hide your kids."
I'll make some t-shirts to wear. I'll make 2 shirts. We'll get this one. And hide your kids in your balloons. Oh, we'll make that one. Yo, he's gonna report me to the website for this one, bro. Nah, oh my.
Their paths eventually crossed when Johnny spotted Berger at a restaurant. Instead of walking away, Johnny followed him inside to deliver the shirt in person.
For everybody. We don't want to go. Let's take care of it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful gift for you guys. Here you go. Enjoy it.
Berger was so annoyed by this that he didn't waste any time in shoving Johnny into a koi pond.
Fuck out of here.
Oh my god.
Losing his phone in the process.
Where's my phone at?
I told you to quit with me. You won't listen.
Can I put anything on the phone then? We can see.
Where's my phone at?
I don't know.
And what followed was a barrage of shouting.
You guys.
Here you go.
Enjoy it. Oh no.
We don't want to get the.
Come on, bro. That's a beautiful gift for you guys.
Get out of here. Leave
Hey,
us
man,
alone.
Shout
We
out
don't want
Eddie,
it to
dog.
be
Shout out Eddie, dog.
Yo. Fuck out of here.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This guy's harassing us. You.
Yo, what the?
Take us.
For once, many viewers found themselves siding with Berger. A Redditor went so far as to say, Berger doing God's work. After all, Johnny Somali was widely disliked for being racist like that time he played a racist song in a Japanese train.
Japanese guys. Oh my god, bro. Stop, bro. I didn't scam.
And watching him get pushed into a pond was undeniably satisfying. But it wouldn't be the first time Johnny Somali got punched for acting out of hand.
Who infamously punched Johnny Somali in the face while he was standing right here.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today? Whoa.
I had a few questions for him about what happened, and my first question would be, why did you do it?
So the reason why I did it is because he was assaulting people in my country. Just by his behavior, it just made me feel like...
Berger even went so far as to do a reaction on it afterwards.
IRL live streamers are taking over Asia.
I am being gang stalked. I'm being gang stalked by Asians all over the world. W stream, are you guys enjoying the stream today? Whoa!
Well, it just got a little better.
Is that you?
I am now.
So you think it's okay to be physically assaulting somebody? Yeah, you're in my country, buddy. You know I hate to
I wonder if me pushing him in the pond got in the clips.
But even in victory, Berger couldn't quite escape embarrassment. Attracting the public's attention for pushing someone into a pond isn't exactly a win, especially when it's in a foreign country. This wasn't the only time that things didn't exactly work out in Berger's favor. It's almost as though whenever he managed to stand up for himself or something good happens to him, ends up shedding bitter tears, like that time when he planned to meet up with a woman who had no romantic interest in him. But she didn't show up for the date, despite making plans with him. Berger spiraled into an emotional meltdown, live streaming his heartbreak to anyone who would watch.
Inconsiderate jerk. There's all these people in love and shit in the park and everything. That was supposed to be us. God damn it. I actually really care about her. And she doesn't give a about me. Hurts, man. It's just message.
What makes Berger fascinating is the constant swing between moments of pity and moments of sheer frustration. Watching him, you might start to feel sorry for him, but right when you start feeling sorry for him, he'll do something so outrageous that you'll instantly lose any positive emotion you feel for him.
This guy just tried to beat me up 6 or 7 different guys. They broke my glasses.
In order for you to understand Burger Planet and why people often turn their backs on him, you'll first have to learn about how he came to limelight. Burger Planet first started gaining a few hundred views in 2007 when he launched a YouTube channel called The Josh McCutcheon Show. On this channel, he posted what he considered comedy skits.
This isn't gonna work, man. I'm a psychology student in college.
Whoa, you're really smart for a guy who is getting really sleepy.
But when his videos failed to get enough views, he decided to venture into IRL streaming, which was fetching plenty views and making big waves at the time.
Everybody's wanting a handout down here. The guy say the N-word? Wow. Not good.
Even at this early stage, it was obvious Josh wasn't good at interacting with strangers, like that time he tried to kiss a woman he just met.
I've never been there.
You should go.
I'd love to check it out.
Check it out.
Undeterred by his lack of charisma or social skills, he tried another familiar path, food reviews. It's likely this is where the name Burger Planet came from, but once again, his videos barely got any views. Still, Josh had a dream of becoming a famous live streamer, and little things like people hating on him wasn't going to stop him. He left his family in Indiana and moved to Los Angeles to pursue IRL streaming full-time, since it was much easier to find unique people from diverse cultural background. At the time, streamers like Valkyrie were tapping into this in the production talent available in Los Angeles. At the time, Ice Poseidon was the king of IRL, streaming otherwise known as in real-life streaming, which involves sharing your daily activities such as interview sessions on the streets or gaming sessions. This attracted millions of followers while making him one of the top streamers on Twitch. He also had these team of streamers who followed him everywhere because they were trying to gain more views on their streaming accounts, and Burger desperately wanted to be one of them.
I just get a little emotional sometimes because I really do care about you, man.
When he finally had the opportunity to meet Ice in a bar, he tried to get on his good side by gifting him a bottle of Smirnoff Ice.
Sorry. Oh my God, I'm so... Alright. Anyway, you just got iced, brother.
What's this?
Smirnoff Ice. Has anyone ever iced you before?
No, what are you doing?
I just iced the Iceman. I'm streaming on YouTube.
Unfortunately, Ice wasn't impressed, and didn't even bother drinking the Smirnoff in Burger's presence, even though Burger had told him how much it would mean to him if he just popped the bottle.
Anyway, it was bad timing. Sure, let's get a beer. Man, I spent $4 on that Smirnoff Ice, and you didn't even get to see him chug it. The whole point is, like, they have to chug it on the spot.
Burger decided to go to a bar to drink, but he is surprised when Ice Poseidon walks in a few minutes later. He watches Ice and his date for a while and considers joining them, but he decides to wait until they're about to leave.
I know, I should have waited until he got out. I know, guys. All this hate.
After a while, Burger notices that Ice is having issues with streaming because his batteries are dead.
He has no cable. He just needs a...
So he comes to the rescue by giving him some batteries. Poseidon was so impressed by this that he would later tell Burger that he is not a leech.
Heineken? Oh, yeah.
So what's up? What have you been up to, bro?
Been chilling, man. Some of these people are hating on me, though. They said I'm a leech.
Yeah, they say that about everyone.
Everyone's a leech that gets off the stream. That's not right.
I mean, honestly, you hooked us up with the charger, so you ain't useless. So you was not a leech. A leech is somebody who is useless.
Surprisingly, only 1 month after Ice Poseidon and Burger's initial meeting, Ice Poseidon announced that he was taking his entire crew on a tour, and Burger didn't get an instant invite.
So, do you think you can win this competition?
Listen, Paul, I know I can win this competition, and do you want to know why? I said, do you guys want to know why I can win this competition? Why? Because every day I live in my minivan. You're gonna go to your little house and sleep on your little My Little Pony pillow.
Ice Poseidon finally agreed to let Burger board the bus, but on one condition: he would have to eat a live worm. Surprisingly, Burger didn't hesitate. Surprisingly, even after Burger had eaten the live worm, the conductor slammed the door in his face and didn't allow him to board the bus.
They just humiliated me and ridiculed me, and they just me over. Dude, Paul, is it cool if I come, man? Come on, you said I could come on earlier. You said I could, and I just ate a worm and shit. Dude, it's sketchy out here. I don't have to walk back through that.
Before getting his big break with Ice Poseidon, Burger Planet had been an IRL streamer for 7 years. He first gained attention for being the loyal sidekick of Ice Poseidon, popularly known as the founder of IRL streaming. Before hanging out with Ice Poseidon, Burger's early streams were harmless. At first, they featured awkward singing.
I want it that way. You are my fire. I am.
Failed attempts at comedy.
I've never given a blowjob in a DJ booth.
And starting fights on the street.
Guess I was was a month before you showed up.
Yo,
and then everybody
just
said
'cause
they
you
hated
don't-
me.
just 'cause you-
and then you jumped on the bandwagon
Just 'cause-
against me.
No,
to hate
because
me. Because you're a jump on the bandwagon.
No,
little bitch.
no, I instantly knew you.
However, as time passed, Berger became more recognized for his public outbursts, which fetched him more views, like sending a public message to other streamers like Dr. Disrespect, a strategy that fetched him 6.4 thousand views, unlike his recent YouTube videos which get about 600 views or less on average. After all, who doesn't love drama? If there's another thing Burger Planet is known for, it's his knack for getting into fights with others. Some of the most memorable disputes involved other streamers. An example is his long-running feud with EBZ, another figure in Ice Poseidon's close circle. Their relationship had been rocky from the start, but it boiled over when they shared a streaming house and Burger accused EBZ of leaking the address.
How easy was it not to...
Do me a favor.
Hey,
don't raise your voice at me, gentlemen.
Oh, really?
Don't raise your voice at me, bro. Don't raise your voice at me. Do not raise your voice at me. Don't raise your voice at me, man. Hey!
And that was certainly not the only time that the two had a fallout, but people's open hatred of him fueled his obsession. At TwitchCon 2017, Burger attempted to network with bigger streamers, but was shunned at every turn.
I love you, man.
Hey,
Have a good night.
stop asking to stop filming.
Thanks. You don't have any reason to, like, tell me I can't talk to anyone, by the way. Let's go over here, I guess. This guy thinks I can't hang out with his friends.
The event staff asked him to stop filming him.
This guy's a Twitch... Oh, he's like, what's your TwitchCon name? He's like ready to ban me or something, probably. I don't know. What's this guy
It's an
name?
extra TwitchCon pass for me because I have...
Do you have an extra TwitchCon? Oh, maybe he's just going to help me.
TwitchCon
He might be TwitchCon staff. This guy's got a purple shirt.
pass, but it might not be valid.
What's your TwitchCon?
Someone gave me one of my viewers, but then someone said, oh, they're baiting you and they want you to go and try to, like, go and...
But one particular creator named Dr. Disrespect was constantly pressed by Burger. Burger had initially seen him at one of the bars in TwitchCon 2017. Dr. Disrespect was surprisingly nice to him, but he soon got tired of Burger's antics after Burger kept filming him. After Burger saw Dr. Disrespect talking to another female streamer, he instantly started filming the whole thing, leading to Dr. Disrespect asking him to get his camera out of his face.
Why? Just do me a favor, okay? Don't ever film me again. Don't ever get me on there.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
What?
Don't ever... Hey.
What? Alright, well, get away from me, man. Don't be on that thing.
Get out of my face. Get it out of my face.
Alright, I'm coming away. Well, don't go back into it if you don't want to be in it.
That encounter turned into a lifelong feud as Burger would post a video on his channel with the title, Dr. Disrespect Caught Flirting at TwitchCon 2017. This wasn't a good look for Dr. Disrespect, who was already married at the time.
I wasn't even doing anything weird. I don't know. It's awful. Done with this shit. That stupid wig wearing mullet idiot. Who the f does he think he is?
When Dr. Disrespect later admitted to cheating on his wife, Burger pounced on the scandal, mocking him in videos and even offering him a place to stay in his mansion. More like his van, but you get the drill.
Hey Doc, I heard about your little two-time situation. Not good. Well, if you need a place to crash while your wife kicks you out and takes half of everything...
Ooh, that was kind of mean and
You can move in with me in the van ship.
That wasn't nice.
Is this a bad time to ask for that collaboration?
Ill-spirited.
And I hope those fake
I was in a bad
crocodile
place
tears
then.
keep the subscribers
I'm better
around
now.
long enough. And good luck on your break.
The same thing happened when Dr. Disrespect was exposed again in 2024 for sending inappropriate messages to a minor. Burger posted another video, and this time he tried to befriend.
Doc, it's your buddy Burger. Man, I heard the news. Back in some hot water again. Not good. Well, look, Doc, I know you didn't do it. I know you're a good guy. I met you, Doc. Look, if you want to do that collab, we could still do it. Because hanging out with you wouldn't be the worst thing that people have said about me.
But people assumed he was leveraging the controversy to gain more viewer engagement. Ironically, it was this move that shot Burger back into the mainstream. Ice Poseidon even invited him to fight in a mock UFC event, where he faced Asian Andy. Burger fought dirty by kicking Andy right where the sun doesn't shine. And unfortunately, Asian Andy had to give up because he was in so much pain. But the truth was clear. Burger hadn't won anything. Instead of finally achieving fame and friendship, he was cementing his role as the butt of every joke often mocked by viewers for his awkward interactions with women.
You know what? You guys, and I'm turning this stream off. You guys can go yourselves.
Bullied by his peers and rejected when trying to hang out with others. Burger was mostly the target of the joke, because he was so desperate to be accepted by other streamers, he would often allow them to humiliate him, like that time he ate a live worm.
Leave this guy alone, Brandon.
Hey.
Trying to get people to... Get the off me. Hey, Brandon. Get off me, dude.
Ow, 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 ow. Why are you touching me? I'm not touching you. I want to touch your shirt.
Get off me. Get off me.
And because Burger was such an easy target, the abuse didn't just come from fellow streamers. Even random strangers on the street bullied him while he was live.
Brandon, what's good? It's Obi.
There's 250 viewers.
Hey, bro. Yeah. Burger Planet.
Wow.
He's a cuck.
Oh, hey. Why are you doing that?
It's after Brandon. That's my
No.
Hampton Brandon. Burger Planet.
Oh, why'd they get hit in the ear?
Get on my face.
Ice Poseidon's fans weren't fond of him either. After Burger spread fake rumors about himself while claiming he had abandoned his wife and kids to pursue live streaming, a mock trial was held to decide whether he should be kicked out of the CX Network. The trial featured fake lawyers and Ice Poseidon acting as judge. Afterwards, the fans were asked to take a poll on whether or not Burger Planet was considered guilty, and Burger was found guilty.
Is 67% guilty.
No!
But instead of being kicked out, he was sentenced to wear an orange jumpsuit while streaming for a week.
That's what the polls say, and we have to go with the polls say, even though I thought your arguments were pretty good. So this is what we're gonna do. Burger Planet, would you like to put on the inmate outfit?
Well, if that's what you want me.
Clothes.
Where's the?
It's on the floor over there. And I want you to wear the inmate outfit.
This punishment reflected the bizarre relationship between Ice and Burger. They pretended to be friends, but in reality, they both only saw dollar signs.
Also, how much to get a tattoo of Burger Planet or Hansen
I love you,
branded on
lads.
your balls?
CX.
I would never do that for any amount of money unless it's quite literally $10 million.
Ice profited when fans paid to humiliate Burger, while Burger gained exposure and donations simply by being associated with Ice. But the dislike for Burger only grew worse. Eventually, an intervention was staged to try to rehabilitate him in the eyes of viewers. He was asked why he thought people hated him so much. Burger blamed it on his past actions, such as stealing pizza from a homeless man and pushing a woman in the street.
Pizza from this guy. Hey, do you mind if I have a slice of pizza?
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, I'm just gonna have a piece. Thanks, dude.
You're a donut! You're so stupid!
Instead of reflecting on why people hate him, Burger claimed that people are always trying to blame him for bad stuffs.
Well, old ladies.
Oh, shut the up.
Stealing cheeseburgers.
Stealing cheeseburgers?
From Paul.
Really? I stole burgers? Dude, that shit was a joke. That's why I kept them exposed so you could be like, haha, look, Burger, I'm joking.
You didn't ask.
At the time the video was streamed, Burger was already a permanent part of Ice Poseidon's CX network, but the others tolerated him only because he provided easy content. This was made more evident when Ice took several streamers on a tour of Asia. Burger got tired of being bullied by the other streamers, so he threatened to leave.
Still there. I owe you a lot because I wouldn't have had this success and like the viewers and like been able to generate any money like I have without you like allow me to come to Austin and give me this opportunity. I appreciate it. I just don't like being the butt of the joke the whole time and the constant like hate donations, and it really gets to me and it's like stressing me out, man. Like how many times like broke down crying on this trip? Like I haven't cried in like 3 or 4 times actually.
Oh really?
I like walked off and had cried like other places. And
cried for what?
But as always, he came back. The other streamers didn't waste time in calling him out for returning after saying he was going to leave.
You were capping hard.
No.
You just wanted attention.
No, I really don't want this kind of attention, honestly.
It's not really positive.
I don't think he does.
Got enough room back there?
To make matters worse, viewers sent endless text-to-speech messages mocking him.
Homeless, at least you're not like Gary who is scamming donations. Look here, Burger, go home and do your SJW streams.
Burger demanded that they stop listening to the messages mocking him, but he was only ignored. This pissed Burger off, so he walked off only to return once more.
Bro, now Burger's no. Get me out of here.
Hold on.
Call you all. I don't want anything to do with you.
I skipped it, dog. We skipped
done.
Gary, how dare you?
It wasn't me. I skipped the last one. Yeah, but Gary, he's yelling.
Eventually, ICE offered him $300 a day to act as cameraman. Berger pushed back, insisting he deserved it because he improved the quality of the stream.
For $300 a day, you have to stop talking. You can say one sentence every 2 minutes, or every 5 minutes, okay?
Hey, if you want, man, I'll just do something else. This is just kind of stupid. I'm not gonna, like, go by. I'm trying to help you out.
No, I get it, bro, but you want to be a camera guy, right? So you can pay off the $600 debt?
This situation showed the reality of their relationship since they both claimed to care about each other. But in reality, Berger and Ice made more money by being around each other. Berger's dependence on Ice Poseidon for money became even more obvious when Ice Poseidon pulled a prank, telling Berger he would have to pay for his own flight home. The problem was simple. Berger couldn't afford it.
Did you cancel my return flight home though, or what?
I told you.
Like,
I told you I did.
When?
To save money.
When did you tell me that you canceled it?
On the flight here.
This prank showed how dependent Berger was on Ice and his team. Without them, he had no money, no backup plan, and no real friends. People disliked Berger so much that he often begged for invites to events or expected to be humiliated even after getting in. People disliked him so much that a Reddit thread was created with the title, "I would enjoy seeing more bad people," like Brandon brought on just to bully and troll someone like Burger Planet. And to make matters worse, his fans weren't really fans at all. When it came time to donate for his flight home, they refused. Feeling helpless, Berger tried to negotiate with Ice for more money, even attempting to cut deals about his role in filming.
I gave you $800 and you already got your money back, then why do I owe you any money then? You got paid in full then for if you already got the ticket for the other plane ticket.
I mean, yeah, now you don't owe me any money.
So you're gonna give me extra money for the streaming? That one, or I don't know, do like 100 for, how about 100 for doing that, filming for you then? Instead of 400, does that sound alright?
Have you streamed yet?
I'm streaming right now.
Oh, you're streaming now?
Viewers
Okay.
wanted me to ask you because they were like very troubled about this. They're like, wow, we love Burger. That's not nice. We're on like 40 or something.
If your viewers, I'll put it this way, I think your viewers are gaslighting you. If they really do love me. If they really cared about you, they would give you in donations the money for the flight home. Don't you think?
Well, a lot of
I feel like they're manipulating you, bro.
A lot of my viewers live in vans, Paul.
It was a humiliating admission. Berger's 28,100 followers on YouTube wasn't there to support him. They were there to see him fail. And yet, Berger continued streaming because in his mind, being maltreated is better than irrelevance.
I've got to help Paul because he's my new friend. Maybe, probably not. He's probably going to tell me to f*** off after I give him this. And then I'll leave like a loser.
After Berger finally became one of Ice Poseidon's loyal sidekicks, Ice launched a YouTube channel called CX News. To everyone's surprise, he appointed Burger Planet as the host. On paper, this seemed like a chance for Berger to reinvent himself, finally stepping into a role where he could control the narrative rather than being the punchline. But Berger being Berger, it didn't take long for things to go wrong. He had developed a fondness for traveling around Asia, particularly Thailand. To pay for these trips, he was often found begging viewers for donations, and when they didn't donate enough, he'd whine about it.
Didn't see that. I haven't gotten any messages about Thailand, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I just think Berger could have been in Ice's driveway raking in donations. That's true.
Anyone familiar with Berger and his history of stalking Asian women could already guess what drew him there, but for those who couldn't, the details would become obvious later. Berger's trips became tied directly to donation goals. He would often beg fans to donate money, and when they had finally donated enough to pay for his traveling expenses, he would pack his bags and disappear for weeks at a time. During one of these extended absences, 6 weeks in Thailand to be precise, Berger did something that crossed the line from petty to outright sabotage. He locked everyone else out of the CX News YouTube account by changing the passwords, insisting that the show was his baby and that he had built it from the ground up.
You're a piece of shit, dude. Are you serious?
You stole my show from under my back.
I didn't steal your show. You're a lazy ass went to go to Thailand to bitches and then lost the show and I took it back because you wouldn't let me take it over when you were gone. You're super greedy, dude. That's what happened.
Well, the thing is,
for 6 weeks, Ice Poseidon was unable to access his own channel. Furious but powerless, he waited until Berger returned, eventually regaining control and immediately removing him from the project. And in Berger's place, Ice appointed another streamer, Boneclinks, as the new host. Boneclinks never made any effort to hide how much he disliked Berger, and within weeks he escalated the conflict by releasing a video exposing disturbing details about Berger's past. The bombshell revelation was that Burger Planet had once gone by another name, Xenon the Stalker.
Former co-host, of CX News, Burger Planet was actually the notorious man known as Xenon the Stalker.
Before his streaming career, back when he lived in New York, Burger, then known as Xenon, had developed a notorious reputation.
Xenon the Stalker. In a blog post, actually, that has been deleted, it was revealed that Burger Planet in a previous life was known as Xenon and actually used to harass Asian women in the New York area when he would get drunk at bars.
He would spend nights drinking alone in bars, relentlessly harassing East Asian women whenever he got drunk. His behavior was so bad that he was banned from multiple venues across the city. Now, after an 8-year absence, he tried returning to one of those same bars only to be recognized and thrown out again on the spot. That's because bartenders still remembered him.
Good.
Yeah, you want to come to the Times Square with me?
No,
I'm going in. Really?
Yeah.
So stories like this only fueled the Xenon the Stalker nickname, cementing a reputation that followed him even after he reinvented himself as Burger Planet.
Xenon, and then I was like, scared, and I got out, babe. You should have seen me. Oh my God.
The pattern was undeniable. Whether in bars or on live streams, Burger struggled to take no for an answer, particularly when it came to East Asian women.
Where are you from? China? You're Chinese?
Yeah.
I'm Chinese. We're the same.
Oh.
Can I be your friend? Can I be your friend? I have no one. Tonight, I have no friends.
Here I am. I'm chilling.
Oh my
and he's
God.
like cussing at me. So I'm just like,
Oh my
I didn't say anything, Ray. I did not.
However, for the CX community, none of this was particularly shocking. By that point, Burger's creepiness had been an open secret, a running joke in the fandom. But now the skeletons were out in the open, and his past was impossible to deny. The name Xenon stuck harder than ever, and because Burger hated it so much, viewers and fellow streamers doubled down on using it to torment him.
Hey, Xeon. Bitch, don't call me Xenon. I'll beat your ass. I'm not kidding, dude. Why, talk shit to me? What? Hey, yo, Burger, calm down, bro. Shit, yeah, no, calm.
At this point, Burger's days in the CX network were numbered. His attempt at revenge against Boneclings only made things worse. With that, his removal became official. Burger Planet was kicked out of the CX network for good. Moreover, the move backfired. Fans saw it as another bitter, petty attempt at revenge from someone who had lost everything. With no network to lean on, Burger was forced to face the harsh reality of IRL streaming alone. But even in this low moment, his opportunistic nature became more obvious. When he stumbled upon a horrific car crash on the highway, he didn't just film it. He plugged his channel during a local news interview.
What the? How was that car flying so fast?
As Joshua heads up the exit, he and his audience debate what he should do.
Help them? What am I? What? I don't know. I'm not a first responder. I don't know CPR. I don't know what to do. Damn, that scared the out of me. How's that guy barreling so fast? Did he just blow up, or did he?
That moment showed how desperate Burger Planet can be to get some attention. His time in the CX network may have been over, but his antics were far from finished. Now, having explored his rise and fall with Ice Poseidon's community, it's time to look closer at specific aspects of his personality, recurring controversies, and the patterns of behavior that ensured he could never escape the ridicule that defined his career. Two of the more infamous moments from Burger Planet's streaming career stand out. The first was the haircut from hell moment.
Am I the first customer?
Get out of bed.
What time do you guys come in here? Like 6 or 7 or what?
Yeah, something like that. Not 6.
I talked to this one guy that he always gets a pompadour, but he used to be a chef at the Playboy Club.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what his name is. He's an older fellow, but really nice guy.
You see, Burger was already in a fragile state. He had just lost his job and was looking for something to lift his spirits. Like many people searching for a quick boost, he decided on a new look. But unlike most, he documented the entire thing live.
Me at all. I guess it's funny seeing humans suffering, people upset.
Burger went to the barber's shop in high spirits and asked the barber for a style similar to that of James Dean, the iconic movie star of the 1950s. The hairdresser was amused by the request, but he decided to follow Burger's instructions since a customer knows best.
Can I get a high and tight and like a 1 on the sides and up to the top? Up to the top where the parts are.
This part in here?
Yeah, we'll just find out where the part is and then just shave it off to like
up to it.
Up to the part, yeah.
Are you cutting the part in at all?
As the cut progressed, it became obvious to everyone watching that Berger was not about to leave looking like James Dean. The resemblance wasn't even close. Surprisingly, he played it cool at first.
I do that on my own, so. Oh, God.
So you gotta roll with it?
I don't have a choice.
What are you gonna do? I mean,
I don't know. You cut the bangs short, everything's short. I don't know what. Are you drunk, man?
But by the time he got into his car and began driving back to his parents' house, the mood changed. What started as a lighthearted joke about a bad hair day quickly turned into a display of self-pity. He even went so far as to report the barber to his son.
Justin, look at this haircut your dad gave me. I look like a goddamn pineapple, bro. Where the hell were you? I love the haircuts you were giving me. It looks so good. I'm about to cry, dude.
Most people would shake off a bad haircut, but Berger made it seem like his entire life was ruined.
Good job, I got no money. Oh, God, help me. I'm a fucking ever.
When he got home, he poured his heart out to his parents, convinced his life was over because of the botched trim.
Come over here, sit down. It looked so much better before.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that bad to need a haircut.
I just wanted it trimmed.
His father tried to console him, saying it would grow back, even offering him $9 to forget about it.
It's like a high and tight pompadour. That's like the most basic 50s haircut the old dudes get. How do you not know how to do that?
you know, go back. It's just.
I'm gonna get my money back.
Don't go down there.
I'm getting my money back.
I'll give you the money back.
Yeah.
But Berger wasn't after money. He wanted justice. He marched back to the salon and demanded a refund.
Is there any way I can get my money back for this haircut? I've been crying for like 2 hours. I went home, tried to comb it. I can't.
The hairdresser, likely baffled at a grown man breaking down over a $9 haircut, gave him the refund.
I don't know. It looks like Bert and Ernie right now. Like, I look like a paintbrush on top. Maybe I just didn't explain the right thing, but.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. So I didn't know.
I wanted to kind of look like James Dean, like I already kind of looked, just like shorter, like, I don't know. Are you mad at me? Like.
Oh, no.
Berger held the cash up to the camera as if it were a trophy, framing the ordeal as a hard-fought victory. For him, the money wasn't the prize. It was validation that he had been wronged. The second incident took place when Berger formed an unlikely friendship with an elderly blind woman.
Hey, real boy.
Oh, no, okay.
Aren't you proud of me?
Yes, I'm very proud of you.
For a man living out of his van, lonely and desperate for companionship, she was a rare bright spot. They drove around together, laughed, and for a brief period he seemed genuinely content. It was an odd but wholesome pairing, at least on the surface. But soon things started falling apart. On one outing, as they were on their way to get food, she revealed her patience was wearing thin.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be busy tomorrow too, and then the rest of this month.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't know, just kind of trying my patience lately. I can't deal with it.
Wow.
She lost her appetite, but Berger pressed on, ordering food for himself and eating in the car while she sat in silence. He tried to explain that he had only been acting out of concern.
I have no idea you feel that way.
I don't, but you said you want to go home, so I'll take you home.
Well, I don't need to be treated like that, you know.
I was just trying to help you see, because there's a bunch of stuff on the thing, and you can't see, and you don't like anybody to help you, and it's frustrating. I'm trying to help you so you don't make a big mess. Because there's like tortillas, there's chicken, there's cheese all over it, so I was trying to get it on there so it's...
But his words only made things worse.
And I was trying to see if there was an extra fork in the bottom.
You don't have to deal with the blind person no more.
Okay. I don't have to have a pity party about it.
Okay.
I told you we can hang out, or you can go home, it's up to you, but if you want to go home, I'm probably not going to hang out for a while.
Okay.
By the time they returned to her home, Berger got angry when she refused to take the food he got her.
Buttermilk dressing you like. You're not taking the salad and stuff I bought? See, he's wasting my shit. God damn it. Done with this stupid bullshit.
As she went inside, he tossed the leftover food and trash into her yard, but the victory didn't last. Her neighbor called him and ordered him to return and clean up the mess.
I will go clean up the trash, because you'll probably like press charges on me or something stupid. But don't ever call me again. I don't want to talk to either one of you guys.
Sadly, this wouldn't be the only time that Burger Planet would treat a woman like trash. If there's one thing that's quite concerning things about his online and offline persona, it's his often embarrassing interactions with women.
How would you say racist shit? 500? 530? 5?
Did you bring your UGs?
No, I mean, like, you can talk to 530 people if you want.
530. As long as 530 people know that he's a disrespectful.
Oh, wow. I'm so disrespectful, guys.
What makes this even more concerning is the fact that he has been filmed on countless occasions of harassing women who want nothing more to do with him. It's a normal thing to flirt with an attractive woman, but Burger's bad social skills and inability to tell when he's unwanted will often lead to him being rejected.
It's not a pretzel? What is that?
It'll end up in your face if you're not careful.
She hates me, yes. I'm not trying to... Why are you calling us idiots?
I don't think that
We didn't mess with you.
to hurt him.
I didn't do that to you. But is it good? Is it good, though? Is it good? Is it tasty?
Like that time he was trying to go see a movie with a lady, only for her to turn him down.
We could walk you there if you need to. Where do you need to go?
I'm good.
I want to go to the ocean and watch the ocean. You should go do that.
It's like there,
bud. I don't want to go by myself, obviously. If you want to come with me.
When women weren't interested, he tended to swing between two extremes, either aggressive hostility or starting a pity party about it. The best example of Burger's weird relationships with women is his infamous date from hell. He was so eager to impress his date that he bought toys for her children.
This is kind of fun. You can do like dump truck and stuff. That's fun. Let's get little dude this. You could like move some rice and beans or something around with these. Play with those. We'll see something for the girl. Dollhouse furniture. I don't know. Mermaid. What the hell? Cardi B.
Grabbed the cheapest wine he could find.
Wine. Something sweet. Ooh, $9.99. Yikes. Okay, where's the cheaper wine?
And picked up wilted flowers because the fresh ones were probably more expensive.
And I got a little date tonight. Hopefully it goes well. Thanks. You too. I mean, hanging out with a friend, actually, not a date.
Burger wasn't exactly Prince Charming, but in his mind, this was a grand romantic gesture. Unfortunately, the date was doomed before it began. He showed up late, and by the time he arrived, she was already chatting with another man.
Well, guys, because of that train, we got here too late, and Taylor got to Cali. It's all over. She broke preemptively, dumped me. She's with Taylor now. Taylor's won. Taylor's. No, you guys be happy.
We're gonna fight.
Warranty.
Though he tried to laugh it off, and the woman made it clear she wasn't interested.
And then the hot dog, Shrill Otter, said burger on devil time. Nightbot said donate.
No, don't you do it! Don't you do it! You're gonna be on the video. No, I can't read it.
You can hear it.
I can't.
The low point came when he tried to strike a bizarre bargain. She could act like the other man's girlfriend for 5 minutes, then pretend to be his girlfriend for 20.
What about this? What about if you pretend to be his girlfriend for 5 minutes, but then pretend to be my girlfriend for 20 minutes?
Sadly, Burger's lady friend wasn't in the mood to be his girlfriend even if it was only a pretense. Pretty sure he would have spent countless hours crying over buying gifts that could have paid for some burgers over the week. It's as though he has remained frozen in adolescence, stuck in a cycle of craving attention and burning bridges whenever he gets it. And that brings us to the end of today's video, but let me know what you think. Is Burger Planet just a misunderstood streamer who never caught a break?
Why? I just want someone to love me. My dad used to hit me. That's probably why I'm so up. Don't go back.
Or does he deserve all the bullying and negativity that he's had to deal with in the past few years? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, and if we skipped over to any of his most notorious moments, be sure to share them.
Everybody's wanting a handout down here. The guy say the N-word? Wow. Not good.